Access to subsidized health care and the waiver of school fees for children are available only to Tutsi women in their recognized status as real survivors. Tutsi and Hutu women who remarry sometimes lose access. 260. To these privileges, not on the basis of their ethnicity but rather because they have been able to reconstitute their families. 14. About the experience of living in this system, one Rwandan reported to scholar Susan Thompson. There is no one level of bureaucracy that is more important than the other. But at the lowest levels, it can really feel heavy. If you are having an affair, they know. If you are drunk or if your house is in disrepair, they know. If you fail to attend sensitization meetings, they know. If you want to join a cooperative, you must get a signature from the coordinator who might ask for the signature of your village coordinator who might also ask for the signature of your Nyumbakumi. So there are a lot of people watching you, checking on your actions and the people you were with. Without signatures, nothing happens. If you are not a good citizen, you will rot. 15. Inside Rwanda by July 1994 the economy was in a state of quasi-disappearance. The central bank had been looted. Buildings destroyed. All vehicles were driven to Zaire. There was no tax revenue. Ripe crops were rotting for want of people to gather them. Transport was non-existent. Banks were closed after being looted of all their cash. Countryside stores were empty and the few manufacturing industries had all ground to a halt. 16. But Kagame gradually turned it all around, turning the country into an example fawned over all over the world. How, they all ask, did this miracle occur? In 2009, an economist named Dambisa Moyo proclaimed to great fanfare that aid was dead. Her solution was not the infant industries model that economist Ha-Joon Chang argued was used by every economy in the developed world today. Instead, it was for the poor countries to seek private investment instead of aid. Her model for success, and a major endorser of her work, was Paul Kagame, who is quoted in her book. Ironies abound. Just before Moyo's book was released, a UN panel of experts had produced voluminous evidence of Rwanda's illegal exploitation of the DR Congo's mineral resources, the theft of hundreds of millions of dollars a year. But beyond that, Rwanda's economy was itself utterly dependent on aid from the Western donor countries and continues to be. Unlike many countries, however, Kagame's Rwanda has negotiated a very special deal with the West. One observer 17 called it the paradox of 261. Aid dependence and policy independence. Unlike the tied aid given to most other countries, the aid given to Rwanda came in the form of direct budget support. 18. In a centralized dictatorship like Rwanda's, that meant the hundreds of millions were essentially going into Kagame's bank account. This was not the only aspect of the special relationship with the donors' data, too, was handled differently. The president was declaring to the world that he was creating progress, he was growing the country's economy, reducing hunger. But he suppressed verification of these claims. For instance, when the World Food Programme announced a famine outbreak in Rwanda in 2006, affecting hundreds of thousands of people, the government denied it. To this day, there was officially no famine. When the United Nations released a study in 2007, signed off on by Rwanda's finance minister, saying the number of impoverished people in the country had risen, and that hunger would remain above levels in 1990, the year the president had invaded Rwanda to liberate the people from the previous regime, the government forced the United Nations to discredit its findings and blacklist the researchers. A World Bank research team studying the country's progress, directly testing the president's claim that he had improved life in Rwanda since 1990, was forced to destroy the data it had collected when it became clear that the study was willing to contradict the off-chain narrative. Subsequent research teams, at the government's invitation, have found that the economy is growing, poverty is declining, and that people are better nourished. Researchers investigating police corruption were expelled from the country, the nation was declared among the least corrupt. A magical nation was thus created. 19. Susan Thompson was in southern Rwanda in 2006, the year of the famine/non-famine, interviewing destitute Rwandans, both Hutu and Tutsi. She describes how foreign visitors are fooled. Rwanda's National Tourist Agency encourages international visitors to experience Rwanda by day tripping from Kigali. Kigali boasts a modern airport, several international hotels, a modern information and communications technology infrastructure, and countless new residential and commercial properties. 20 But behind this pristine image is the daily reality of crushing poverty. Her interviewees had an average income of $40 USD per year. Only 3 of her 37 respondents had actually seen paper money. With rare exception, she writes, the ordinary Rwandans I met were thin, barefoot, and dressed in ragged clothes, which in many cases was 262. The extent of their full wardrobe. 21 They shared shoes. The FAO estimated per capita consumption of calories by Rwandans to be well below the daily caloric requirement for manual labor. 22 All of her participants found the lack of food, clean water, and affordable and proximate health services was a constant lament. 23 The hierarchy is FXED, social mobility, is rare and is not something that the ordinary Rwandans expect to happen. 24 A national land policy introduced in 2025 has increased the vulnerability of peasant families. 26 Suddenly, the subsistence farming that was the livelihood of 87% of the population, with an average land holding of 0.65 ha, was declared irrational. It became illegal for peasants to work together to tend their fields as local growing and climatic conditions allow. The RPF ordered local officials to appropriate irrationally used land and gave large plots to senior government and military officials and important businessmen who now use the land for commercial purposes. 27 She describes peasants working in secret to repair washed-out bridges in order to avoid the local authorities, who could accuse them of violating the land law and put them in jail. 28 Careful analysis of the reduction of poverty in recent years shows that it is an accounting trick, and that when consistent standards are used, poverty increased from 2010 to 2014. 29 Maintaining the image of Rwanda as a development model, whatever the reality, is very important to Kagame, and is accomplished with a dictator's methods. To use the term destitute in Rwanda is perceived as a criticism of the government. 30 Poverty is thus eliminated, no one is allowed to talk about it. 31 Since 2006 it has been illegal to wear open-toed shoes in any of Rwanda's cities, which makes it difficult for the urban and rural poor, almost 68% of the population that earns less than $1 per day, to acquire the covered shoes they need to take their goods to market, bring the children to school, or access health facilities. 32 Kagame also outlawed kiosks, where people sell goods, forcing people to go to regulated stores, which was devastating not only to the economic lives of the owners of these kiosks but also for people who because of it had to travel further to market centers for their sugar, oil, and other basics, paying higher prices and losing the opportunity to socialize over a beer or tea. 33 The development model also precludes the sharing of traditional drinks, whether beer or milk, in traditional ways, in villages men would. 263. Sit in a circle and pass around a flask of banana beer, a practice the government had outlawed. 34 The countryside is also now dotted with milk bars, whereas previously, people had asked their neighbors for milk. It was an important part of the country's culture. Milk for us is life. Sharing milk is sharing life. 35 Unsightly shoeless Rwandans, unsightly street-selling Rwandans, unsightly milk and beer-sharing Rwandans are by far out of sight and out of mind of the legions of foreigners who admire Rwanda's development model. Not that they don't know. A Western ambassador in Rwanda from a European country that donates a substantial amount of Rwanda's budget was asked by journalist Unjansundaram, "Aren't you worried about giving money to a dictator?" The diplomat answered, "I have no problem with giving money to a dictator, he runs one of the most effective governments in Africa. I'm proud to be giving him money, By giving money we influence their policies. We are for freedom of speech. We will influence the government in the right direction. 36. The unusual arrangement Kagame has been able to negotiate with donors in which he controls aid funds is mirrored in his mentor Museveni's country, Uganda. They came to this arrangement in the same way. Before Kagame and Museveni came along, their countries sold commodities mainly coffee subject to the whims and fluctuations of global markets. Under these new African leaders, the economic model has changed. Uganda and Rwanda are exporters of military might. Their soldiers provide the backbone of African Union missions and are seen in countries all around the region, earning foreign exchange through multilateral arrangements and, in the Congo, by organized looting. Researchers tried to suggest that overpopulation was a factor in the Rwandan genocide, in 1994 when the population of Rwanda was 8 million. It is now 50% higher than it was then, around 12 million. Uganda's population has doubled under Museveni's 30-year reign, from around 20 million to around 40 million. Museveni has forbidden the health ministry from carrying out family planning programs, even if paid for by donors. Why? A health ministry official told public health consultant Helen Epstein that the truth is, it's the army. The president wants a big army. Commenting on this, Epstein wrote, Museveni had turned his beautiful country into a poorly maintained breeding colony for soldiers, whom he deployed in monstrous and unnecessary wars, often at the behest of American generals and politicians who rattled their sabers. 264. At Afro-Islamic terrorists, but wouldn't dream of sending Americans, let alone their own children, to FGHT them. 37. The same can be said of Kagame, who is following the same model, and is consequently admired by Western war makers and donors alike. Another model aspect of Kagame's government, beloved by the West, is that Kagame has outlawed public discussion of or even reference to one's ethnicity, speaking of being Tutsi, Hutu, or TWA. But this is no simple erasure of the past categories. Instead, it is a highly strategic management of the memory of the genocide that demands that Rwandans participate enthusiastically in commemorations of a false history. Official policy is that only Tutsi were victims of violence during the genocide and only Hutu killed. 38. The government creates essentialist categories of survivors, red Tutsi, and perpetrators, red Hutu, through near constant surveillance, by local authorities and neighbors alike. 39. So the categories are maintained by writing lies onto the past that cover up the RPF's crimes. Transgressions are not allowed. Stepping outside the prescribed roles of national unity and reconciliation brings a reaction from the government and its agents that is quick and relentless: imprisonment without charge, disappearance, intimidation, even death. 40. Failing to attend the government's public enactments or trials or re-education rituals results in arrests and prison terms. 41. In February 1995, as his forces were gathering and slaughtering peasants in the countryside with promises of food aid and reconciliation meetings, Kagame gave a speech in a commune called Ntongwe. The occasion was a ceremony to bury the remains of the victims of massacres even as Kagame's men were committing more massacres. Kagame said, I believe there is a recent sickness that is called reconciliation, and another called dialogue. To this moment I don't understand this reconciliation. Between who and whom? This dialogue, is between who and whom? Is it between the Rwandans who stopped the massacres and those who killed? Is that the sense of this dialogue? When I speak of reconciliation, with whom should I reconcile? Should the killers of babies reconcile with the families of those babies? What is that? 42. Kagame's US patrons soon convinced him to change this language. Some of the training provided by the US Army to the RPA in 1996 included such courses as mass refugee repatriation and the establishment of a public information capability at both national and local levels, to promulgate a message of national reconciliation. In essence, the Americans taught the Rwandans how to manipulate public opinion and 265. the media in regards to their military activities related to repatriation and other operations inside Zaire. 43 Kagame was a quick study, messages were adapted to the audience, and for Western countries KG about donating money to a dictator on a campaign of ethnic or racial revenge, the appropriate messages of reconciliation were prepared and used. Indeed, reconciliation became a key slogan in Village Rwanda, a tune everyone was expected to sing. Scholar Susan Thompson spoke to former Tutsi survivors in a way that got some of them to open up. One told her we need to have the right to bury our loved ones where they belong, not in public memorials. We need to know how they died and who killed them. Instead, they are treated to a political game. 44 Another told a story of how his son showed sympathy for a former Hutu who is our pastor and neighbor. This is illegal, so he went to prison until I could raise enough money to get him released. 45 A Hutu prisoner described how he got re-educated in 1999, told his truth, got a reduced sentence, and then in 2005, my truth was denounced as a lie and I got another 20 FVE years. He concluded national unity and reconciliation is just a way for this government to eliminate Hutu. It's like the new authorities are trying to kill former Hutu through excessive punishment. 46 Thompson 47 writes that when Western scholars write of these open-air, dictatorship-surveilled, mandatory denunciation trials that have led hundreds of thousands to jail, the writings are based on the assumption that ordinary Rwandans are willing participants, an assumption made without any reference to methodology or sources. ******* Studies of the question of the numbers of perpetrators are, if anything, more politically fraught than studies of the numbers of victims. How many people were involved in committing the genocide? In 1995 Prunier made a series of estimates about the killers, including that the Hutu militias were 50,000 in number and the Presidential Guard 1,500. 48 At that time, Prunier estimated that 80,000 to 100,000 were involved in killing others. 49 Strauss estimated 200,000 perpetrators. 50 But this estimate is questionable, given that it came from prisoners who had pled guilty and were under the complete control of the RPF, in a dictatorship that allowed them to confess their crimes to a Western researcher. Given what went on in the prison system, see below, Strauss's data is highly suspect. 266. And represent a very high estimate even if that estimate has the virtue of limiting the guilt to some number of individuals, as opposed to the normal practice of assigning guilt to the entire Hutu population. Lee and Fujii's 2009 study, Killing Neighbors, has the same problem. Fujii spent 9 months doing fieldwork in Ruhengeri and Gitarama interviewing prisoners, former prisoners, survivors, resistors, witnesses, and rescuers. The fieldwork was conducted in a totalitarian state under total surveillance and through an interpreter. The opportunities for the insertion of regime-friendly data in this scenario are immense. She describes discrepancies between her interview endings, in which prisoners sometimes denied or downplayed their participation in crimes, and their letters of confession, in which they took responsibility. Prisoners wrote letters of confession with the express purpose of garnering favorable consideration from the prosecutor, who has the power to reduce the prisoner's sentence. Some prisoners even confessed falsely in an effort to get out of prison. 51 Fujii describes another prisoner whose attitude toward confession appeared to be purely strategic. Olivier was the only prisoner we interviewed who admitted he would still have confessed even if he had not done anything because he found a death sentence of 3 years preferable to languishing in prison indefinitely. 52 But questions do arise about how secure these prisoners or indeed any Rwandans could feel that they could remain anonymous in talking to Western social scientists, an activity that would certainly be carefully monitored in Kagame's Rwanda. Fujii shows some awareness of these problems with her surveys, which were conducted in 2004, before the Gacaca courts came into force, but when Rwandans were, correctly, it turned out, afraid of what they would bring. Fujii noticed a palpable fear of what her neighbors would find out and what the impending Gacaca trials would reveal. Everyone was afraid, she told us, of being falsely accused and sent to prison. 53. She admits reasons to be skeptical of the accounts she was given. With prisoners, especially, I expected prison culture to give rise to a stock account of events, particularly since most of the prisoners with whom we spoke had been in prison at least 10 years. What is more, at the time of my field work, the government had begun cracking down on people who it believed were espousing a genocidal ideology, or divisionism. 54. Fuji I interviewed 82 people, 28 prisoners and 54 villagers, 55, and made arguments for why she has some evidence in her data in spite of these limitations, discussing the question of whether the Hutus collectively hated Tutsis. 267. People did indeed make references to specific people who hated Tutsi and evinced little surprise when these Tutsi haters participated in the genocide. The data on joiners, 56, however, does not reveal a preponderance of these types of individuals. In fact, there is little evidence that joiners hated Tutsi as a group before the genocide. Fuji I continues, the political conditions in Rwanda in 2004 do raise serious questions, but while political conditions were repressive, Fuji I found that people did bring up RPF abuses and war crimes, a very sensitive subject for the government. Others refused to acknowledge that any violence against Tutsi had even occurred, as if to wrest attention back to their own experiences of victimization. But tellingly, people also made references to the divisions that currently existed between Hutu and Tutsi as a result of the war and genocide. People did not always give self-serving or self-aggrandizing statements, nor did they always take the opportunity to point the finger at others, nor did they refrain from saying negative things about others. Taken together, these metadata convinced me that people were being honest and forthcoming in their interviews, within differing bounds. 57. One scholar 58 reminded readers that even a small number of perpetrators, 25,000, could kill 1 million people over 100 days if each criminal killed just one person every few days. The Prime Minister after the RPF takeover, Faustin Twagiramungu, suggested there were 30,000 perpetrators. But these figures were far too low for Kagame's purposes. So, the Rwandan Ministry of Local Government gave an estimate of 3 million perpetrators of the Rwandan genocide. 59. 3 million out of a population of 8 million. The Rwandan government may as well have said everyone, or every Hutu, was guilty. And they did. Virtually every able-bodied Hutu male who survived the war and the massacres in the refugee camps and returned to Rwanda was thrown into prison as a genocide suspect. 68. 2002 documentary by Agian called Gakaka has a scene in which a general prosecutor is instructing prisoners on their collective guilt. Even if you neither denounced nor machetied anyone, in prison there are many women who massacred people. They wore militia uniform, like the men. A woman prisoner asks, women who bore children? The prosecutor: yes. Young girls and toddlers also killed. You are old enough, you saw it with your eyes. Whether you approved or not, you saw it. Another. 268. Woman prisoner asks, I have a question, we did nothing. The prosecutor replies, if you are innocent we ask you to say, this is what I saw, here are the guilty ones. Even your own husbands. 61. Scholar Olivier Nyirabugura reads the message in this as being that innocence had a price, denouncing the guilty. An innocent who had seen nothing was not innocent. He continues, there is a palpable long-term goal to strongly push the almost 100% Hutu accused into a memory-rooted self-flagellation exercise, meant to keep them quiet about the other side of the traumatic memories of the 1990s. 62 examples abound. Take Christian Scherer's 2002 book Genocide and Crisis in Central Africa, saying anyone looking for evidence of collective guilt will have no trouble finding it in Rwanda. Every fourth person in Rwanda's Hutu population, this includes men, women, and children, was probably directly involved in the genocide, and millions rendered themselves indirectly responsible. 63 An anthropologist Darrell Lee asserted that even Rwandans who did not kill arranged their activities and took advantage of the rhythm of work. 64 Gerard Prunier recommended that almost the entire local civil service should be charged with crimes against humanity. 65 The main agents of the genocide, Prunier continues, were the ordinary peasants themselves. 66 Scholar Alex Duval told one press source once begun the slaughter has to be justified. So everyone must take part, because that is an essential aspect of the ideology, of Hutu-ness. In other words, to these scholars, guilt accrued to the Hutu identity. 67 This collective guilt justified the mass slaughter of Hutus in the refugee camps of Zaire and beyond, as well as their dispossession and persecution in Rwanda. One critic of this approach summarized it as follows: collectively guilty, collectively disposable. 68 Nyirabugura again, although exaggerated, this dilemma of a genocide committing majority and a no-crime committing minority that has no other way to survive genocide but through taking and controlling power, is serious. This constant fear of a new genocide has created a risk of a permanent state of exception that will last as long as that fear. Keeping that fear alive is keeping that state of exception and keeping power. 69 Another key tenet of this system is the assertion that the genocide happened not because the state was weak, but on the contrary because it was so totalitarian and strong that it had the capacity to make its 269 subjects obey absolutely any order, including one of mass slaughter. 70 This incredibly strong state was, in fact, collapsing at the very time of the genocide. But allowing a role for state collapse or anarchy in the genocide deprives the RPF of the idea that the Hutus were transcendental evil incarnate, another crucial piece in maintaining the state of exception. Every April, Rwandans must participate in a spectacle. The government requires that Rwandans of all ethnicities attend mourning events throughout the month of April, notably the exhumation of mass graves and the reburial of bodies, and listen to the speeches of government officials. 71 Most of the Tutsi survivors that I spoke with, Thompson continues, found mourning week offensive, upsetting, and humiliating. This was particularly so for Tutsi widows who had lost their Hutu fathers, husbands, sons, or brothers during the genocide, as there is no off-jail outlet for their grief. 72 Journalist Unjunsundaram describes a mourning week event that he attended. Coffins began to be carried below the staircase, into a white crypt. The coffins had glass tops, so one could see inside. In the FRST were skulls, neatly arranged, one beside the other, clean and perfectly shaped. In the next coffin were femurs, set along its length. A dozen boxes passed by. Repent. This was strange, for the culture of Rwanda would value preserving the dead body as a whole. The victims had here been dismantled, and their bones regrouped by part. It had the effect of emphasizing the number. The children were now crying so hard they had to stop to gasp for breaths. Their voices were strained, grating. They coughed, and liquid spilled outside of their mouths. Why had they begun to howl, and bray? Genocide! Genocide! These children were too young to have been alive during the genocide. But they behaved as if they possessed its memory. And one realized that the memorials also served the purpose of transmission. And that transmission was meant to cause distress. It was as in Rwandan schools, where teachers complained that during the memorial season the videos on national television made the children uncontrollable. But despite the teachers' complaints, the gruesome FLMS continued. The government of Rwanda had created these events, which instead of healing society, increased its trauma. The trauma of genocide was, in the children, running like rots through society. 73. 270. Tutsi survivors reacted to these events with horror. One told Thompson, "Mourning week is a joke. This government says they saved us and saved Rwanda. This is just not true. So when they make speeches on the radio, I just turn it off, which can get me in trouble if a neighbor who is an enemy passes by and learns that I am not listening. Of course, I am a former Tutsi, so maybe that wouldn't happen, but anything is possible these days. 74 The snitch culture of the dictatorship has so poisoned society that those who do not sufficiently denounce their neighbors fear being denounced themselves, a dynamic no doubt similar to that experienced by villagers during the genocide. Thompson quotes one of the judges in the process. Last year, we acquitted a Hutu who was accused. We didn't have enough evidence or information to do anything but let him go. So we did. The survivor accepted, and we all felt happy about the power of Gacaca at that moment. I was proud to be a judge. Then, the day after, the Ibuka lady requested to see all of us judges. She raged against me. I said I was sorry, but I don't think the evidence against the accused was enough. I fear now that I am going to be denounced. What if something happens to me? 75. Tutsi women are forced to testify. One woman told Thompson how she was told to denounce a friend of her brother's, because he had a house and a good job. He wasn't even here during the war. I denounced him. He got life. I never saw him before, but I denounced him. I am an unmarried widow, so I have to do what I am told. What would happen to my children? 76 An imprisoned Hutu man told Thompson that after confessing and serving his sentence, he found his wife and children living with the survivor. He wouldn't let me talk to her, but I was her husband. I didn't know what to do. I had nowhere to go. Then his relative denounced me. She said I didn't tell my truth. But I did. I know I did. I did what I said. But I ended up back in prison for life. 77 When, on August 2, 1994, Rwanda's Prime Minister Faustin Twagiramungu 78 said it would be necessary to try 30,000 people to punish the genocide, Pruner, who quoted the Rwandan PM, wrote the following reaction: the FGUR was of course absurd since there was not enough jail space in all of Rwanda to hold so many prisoners, and the idea of having to carry out the massive death sentences hinted at was simply unthinkable. 79 And that it would take a second genocide to 271 kill all the killers, which in Pruner's estimation was 80 to 100,000 people. 80 They had underestimated Kagame. The RPF viewed the Hutu as a permanent danger to be kept at bay with random mass killings to instill fear and defanged by neutralizing real or potential leaders. Leonidas Rusatira, FAR, who joined RPA, says they want Hutus to be a voiceless mass of peasants only good enough to toil the earth for their masters. The killings were systematically organized. There were crematoria and mass body burials. They followed an original tactical pattern established by the RPF in the Byumba massacre of April 1994 and others. A bad family would be blown up with grenades or burned alive in their house, a civil servant would be ambushed on the highway and shot, a man would be kidnapped and his body would later be found in a banana grove. The deaths would be attributed to cross-border raids. RPF never boasted about violence and always denied until caught red-handed. An adaptation of free market economics to political assassination. The RPF calculated that guilt, ineptitude, and the hope that things would work out would cause the West to literally let them get away with murder. The calculation was correct. National reconciliation, a policy adopted by Kagame immediately after the genocide, had a coded meaning: the passive acceptance of undivided Tutsi power over an obedient Hutu mass. 81 Kagame's state targeted educated Hutu in particular, just like Burundi's regime had in the 1970s and the Belgians had before them. An imprisoned Hutu doctor told a scholar 82 about how he engages in passive resistance by not speaking. It is clear that locked up in prison is where this government wants educated Hutu like me. False allegations of committing genocide are just a form of genocide that this government practices against Hutu like me. I just play stupid. I look at my feet, I look at the sky. I act completely ignorant and say nothing. It is a risky strategy as I will never fulfill the work requirements of my sentence. But I also know from being outside in the community that someone like me will never get out of prison. In summary, from early 1995, Hutu elites became the victims of harassment, imprisonment, and even physical elimination. Provincial governors, local mayors, head teachers, clerics, and judges were killed in increasing numbers. In most cases, the responsibility of the RPA was well documented. 83. 272. Kagame destroyed anyone who might have the potential to lead, or participate in, opposition, including members of his own RPF. Women within the RPF complained of being treated as war equipment, such as 120mm mortar, 107mm Katyusha, expected to cave in on the sexual advances of RPF big men who own power in Rwanda. 84. The sexual entitlement of RPF soldiers would reach harrowing levels in campaigns of mass rape in Zaire, the story of which will be told in later chapters. In July of 1994, Kagame had finally achieved his ambition and was in power in the capital. At least 75% of the Tutsis living in Rwanda had been massacred, along with hundreds of thousands of Hutus, mostly by the militias as the state collapsed, but a significant portion killed by Kagame's own disciplined RPF in organized massacres. Millions of Rwandans were terrified of Kagame and his RPF and had fled into the turquoise zone or beyond, into Zaire. 350,000 of these people were living in camps in the turquoise zone. As the RPF settled into power and conducted more village massacres, more and more people fled to what they hoped was safety in the western part of the country. Kagame's first order of business was to get them out of the camps and back to their hills and villages, under his control. April 6, 1995, was the anniversary of the beginning of the genocide, which the RPF commemorated, as they have done since, by exhuming and reburying thousands of bodies. 85. Less than 2 weeks later, the prefect of Butare announced that the camps in his jurisdiction would be closed. On April 18, at 3 a.m., RPF troops surrounded the camp and opened fire, this time, into the air. 20 people were killed in stampedes. 86. Seth Sendashonga was then the Minister of the Interior. He traveled to Kibho, then back to Kigali to try to arrange transportation to evacuate the camp. Kagame, then Minister of Defense, promised Sendashonga that he would ensure things remained under control. 87. The following day, the RPF soldiers surrounded the camp and opened fire. Over the course of the day, they turned the camp into a free zone, FRST, with their RIFES and later with 60mm mortars as well. They slowed down for a while after lunch, then resumed firing until about 6 p.m. 88. The wounded were bayoneted or shot at close range. Foreign NGO workers counted 4,200 bodies before the RPF stopped them. 89. When Sendashonga returned to Kibho, the army told him to go away. The President of the Republic, Pastor Bizimungu, visited, was told the casualty count was 300, and went back to Kigali. The Minister, 273, of Rehabilitation told the international press the 300 FGUR and blamed genocidaires in the camp for using human shields. Even more displaced people died being force-marched back to their villages. On April 24, the IOC reported that 145,228 had returned to their homes. 2 days later, they reported 60,177. Even if we take the lowest estimate of the pre-crisis Kibho population, that is, around 80,000, this means that at least 20,000 people vanished after the massacre. 90. Kagame rebuffed Sendashonga's request for an inquiry. President Bizimungu held a press conference at Kibho and publicly dug up 338 bodies, that FGUR became off-chail. An international panel was put together, made up of 9 hand-picked lawyers and diplomats from France, Canada, Belgium, Pakistan, the United States, and Holland. They met and talked in Kigali between May 3 and 8, never doing any FL'd inquiry. Their conclusions followed the government line absolutely. 91. Later, The US Embassy would choose their own figure, commenting that the 2,000 deaths were tragic. On the Rwandan scene, the killings were hardly a major roadblock to further progress. Compared to the 800,000 dead in the genocide, the 2,000 dead was but a speed bump. 92 As the RPF elite, mostly from Uganda, took over the state in the FRST year, they used organized massacres like Kibho, and the accusation of participating in the genocide, to dispossess and take whatever property or power they desired. Sendashonga sent hundreds of memos to Kagame and never received a reply in writing. He realized that the RPF Ugandan Tutsi hardcore wanted full power, would tolerate only patsies, and was ready to use any tactics, including mass killings, to achieve this purpose. 93 Sendashonga used his power as Ministry of the Interior to stop the arrests and went on the radio. He also stiff-ed an RPF effort to issue residency permits for Kigali, only to blameless persons. He disbanded the RPF organized local defense forces, the RPF's eyes and arms in the hills. In a 3-day cabinet meeting, Sendashonga and Kagame faced off, as Sendashonga tried to preserve the ideal of a multi-ethnic, democratic Rwanda that he joined the RPF for. On the last day, Kagame said ironically to Sendashonga that since he seemed to know more than he about security, perhaps he could take over the Ministry of Defense, or even the whole government. He then got up and left the room, bringing the meeting to an end. 94 Prime Minister Twagiramungu was sacked, as was Sendashonga and a group of ministers. 274 that sided with him. They were placed under house arrest, but both managed to escape. 95 The President, Pastor Bizimungu, held on a while longer. Decades later, asked about Kibho at a public lecture, Kagame replied simply that the RPF does praiseworthy things only. 96 Discussing RPF massacres is a crime in Rwanda. It is quickly called the double genocide theory, which is punishable as denialism. Building on his success with political assassinations during the campaign for power, Kagame built an international infrastructure of assassination that targeted witnesses, dissidents, and political enemies wherever they were in the world. A prefect who protested RPF massacres, a sub-prefect who did the same, a leader from the Liberal Party, a presidential advisor, the vice president of the Supreme Court, RPF soldiers like Col. Charles Ngaga, poisoned, Lt. Col. Wilson Rutayisire, Major Rachid Mugisha, lethal injection, Captain Sir Wanda, Major Alex Ruzindana, Major Enda Iro and Dr. Jean Gahangwu, ambushed, Major John Bireza and Captain Eddie, ambushed, Captain Hubert Kamugisa, an assassin, killed as a loose end, claimed as a suicide, Captain S. Kavuma, Captain David Sabuni, tortured to death, Lt. Alois Ruperi, killed for protesting mass arrests and imprisonments, 2nd. Lt. Dan Andarihutse, Lt. Ruagazana, one of Kagame's French-speaking interpreters, a Hutu, claimed as an accidental death, Lt. Dan Twahirwe, Lt. Fred Gatumbura, Kagame's driver, killed as a loose end with possible Hutu family ties and relationships, poisoned, 2nd. Lt. Peter Sempa, former bodyguard of Kagame's, killed as a loose end, 2nd. Lt. Jean-Claude Ruriza, opposed RPF massacres, SGT. Nyirumuringa, participated in massacres, killed as a loose end, and numerous former Rwandan government officers. 97 Emile Gafrida was set to testify in the French investigation of the downing of Habyarimana's plane and kidnapped from Uganda. Kagame has a virtual kidnapping pipeline to get exiles from Uganda. Most of these ex-RPF were murdered in Rwanda in relative obscurity. High-ranking RPF assassinations in other parts of the world, though, were high-profile and perhaps intentionally so. Theoneste Litsinda, who had been broken out of prison by Kagame when he invaded Rwanda, was disappeared and murdered in Kenya in 1996. Sendashonga was organizing opposition in Nairobi, having f'd house arrest, when men from the Rwandan embassy in Nairobi machine-gunned him in 1996, he survived, and again in 1998, when he died. Sendashonga's wife claimed. 275. That the acting Rwandan ambassador in Kenya at the time, Alphonse Mbayire, had organized Sendashonga's assassination. Mbayire was recalled by his government, only to be shot dead by unidentified gunmen in a bar in Kigali a month later. 98 Patrick Karegeya had been the intelligence chief in the government, had fought alongside Kagame and Rwigema in Uganda, and was an organizer of the anti-Kagame movement in exile. He was strangled by Kagame's assassins at a hotel in South Africa in 2014. One of Kagame's most loyal efforters, James Kabarebe, Minister of Defense, spoke to the press after Karegeya's assassination: "Do not waste your time on reports that so-and-so was strangled with a rope on F at 7 in whatever country. When you choose to be a dog, you die like a dog, and the cleaners will wipe away the trash so that it does not stink for them." Actually, such consequences are faced by those who have chosen such a path. There is nothing we can do about it, and we should not be interrogated over it. 99 Kagame himself alluded to the assassination at a public address: "Whoever betrays the country will pay the price. I assure you. Letting down a country, wishing harm on people, you end up suffering the negative consequences. Any person still alive who may be plotting against Rwanda, whoever they are, will pay the price, whoever it is a matter of time." He added, "I hear some of our people saying, we are not the ones who did it. It's true they were not the ones who did it, but that is not my concern, because you should be doing it. What is surprising is that you are not doing it. People who dare to betray the country." 100 LT. Ruzibiza, also ex-RPF, who provided detailed evidence of RPF crimes from an insider's view, including about the shooting down of Habyarimana's plane on April 6, 1994, died of cancer in Oslo in 2010 at 40 years old. Not all of Kagame's enemies meet the same fate. Former President Pastor Bizimungu fell out of favor and was pardoned after years of house arrest. Stephen Smith visited Bizimungu at his house in 2002, describing being ushered into a private room, at which point Bizimungu locks the door and leans against it, breathing heavily. A volley of accusations about Kagame follow. I remember the expression "the dark side of power." When it is clear that no one will order me out, Bizimungu leads me into his library. We talk until we are both exhausted. "You know, they were right," he says finally. "The explorers, the missionaries, the colonizers, about the Tutsis being liars. They are liars. I am thrown clean off." 276. Balance. Bizimungu climbs a stepladder to reach down a book from a high shelf. In no time, he finds the passage he's looking for, about the Tutsi culture of duplicity, which he reads out, stressing key words. I make my excuses and leave. Bizimungu has been driven mad. 101 Bizimungu was pardoned by Kagame in 2007. In addition to massacres, denunciations, and assassinations, Kagame borrowed another concept from his American patrons, creating a simply unimaginable prison system in the FRST few post-war years. In the period after the RPF takeover in July 1994, there were 100 to 150 arrests a day, with 44,000 arrested in June 1995, 55,000 in November 1995, 70,000 in February 1996, 80,000 by August 1996. The accused included cuckolded husbands and others. When a judge tried to free 40 prisoners with no FLA, he was kidnapped and murdered. 26 of 270 magistrates were arrested as genocidaires when they tried to free the innocent. 102 Ethnographer Karina Tertsakian conducted fieldwork in the prison system and talked about what she saw. Within a few months, the prisons FLLED up to several times their capacity, until people were literally stacked on top of each other. More prisoners arrived every day. Between 1994 and 1996, the prison population quadrupled, rising from around 20,000 to more than 80,000. It reached its peak in 1998, around 130,000, but the worst year, at least in some prisons, was 1995, before prison annexes were built, before additional buildings such as warehouses were converted into prisons, and before international humanitarian organizations could provide assistance in a systematic way. Tertsakian continued, thousands of prisoners died during this period as a direct result of the conditions, severe overcrowding, lack of food, lack of medical treatment for illnesses and injuries sustained from torture. Diseases such as tuberculosis and dysentery spread rapidly. There were stories which sounded as if they were taken from a medieval depiction of hell, but which were all true: prisoners whose feet and legs had to be amputated because they had rotted from standing for hours on end in the FLTH and stagnant water, prisoners who were too weak or too sick to move and who ended up dying where they lay, trampled on by other prisoners, prisoners who were taken to be buried before they had died, and others who were taken out by soldiers and shot dead. 103 Between September 1994 and May 1995, 13% of the prison population died in 277. These conditions. 104 Prunier states that pointing the finger became a national sport and gives similar numbers for prisoners who died in cargo containers: 1,000 prisoners in August 1994, 6,000 by December, 23,000 by March 1995. 105 In some prisons, prisoners took turns to sleep on alternate days. Some people found nowhere to sleep at all, so they just walked around the prison all day and all night. If they paused for a few seconds, they would be shouted at to carry on walking because they were stepping on someone or standing in someone's space. This army of walkers was called Kamaza, the Kinyarwanda word for continue. If one of them was asked in what part of the prison they lived, they would answer, "I'm in Kamaza," as if it was a name or number of a particular block. Some got there by selling their space because they preferred to have money to buy food. 106 One Rwandan priest visited Gitarama prison and wrote a book, telling a harrowing story. Whether innocent or guilty, these prisoners are gradually rotting away. When I say rotting away, I mean it literally. At least one UNAMIR officer can testify to that. When he visited Gitarama prison and gave a nice speech to the detainees, one of them ripped his toe off and threw it in his face. After weeks of standing upright, day and night, in the mud, the prisoner's feet had started decomposing. 107 The Union eventually provided rubber sandals, American Samoa standard footwear, which saved lives. 108 Each prisoner has 40 centimeters of individual space where he sleeps, where he eats, where he sits, where he lives. He calls it his chateau, his castle. It consists of 1 or 2 planks of wood on a metal frame. The planks are lined up next to each other, with no space in between. There are bunks of 3 levels with a ladder. There are no cells, just row after row of these bunk bed structures, erected in basic buildings. Each building is a block. Several hundred prisoners are crammed into each block. Several thousand prisoners are crammed into each prison. The ones with the 40 centimeters chateaus are the lucky ones. Others have to sleep on the ground in a tiny space underneath the lowest row of planks, on the concrete. It is so low you would not think an adult could enter it. But they do, tall men with supple bodies crawling in there like cats. Once in, they can barely move. They lie there with the top of their head grazing the planks of the bunk bed above them. They can't turn over and they can barely breathe. They are called mines. One prisoner told of spending 278 years sleeping in a mine. Others sleep on the ground in the corridors, gangways, where they are often trampled on or accidentally kicked. The prisoners don't complain about being trampled. They know that the people trampling them have no choice. A prisoner who had been sleeping in a corridor for more than 3 years explained how he had to fold up his legs all the time so that people could pass without walking on him. 109 in Gitarama prison, the FRST interior courtyard, after going through the gate, is crammed full of people. It is as if they have gathered there for a purpose, awaiting a meeting or an important announcement. In fact, they are just standing there because that is where they live. Same for a former chapel inside. It is a huge room, full of people, some sitting, some standing, some lying down, again looking as if they are waiting for something. The chapel is home to 320 prisoners and, as in Butari, they sleep on benches. 110. People were packed in so densely, both inside and outside, that the prisoners who showed us round had to force a path by tapping prisoners with a stick to make way for us to step through. The mass of people then closed up again behind us. We had to tread carefully, tiptoeing through the crowd, watching where we put our feet to make sure we didn't trample on people or step in the FLTH on the ground. There was an overwhelming smell of sweat, excrement, urine, food, and dirty water. You could smell it outside, long before entering the prison gate. Inside, we shared an absurd intimacy with these prisoners. It was impossible to talk to any of them or even walk past them without touching them. We were almost pressed up against each other, feeling each other's breath on our faces. Groups of prisoners swayed slowly, as if in a trance, because they couldn't move. Others stood or sat still, staring at nothing, waiting, they didn't know what for. 111. In Butari Central Prison, there are no metal structures and no bunk beds, just rows of narrow wooden benches on the ground. Each bench is about 30 centimeters wide. One layer of prisoners sleeps on top of these benches and another underneath, in a grid-like formation. It's called the chapel. 400 people live there. Another area was called Kuwait because it's a gulf. It is dark, damp, and airless, and there is an overpowering smell from the adjacent toilets and showers. When we walk through, some of the prisoners who live there are sitting crouched up against the walls, with dirty, soapy water swilling around their feet and dripping down the walls, while others are having their shower opposite. 279. They have to clean the area each night before going to sleep there. The less fortunate have to sleep outside, in the yard, in the open air, exposed to the hot sun and frequent downpours of heavy rain. 112. In the annex to Butari prison called Rwandex, there are prisoners who sleep on top of the septic tanks located under the main path in 2 of the blocks, in the open air. Once a month the tanks are emptied. The job takes 24 hours. When the tanks are being emptied, the prisoners who live there have to move an FND somewhere else to sleep. One of the prisoners told THIRD-WORLDISM, on the nights when they empty it, we just walk around all night. We call it a Bariku Izami night watchman. 113. Trying to understand the crisis in the prisons, THIRD-WORLDISM met with off-jails. When we met the Secretary General of the Ministry of the Interior, the ministry responsible for running the prisons, in late 2004, he seemed unconcerned about the continuing crisis in the prisons. He told us that prisoners were very well fed, implying that we were worrying about nothing. He acknowledged in general terms that the prisons were still overcrowded, but claimed the government had done everything it could to ease the problem and that there was a limit to what it could do. The number of perpetrators outside is 6 times the prison population, he told us. Had we had more space and means, we could have put 1 million people in prison. 114. THIRD-WORLDISM concluded, the suffering in the prisons was suffering of a different kind from the violence which had engulfed Rwanda in 1994. Here, there was no blood, no guns, no machetes, but an insidious, slow, and suffocating death. 115. The new order installed in Central Africa was nested with symbols. The Kibho massacre of hapless refugees surrounded and machine-gunned, the Gitarama prison with its night watchman prisoners walking all night long, the Gakaka courts in the grass where people could be denounced or denounce others for whatever expedient, the roving hit squads killing political enemies all over Africa, the banishment of the shoeless from the shiny capital. The US covered FLA on their role in all this will not be available for years, Perhaps never. We are left to speculate on the moving force behind the scenes that enabled Kagame to build his strength, outmaneuver his enemies at the negotiating table, anticipate their moves on the battlefield, and remove obstacles to his total power. What we do know is that Western institutions sent Kagame the message loud and clear at every level: developmental, political, media, and 280. Juridical, that he could do whatever he wanted. Looking over the border to the Congo, with its Rwanda-speaking diaspora, its teetering dictator, its lands and resources, his enemies and refugees he wanted back all in one place, Kagame would take this as license to start a whole new set of wars, with the blessing of his patrons in the US. A pernicious form of analysis characteristic of Africanist and Orientalist writing is to understand confists in terms of what is going on in the African, or Oriental, mind. The Africanist presumes to understand these mental goings-on, raising other explanations only to dismiss them. How can political or economic analyses compare to narration from inside the African mind? I've discussed this method in earlier chapters: Michaela Wrong's assessment of Congolese complicity in Mobutu's dictatorship based on the trauma of colonialism, Thomas Turner's assessment of Congolese believing in a myth of the yoke and blaming their problems on others. But the master of this genre is Gerard Prunier, with honorable mention to HRW's Alison Deforges. These scholars possess the ability to probe the deepest, darkest recesses of the African mind, that of the Rwandan Hutu. The African mind is never strategic, always irrational. The Hutu peasants fed massively before the arrival of their Tutsi liberators, Prunier writes, because of the ethnic contradiction. It was not the RPF massacring and depopulating the zone where the Hutu peasants lived that saw 600,000 displaced by February 1993 and 860,000 displaced by March 1993, around 10% of the country's population at the time. It was just an ethnic contradiction. Prunier knows what was in these peasants' heads. Killings in and around Ruhengeri which were not immediately known were not the motive for this exodus. But even if the killings were not immediately known to Prunier, they were probably known to the people who lived in the RPF zone. But no, the Hutus. Chapter 13. Stories from the African Mind. Fed from a deep fear which Hutu peasants felt, and were encouraged to feel, for the RPF feudalist devils. 2. Indeed, Prunier writes, the RPF in 1993 was trying to get the refugees to move back north to their own Rugos, but the Rwandan army were intercepting the refugee groups who were walking out of their camps towards the guerrilla-held zone. Prunier would have readers believe that these refugees were only stopped from returning to live under the heel of the RPF, who had displaced and massacred them by interception from the Rwandan army. Perhaps special Rwandan obedience culture, discussed above, could explain this. On cue, the authorities sought to benefit from the instinctive Rwanda's cultural bent towards obeying authority, and to instill a powerful, all-encompassing fear of the dreadful change evil strangers were about to inflict on us into the minds of a credulous and naive peasantry already shaken by 2 years of conflict and political confusion. 3. The RPF had massacred thousands of people by this time, and Prunier summarizes this as conflict and political confusion. Another uniquely Rwandan irrationality is attributed to the planners of the genocide. The HRW report, faced with RPF success on the battlefield and at the negotiating table, these few power holders transformed the strategy of ethnic division into genocide. They believed that the extermination campaign would restore the solidarity of the Hutu under their leadership and help them win the war, or at least improve their chances of negotiating a favorable peace. They seized control of the state and used its machinery and its authority to carry out the slaughter. 4. But there was no strategic reason to believe that a genocide against Tutsi civilians would help them win the war against an invading army, absolutely no reason to think that such a genocide would improve their chances of negotiating a favorable peace. Which is why the Rwandan government spent all its time and energy trying to FGHT the RPF and losing, trying to get help from the French and being rebuffed. The collapse of the government is what left the way open for militias to commit genocide against Tutsi civilians. Using information downloaded directly from the African Mind, Prunier can argue that only the Rwandan government sabotaged the peace agreement. The RPF, despite having invaded, terrorized, and massacred their way across the north before finally taking the whole country, must have wanted peace. The renewal of hostilities in February 1993, to Prunier, was entirely caused by the regime systematically sabotaging the peace agreement. 5. The RPF's military strategy had nothing to 287 do with it, though he concedes that if one did not hold such a positive view of the RPF's good faith, then one could think that the extent of the RPF's exasperation, in the face of constant and repeated sabotage of the Arusha negotiations by the regime, had resulted in an attempt to seize power. 6. Luckily readers have been well schooled in the importance of holding a positive view of RPF good faith. When slinging the accusation of genocide denial at Kagame's critics, Prunier invokes the double genocide straw man. Those who believed that the RPF were committing atrocities had the usual psychological reasons. There was of course no second genocide, as some circles later tried to pretend. The killings occurring in Rwanda were scattered, irregular, and limited in numbers. They had all the signs of a mixture of private revenge killings and ordinary banditry. He notes that this slippage, his word, sometimes reached momentous proportions, as when they massacred several hundred people on July 9, 1994 after taking Butari in a massive bout of revenge killings. It is easy to imagine how one could slip and massacre several hundred people. But suddenly Prunier's discussion of these slip massacres doesn't sound so much like slippage at all. The RPF's attitude was one of calculated tolerance of crime designed to keep the Hutu refugee mass scared and out. But Prunier wants you to know he thinks it is doubtful whether General Paul Kagame really agreed with this policy. 8. Then again, Prunier finally concedes, maybe there was a policy of systematic persecution against the Hutu in RPF-conquered Rwanda. But not by the RPF. Even though the RPF exerted total control, somehow it was possible for some Tutsi, not the RPF, to pursue a policy of systematic persecution against the Hutu, especially the thousands of former refugees now streaming in from Burundi. 9. Prunier's Ugandan friends are above reproach. 10. But these Burundian Tutsi are up for psychological analysis. They were now coming to Rwanda with their experience of hatred and counter-hatred, of symmetrical massacres and minds poisoned by a political culture gone mad in ways perhaps more subtle than in Rwanda, but definitely just as lethal. 11. The assassination of Rwanda's President Juvenal Habyarimana was the triggering event for the genocide. Kagame ended up in absolute power because of this assassination, and there are reams of evidence, reviewed already, that he ordered it. But why contend with the evidence when psychology can explain that Habyarimana was assassinated by his own side, which for some reason wanted to be leaderless in the face of a 288 well-organized invasion by Kagame? Prunier understands, their anger at the president went hand in hand with their growing dreams of a FNAL solution. 12 aid workers who listened to Hutu refugees would have heard about the organized RPF massacres in the areas they controlled. They may have concluded that this was an important thing to discuss, the presence of an army in the region that was committed to hunting down and methodically killing a group of millions of men, women, and children. But then again, maybe not. Maybe they discussed and publicized RPF atrocities for psychological reasons, knowing that they were dealing with murderers or their passive accomplices was not an easy psychological position for refugee camp personnel to be in, which could even have been a reason why some of them tried at FRST to attribute a form of symmetrical genocide to the RPF. 13. Knowledge of the African mind transcends mere surface thoughts. Prunier writes that European scientific racism of the 19th century, which held Tutsi to be racially superior and natural rulers of Rwanda and Burundi, ended by infating the Tutsi cultural ego inordinately and crushing Hutu feelings until they coalesced into an aggressively resentful inferiority complex. 14. The Belgian Church, he writes, imparted to the African way of life a strong moralistic streak. Rwanda's society under the influence of the Church became, if not truly virtuous, at least conventionally hypocritical. 15. The Hutus, under the colonial regime, were told by everyone that they were inferiors who deserved their fate and also came to believe it. As a consequence they began to hate all Tutsi, even those who were just as poor as they. 16. The next passage is a model of efficiency, combining psychologizing with color commentary about race and sex. 17. Knowing how to deal with foreigners was important given the numerous foreign aid projects with their large expatriate staff. Tutsi men knew how to deal with white employers, and their women knew even better. Interracial affairs and even marriages between Rwandese women and expatriate men were frequent, and in over 95% of cases these women were Tutsi, a fact which caused not only jealousy, given the social and financial advantages involved, but also a sort of humiliation. The whites' preference for Tutsi beauty and elegance harked back to the colonial days when they scornfully looked down on the ugly primitive Hutu. He analyzes Rwanda and Burundi's historical relationship as follows. It was largely the fear aroused in the Tutsi community of Burundi by 289. The Rwanda massacres of 1959 to 1963 which led to the construction of a Tutsi-dominated political system in Bujumbura. It was the renewed fear caused by Rwanda-inspired Hutu restlessness in the late 1960s which drove Tutsi extremists to start the 1972 mass killings of Hutu intellectuals. In addition to the murders of Hutu always being retaliatory and provoked, they are driven by fears only the Africanist can unlock. The RPF invasion, he writes, had rekindled strong irrational, partly self-induced fears in the Hutu MRND, ruling party, elite. 18. Those who opposed the RPF invasion fell into two camps, some who, by February 1993, began to fear that they had been naive, and others who were basically unreconciled Tutsi haters. 19. Hutus listened to the RTMLMC radio station with a kind of stupefaced fascination. 20. The reaction in Rwanda to the assassination of Burundi's President Melchior Ndadaye in October 1993 is described in terms of its propaganda value to the CDR and its allies, to the fear of losing one's privileges, rational level, they added the fear of losing one's life, visceral level, and the fear of losing control of one's world, mythical level, a paranoid vision that had changed from a minority syndrome to a general feeling shared by large segments of the population. 21. Later, he says that the genocide succeeded because of the capacity to recruit fairly large numbers of people as actual killers and the moral support and approbation of a large segment, possibly a majority of the population. 22. I've already discussed the importance to Kagame of identifying the number of killers to imply that all Hutus are guilty. The point here is that the Africanist knows not only who participated, but that those who didn't, possibly a majority, gave moral support and approbation. Prunier reflects the RPF's disdain for democracy in pro-RPF terms. One of the reasons the negotiations left the Habyarimana's government dissatisfied was that government sought an elected transitional assembly, while the RPF wanted a nominated one because it felt that the MRND, i.e., the ruling party still retained enough influence to win a large share of the vote, 23, and that the rest of the seats would be largely swept by the civilian Hutu opposition parties, leaving the RPF with a miserably small share of the seats. 24. This is a roundabout way of saying the RPF wanted to prevent an electoral, democratic, contest, which they feared they would lose. Later in the book, when discussing Habyarimana's repeated challenges to the opposition that they hold elections, Prunier says this was 290. A proposal the opposition parties declined for obvious reasons. 25. Readers are supposed to understand that democracy is obviously bad when it might bring bad people to power, but also that the West brought Africans the great gift of democracy for which Africans should be grateful. Another issue was the composition of the army and the proportion of it that would be taken by the RPF. The original government offer was to include 20% RPF soldiers into the future new national army, but everyone knew the RPF would not accept such a low figure and that the FAR leadership was very nervous about having more. 26. The idea that the government side would be nervous about accepting an even more disproportionate share of soldiers from an invading army is, to Prunier, a sign of their racism. But the RPF's disdain for democracy is not. Prunier describes the logic of the RPF Tutsi military cadres as having lost 1 million voters in the genocide, so if nearly 2 million Hutu had written themselves out of the country's future political process by leaving, why not let them stay out? 27 After the RPF took power, they suspended elections for FVE years. The peace accord sought a 22-month transitional period. How does Prunier describe the political opposition's dislike of this RPF policy? Given the state of the country, 22 months were a very short time to organize any sort of an election. But for the MDR, which was almost sure to win any election and dreamed of power acquired in this fashion, with all the necessary trappings of democracy opening a royal road to the World Bank vaults, FVE years was a very frustrating delay. 28 To Prunier, the RPF's desire for absolute power is perfectly obvious and acceptable. Their opponents not wanting to wait FVE years for an election they would win, though, must be because of a sleazy desire to access the World Bank vaults. Prunier uses a standard method of setting up two sides of a debate, ridiculing both, and then, having prepared the debate, presenting his own claims, which would have been transparently ridiculous had he presented them straight away, as the reasonable and right-thinking ones. Discussing the racialist theories of Tutsi and Hutu, for example, he writes in a footnote 29, just as the different race hypothesis has caused much crankish writing during the past 100 years, some modern authors have gone to great lengths in the other direction to try to refute this theory and to prove that Tutsi and Hutu belong to the same basic racial stock. Racial stock is not a term that belongs in any post-1940s book, 30, and the whole idea of racial stock has been thoroughly 291 refuted scientifically. Science is unequivocal that all human beings come from the same racial stock. 31 More than 20 years after the genocide, now that mention of Hutu and Tutsi is outlawed in Rwanda, it is unlikely that Prunier would have written this. The point here is that one of the standard texts on Rwanda, by one of the most important writers on the war and genocide, which challenges racial theories in several ways in the text, still contains, unchallenged, the idea of racial stock. Other racial imagery appears in Prunier's works on the topic. France has seen itself as a large hen followed by a docile brood of little black chicks. 32 In all of these cases, Prunier's style of ridiculing those he is writing about provides a kind of Charlie Hebdo type cover, in that perhaps he is making fun of racism in the presentation of these images. But it isn't that funny. Leftists are another one of Prunier's targets for ridicule. He puts the term "the exploitation of the black continent" in scare quotes, as a phrase that surviving Third World Marxists are fond of saying, and again contrasts this with his presumably more reasonable view that France uses Africa as a money laundering machine. Overpriced government contracts are given to good trusted friends and dull public money becomes vibrantly alive in private hands, political friends are rewarded and loyal Africans get their share. 33 His analysis of the economic relationship between Africa and the West is perfunctory and demonstrative. The Third World in general, and Africa in particular, might have been in the past victims of what Pierre Jailly and Samir Emin called looting. But this is definitely no longer the case. In Africa today it is infinitely more profitable for Europeans to loot the UN or bilateral aid than an African peasantry that owns little that can be looted anyway. This means that African economies have been left to stagnate in a kind of post-colonial aftermath, producing increasingly useless products which compete savagely on the world markets with the same commodities turned out more efficiently in Asia. 34 This is so idiotic that it is hard to take it seriously enough to refute. But here's a brief one: tremendous effort goes into ensuring Africa's place in the global economy, of which looting is an ongoing, and indispensable part, as are war, structural adjustment, dumping, poaching, smuggling, and peacekeeping. 35 One passage demonstrates Prunier's efficient ability to ridicule both France and leftists. The Sudan and its evil fundamentalists seem to be the key to everything, either for the former leftists who were always ready to suspect the Americans of undue interference, or for the paladins. 292 of La Francophonie who were shocked after the August 1993 Arusha Agreement at hearing too much English spoken at diplomatic cocktail parties in Kigali. 36. There is ample ridicule for Habyarimana as well, who, having been reduced by the Arusha Accords to a symbolic role, the presidential function had been shorn of almost all its power. 37. Is accused by Prunier of settling down again to his usual round of postponements, manipulations, denials and jerry-built pseudo-solutions in the hope of surviving, Mobutu-like, through a state of stagnating turmoil. 38. One of the key elements of Prunier's book on Rwanda is the ridicule of France, its decision-making, and its intervention. Prunier writes, the cement of the relationship between France and Francophone African countries is language and culture. Paris's African backyard remains, because all the chicks cackle in French. 39. Since Prunier has already dismissed the notion that France might have had economic and political interests in its former colonies, French cackling chicks is the only explanation left. Prunier follows this with several pages ridiculing the French for a caricatured position on the Anglo-Saxon menace which he ascribes to the French, in characteristically ridiculing fashion, starting by calling the Anglo-Saxons the hissing snake in the Garden of Eden 40 and going from there. Having psychologized the French in this way, Prunier attributes these French beliefs, which he calls a syndrome, as the main reason, and practically the only one, why Paris intervened so quickly and so deeply in the growing Rwandese crisis. 41. Prunier continues, once France had intervened, they stayed on because they felt Rwanda's 1959 revolution was like France's revolution. 42. Prunier presents a ridiculous claim attributed to the other side in as ridiculous terms as possible. So in Rwanda the French army was in the position of those revolutionary soldiers of 1792 who fought Prussians and émigrés alike. A bit outdated perhaps, but after all this was Africa, where history runs behind schedule. 43. The reader could even forget that nobody in France said any of this, that these are just things Prunier believes French people believe. Prunier uses this psychological explanation, along with the usual Prunier ridicule, to argue that France gave Habyarimana's government the impression that it would back Rwanda no matter what it did, even though Rwanda was an ailing dictatorship in a tiny distant country producing only bananas and a declining coffee crop without even asking for political reform as a price for its support. 44. But if France 293 unconditionally backed all of its African chicks because of the syndrome, and if France's backing of these chicks was the root cause, why didn't genocides like these occur throughout Francophone Africa? He also mocks French officials for saying things that are basically true, like peace cannot return to Rwanda if these two ethnic groups, Hutu and Tutsi, refuse to work and govern together. 45. And the Kigali government is an Anglophone Tutsi government coming from Uganda. 46. Through mockery, Prunier can imply things that are too undemocratic to say directly, like that the RPF should dominate Rwanda, or that are untrue, since Kagame's RPF was predominantly Ugandan-raised and Anglophone, unlike the Rwandan Francophones they wished to rule. Having thoroughly ridiculed France, Prunier admits that France's intervention in 1993 had one beneficial effect, to safeguard Kigali itself which, despite its denials, the RPF might have been tempted to take by storm. And a storming of Kigali could only have led to a major bloodbath and removed any chance of a negotiated political solution. 47. Prunier's analysis is thoroughly confused. The RPF White Knights needed the ridiculous French armed intervention to help them resist the temptation to take an action which could only have led to a major bloodbath, but it was only the RPF's enemy, the government, that was responsible for systematically sabotaging the peace, which anyway was ridiculous because such a peace would have included the evil Hutus. On the other side, Prunier ridicules the suggestion that the US exercised extensive influence over the RPF and its invasion. Kagame's studies in US military school are dismissed in a footnote 48 as another old rumor, namely that the RPF has been trained by the Americans. Major Kagame stayed in the United States for a total of 3.5 months and he was already an experienced soldier when he went to Fort Leavenworth. there were about 9 or 10 Banyarwanda NRA officers who at some time went to the United States, together with a much larger number of their fellow officers from various Ugandan tribal origins, within the framework of a U.S. military training program. The length of the stay, Kagame's prior experience, and the presence of other Ugandan troops are all important. Officer training in the U.S., even for short courses, is a big deal. Kagame's training in the U.S. and the networks he developed there as an already experienced soldier were of central importance in his military campaigns and his rise to power. In any case, Prunier's source for this footnote is an interview with an unidentified former U.S. State Department official, Washington, D.C., 9. 294. September 1994. That such an anonymous official might have reasons to be less than completely honest about the US-Kagame relationship in September of 1994 is not raised as a possibility. The Africanist is skeptical of all African sources, but wide-eyed and credulous when reporting claims by Western officials. Prunier's book set the biased tone for much of the Western understanding of the genocide and its advocacy for Kagame, for collective punishment of Kagame's chosen enemies in Rwanda and the DRC, for the demonization of the Hutu population that rendered them without protection from being massacred. The most amazing thing in the entire book is that Prunier says he wrote it as an antidote to the idea that Africa is a place of darkness, where furious savages clobber each other on the head to assuage their dark ancestral bloodlusts. 49. Prunier's psychological analysis and RPF advocacy was no antidote at all, but the poison itself. In 1975, 3 American students, Carrie Hunter, Barbara Smuts, and Kenneth Smith were studying the behavior of the great apes of Central Africa chimpanzees, specifically at Jane Goodall's Tanzania camp. Emily Bergman was also at the camp, working as Goodall's administrative assistant. One midnight that year, Laurent Kabila's guerrillas raided the camp. After seizing all the white people they could find at Goodall's camp and stealing the money, cooking pots and chickens of the African staff, Kabila's guerrillas loaded hostages and booty into a leaky boat for the long trip back across the lake. All the while, they brandished weapons in the faces of their bound captives and pointed rifles at their heads. The rebel commander took them to the muddy camp on the other side of Lake Tanganyika and told them that they were the captives of Kabila's Parti de la Révolution Populaire. Kabila's men subjected their captives to re-education, including mandatory reading of political and economic position papers issued by Kabila. The captives were made to write letters to the Tanzanian president and U.S. and Dutch embassies demanding money, weapons, the right to move freely through Tanzania on their way to China for training and the release of PRP prisoners from Tanzanian jails. Tanzanian President Julius Nyerere refused most of the demands. The families ransomed their kids for nearly $500,000, and the captives were released after 6 months. Chapter 14. The Front Men and the Refugees. The Congo War 1996–1997. Kabila was never at the camp. Like 10 years before when Che Guevara was in the Congo, Kabila was always busy somewhere else, letting others do the work. By 1996, Kagame had cleared the turquoise zone through massacres like the one at Kibho. The terrorized peasants hiding in western Rwanda, the ones that hadn't fled further into Zaire, had been force-marched back to their villages. He had removed rivals like Seth Sendashonga, Faustin Twagiramungu, and Theoneste Litsinda, and his assassination networks were spreading around the world to take care of any other exiles or threats. He had created a prison system where 100,000 people rotted. Kagame's forces had killed another 150,000 people in massacres during the war and its aftermath. Militias had killed at least 500,000 during the war and the genocide. He had taken power in a country that had just lost nearly 10% of its population, perhaps another 20% had successfully fled from his forces over the border in Zaire. What would he do about them? Other dangers lingered. He might face war crimes prosecution, though Kagame's American friends were taking care of that diplomatically, see Chapter 8. A military threat existed too, if the Rwandan army he had just defeated, the FAR, could reorganize itself with the help of Zaire's faltering dictator, Mobutu, Kagame could be facing an armed return of refugees like the one he had just ridden to power. Men in the camps had boasted that while Kagame had the guns, we have the population. An even worse prospect would be a negotiated return that kept the multi-party arrangements negotiated in Arusha intact. After his forces' campaigns of terror and their displacement of the people of Ruhengeri and Byumba during the war, Kagame had even less of a chance of winning an election than would have had under the Arusha Accords. But the situation was favorable in other ways. As he had when he looked at Rwanda from Uganda in 1990, Kagame looked at Zaire from Rwanda in 1996 and saw a society and state in the midst of collapse. There was a large community of Rwandaphone speakers in the eastern Congo, called the Banyarwanda, from among whom Kagame had recruited for his 1990 invasion of Rwanda. This community had been manipulated and abused by Mobutu, granted privileged access to land and then stripped of it, granted citizenship status and then threatened with its loss. For conflict between Rwandaphones and other ethnic groups, Nyanga, Nanda, Hunda, Shi, had become deadly, killing tens of 299 thousands and displacing hundreds of thousands in Walikale and Masisi from 1993 to 1996. 5. The conflict gave Kagame the opportunity to step in as the protector of the Banyarwanda. A powerful mobilization for multi-party democracy, culminating in the 1992 Sovereign National Congress, had been reduced to a shambles by Mobutu's manipulation, then destabilized by Operation Turquoise and the arrival of the Rwandan refugees. The Zaire army had just tried to intervene against Kagame in the Rwandan civil war, but its troops focused mainly on looting and pillaging and running away. In the Kivus, where Rwandan refugees were living in misery, Mobutu's troops were focused on preying on the refugees through petty crime and doing business with them. Mobutu was old, tired, and no longer the favorite of the US. By contrast, Kagame and his mentor, Uganda's Museveni, had been identified and praised as new African leaders, who share an energy, a self-reliance and a determination to shape their own destinies. 6. So, Kagame visited his mentor at a safari lodge in southern Uganda to ask him what to do. Both men worried especially about what France might do if Rwanda invaded Zaire. Would they try to back Mobutu as they had backed Habyarimana, or would they let him fall as they had after the genocide? The older man warned Kagame, "You need to have the backing of the world powers, the United States, South Africa, the United Kingdom, to succeed in dramatically changing the constellation of power in Africa." As both Museveni and Kagame had learned in their own insurgencies, the international community was inherently hostile to foreign invasions but turned a blind eye to domestic rebellions that called themselves liberation struggles. Museveni told Kagame, "Go look for Congolese rebels who could act as a FG for Rwandan involvement." And he introduced Kagame to Laurent Kabila. 7. Patrick Karegeya, one of Kagame's generals. Kagame would in 2014 have him strangled in a South African hotel, said about Kabila that we weren't looking for a rebel leader. We just needed someone to make the whole operation look Congolese. 8. Kagame was no stranger to this method. Kabila was not his FRST front man. Kagame took over the RPF when the original front man, Fred Rwigema, died at the front in the 1990 invasion. He wasted no time. 300. In putting another man in front, Alexis Kanyarengwe, an exile who had tried to overthrow Habyarimana. When journalist Stephen Smith met Kagame in Belgium in 1992, he asked him, "Why is it always you, the vice president, whom I meet when I have dealings with the Rwandan Patriotic Front, and not Alexis Kanyarengwe?" Kanyarengwe was the movement's president. "Don't worry," he chuckles. "You're seeing the boss. Kanyarengwe is only our front man. You'd be wasting your time." 9. Kagame found 3 other front men to join Kabila, Deogracius Bugara, who had helped him recruit FDRs from North Kivu, Anselme Masaju, an RPF sergeant from South Kivu who brought with him to Kagame thousands of child soldiers. 10. Kadogo, and Andre Kisase Ngandu, an old Fdr from the Rwenzori Mountains on the Congo-Uganda border who had a few hundred men under arms against Mobutu. Ngandu was appointed military commander. Kagame put the four men in a house together to create a founding document for their rebellion. For editing, they gave it to Colonel James Kabarebe, Kagame's most loyal man and the man who would actually lead the Rwandan military campaigns in the Congo. It was called the Limera Agreement. Kagame met his front men personally several times, exhorting the Congolese to understand their responsibilities in the struggle. 11 For advice and equipment, Kagame went back to the Americans. Rick Orth from the American Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, Robert Gribben, U.S. Ambassador to Rwanda, Deputy Ambassador Peter Whaley, and military attaché Thomas Odom spent their leisure hours socializing on the tennis court and drinking beer with Paul Kagame and other RPF leaders. 12 In July 1994, 200 U.S. Special Forces troops began training the RPA in marksmanship, navigation, small unit management, and other techniques that would later be used to track down and kill the genocidaires, as well as thousands of innocent, frightened refugees in Zaire and elsewhere. 13. Top embassy officials attended planning meetings, while Vice President Kagame's Pentagon friends provided necessary equipment, 6 rapid patrol boats on Lake Kivu and radio and satellite decryption technology. Later the Americans would provide their allies with satellite photos indicating where the groups of fleeing civilian and military Hutu were located. A composite army was set up, including RPF soldiers, to whom the Americans provided special training, some Ugandans, some Burundians, some Eritreans and Somalis recruited by the Americans, and some Congolese opposition FDR summoned by Laurent Kabila. 14. 301. U.S. involvement included psychological operations and tactical special forces exercises that occurred a few weeks before the 1996 invasion, and had been ongoing since the RPF took Kigali, and included combat, military management, disaster relief, soldier team development, landmine removal, and military and civilian justice. 15 Kagame began to set the propaganda tone with help from the media. The donors had failed him, and he was going to take action. In early 1995, Kagame, usually known for his cool, deliberate style, began to lose his temper, 16 One account said, summarizing Kagame's own line at the time. Rwandan frustrations with international donors stewed. Not only had they failed to intervene during the genocide, but they were now feeding the genocidaires and allowing them to rearm. 17 Never mind that Kagame blocked the UNAMIR II intervention because of his own war plan, and that feeding the genocidaires could be rephrased as not allowing a million refugees to starve. Not only had donors not starved the refugees, but Kagame's coming attack would be a preemptive one. Based on the intelligence they were gleaning through their network of spies and moles, the RPF realized the XFAR were preparing a major attack. 18 If war was coming anyway, let it be on Kagame's terms, his supporters argued. The U.S. defense attaché couldn't quite remember the details when he told one Africanist, "I don't think we ever gave the Rwandan government the thumbs up." 19 He had forgotten that the U.S. provided aerial reconnaissance and radio intelligence. Beginning in 1995, the Clinton administration transferred military vehicles and weapons to Uganda, that were then donated to the Rwandan army. Weapons given to Uganda to FGHT. The LRA would have been useless in northern Uganda, where the LRA was, and were almost certainly diverted to Congo, with U.S. approval. 20 The military attaché, Peter Whaley, was in such close contact with Laurent Kabila that the CONFICT became known as Whaley's War in some diplomatic circles. 21 Marie Beatrice Umutasi was part of Rwanda's NGO movement. Born to an elite family, educated in Europe, Umutasi returned to Rwanda to work in a women's organization and take part in the multi-party opening of the 1990s. When the RPF invaded from Uganda in 1990, Umutasi put her faith in the peace process and the Arusha Accords. Her background was Hutu, but she was often mistaken for Tutsi. The government feared infiltration and collaborators, and suspected the whole NGO. 302. Movement including Umudasi. Many of her colleagues fled under the pressure of arrests and threats. She stayed on. Umudasi watched the early massacres of Tutsi civilians with terror. Local government officers helped save lives. For many days they organized patrols, day and night, on the banks of the Nyabarongo River. They shed out the victims and prevented the leaders of the massacres from entering. 22. At the same time, she saw the consequences of the RPF's strategy of systematic massacres to depopulate Byumba. People began to move en masse to the areas as yet unaffected by the FDing. They told of atrocities committed by the rebels. Women were disemboweled, men impaled. Other forms of torture, each one more barbaric than the other, were perpetrated. These macabre stories created terror in the towns on the frontiers with Uganda. At FRST, Umudasi believed that these were Fshins, products of the minds of people traumatized by 2 years of wandering. She came to believe them when people she knew began to be killed. 23. She worked in Rwanda's camps for the internally displaced during the war. But when Habyarimana was assassinated in April 1994, she and her family eventually joined the millions that fled the RPF. Because of her status and connections, she was able to set herself up in the city of Bukavu, in South Kivu. But her work with women in the refugee camps made her conclude that she would do better for her people if she lived among them, rather than commuting to the camp each day. She set up FRST in 1995 at the Inira camp, about 30 kilometers from Bukavu, 24, but moved back to Bukavu when the FRST involuntary repatriation and closing of the camps took place in August of that year. 25. At Inira and Kashisha camps it was a total rout. The refugees, carrying some provisions on their heads, left without knowing where to go. Some came back to camp, chased off by locals who feared reprisals from the soldiers and didn't dare hide them. All these people stayed on the road, seated on their belongings waiting to see what would happen. 26. Umudasi's NGO collective worked on writing a newsletter. They prepared a position on the nonviolent return to Rwanda and reconciliation. 27. The Zaire government along with the UNRWA cut the food ration and forbade normal activities like group activities and schools. 28. When Bukavu fell on October 29, 1996, Umudasi's fight across Zaire began. I left Bukavu with nothing but the clothes on my back and my identity card, Umudasi wrote. I even forgot to take some sugar to snack on the road. I covered the 8 kilometers that separate Bukavu from Badjara at a dead run. 303. Shells whistled overhead and at every step we expected to have one land on us. For several kilometers the paved road, which linked Bukavu and Kavumu airport, ran along Lake Kivu, and the effort of refugees made a nice target for the Rwandan artillery. 29. James Kabarebe was Kagame's most trusted aide. Kagame had given him overall command of the invasion of Zaire. Kabarebe's plan was to start the attack on the refugees in South Kivu and sweep them north. One group of Rwandan troops dipped south within Rwanda, passed through allied Burundi, crossed the Ruzizi River into Uvira, and marched back north to Bukavu. Another group crossed directly from Rwanda to Bukavu and shelled the city from over the border. They attacked the camps as they went with shells and machine guns, putting the refugees to fight and funneling them into a select few camps in North Kivu, the largest camp being Muganga. From Kabarebe's, and Kagame's, perspectives, the refugees were being given a generous choice. They could return to Rwanda and RPF control or they could die in Zaire. The RPF marched into Muganga on November 15. Thus began what Kigali maintains was a spontaneous repatriation. An estimated 600,000 refugees should have returned to Rwanda. However, many observers estimated that only between 350,000 and 500,000 refugees actually crossed the border. Even taking into account the very uncertain counting methods of refugees and returnees at the borders, This leaves a gap of between 350,000 and 450,000 Rwandan refugees who had disappeared from eastern Zaire by mid-November 1996. What happened to them can only be described as another genocide. During their ever-deepening advance into Zaire between mid-November 1996 and mid-March 1997, the RPA and Banyamulenge militias systematically hunted them down, corralled and killed tens of thousands in cold blood. 30 When U.S. military officials and Africanist writers state their breathless praise of the military abilities of the RPF and of Kagame's abilities as a commander, they are talking about the RPF's mastery of a particular strategy in infiltration warfare. RPA offensive operations usually followed a relatively simple formula, along which every attack was to aim for the heart of the defender and quickly bring it down. At operational level, the preferable target was the seat of the enemy government. This formula did not require the deployed force to be especially capable, numerically superior, or in possession of superior free power, as it was not seeking to breach enemy front lines or defeat units in a classic, complex, set piece. 304. Battle in which enemy units are physically destroyed. Instead, the attacking force looked to infiltrate enemy positions and collapse resistance by attacking their commanders. 31 The greatest example of this method was of course the assassination of Habyarimana, but Museveni had used it during the Ugandan Bush War and Kagame had used it in the conquest of Rwanda. Now Kabarebe would use it to overthrow Mobutu. The keys to making this method work were for the attackers to hit the actual target well before the defenders recognize their presence or can reinforce the protection of their center of power, whenever the attacking force failed to destroy its target with the first blow, or when it was recognized too early or faced a well-trained opponent who had established a strong defensive position, it usually rapidly ran out of ammunition and supplies, succumbing to the defender's free power. 32 In other words, the RPF had developed a method of warfare that worked best on collapsing states with no powerful allies. It was lucky enough to face two collapsing enemies in succession in Habyarimana's Rwanda and Mobutu's Zaire. These states were stripped of their allies by U.S. diplomacy and U.S. media warfare, with Africanist writers playing an obliging role in the total dehumanization of Kagame's chosen enemies. Kabarebe's men branched off into several groups, pursuing the different streams of Rwandan refugees deeper into Zaire as the country collapsed ahead of them. One group went northwest toward the strategic city of Kisangani in province Oriental, the site of the 1960s rebellion by followers of Lumumba. Another group went west, to Shavunda, then Kindu, then Bujimai toward Katanga and the diamond mines. A third group marched north from Goma in North Kivu into Ituri in province Oriental, where they were joined by Museveni's troops, who crossed from Uganda. The Ugandan army had just joined the war. On November 26, the Ugandans helped the Rwandans defeat Zairene army force in Beni, where the Zairenes may have put up more resistance had they not been recognized and counter-ambushed. 33 As Kabarebe's troops marched from one town to another and the Zairene army fled from them as fast as they could advance, it became clear to all sides that Mobutu's military was no match for the coalition Kagame had put together. Kagame had one fear, though, the same thing that had almost undone him in the conquest of Rwanda, a multinational force of Western troops under UN leadership. Unlike the Rwandan refugees, Western soldiers' lives mattered to people Kagame needed to keep happy. And unlike the 305 collapsing armies of Mobutu and Habyarimana, a French expeditionary force would easily outclass Kagame's vaunted military. After the clearing of the camps of South Kivu and the concentration of starving and cholera-stricken refugees in North Kivu, the donor countries began to organize a multinational force to protect the refugees. Canada offered to command again. The UNRWA was supportive. 34 The propaganda response by Kagame to this proposed force was successful and continues to this day. It was based on the idea that the refugees in Zaire were, a. few in number and, b. guilty of genocide. The international community, Kagame accused, was feeding the genocide heirs. All anyone hears about is the refugees, Kagame said, the killers, while Rwanda struggles to get back on its feet. Kagame was sick of hearing about them. We no longer talk about orphans, widows, victims. We're only talking about refugees, refugees, refugees. 35 and US press efforts obliged him. Kagame attacked the camps of North Kivu while he demonized the refugees. He had Kabareb's men attack Goma, with artillery support from across the border in Gisenyi, on November 1, and move on the major camp of Muganga and Lac-Vert on November 8. Thousands of refugees kept fleeing west, toward Walikale, under Efri. After a week of shelling and machine gun Efri, on November 15, Kabareb's troops entered Muganga and ordered the mass of shocked and completely confused refugees still present to return to Rwanda. 36 Umutasi wrote that a few days before the destruction of the camp at Muganga, a mission of American soldiers came by. With the help of megaphones, they asked the refugees to take advantage of their presence in order to go back to Rwanda, because afterwards it would be too late. It was after this that there was a massive return. The only exit that wasn't blocked by the rebels was the one that led back to Rwanda. At all the other camp exits, they shot anyone who moved on sight. Everyone knew that they ran a very real danger by returning, but they thought that it was their last chance at survival. The people who kept running, Umutasi noted, were the ones who knew they would be special targets not because they were guilty, but because they were educated. According to eyewitnesses, on the road back to Rwanda many men were taken by the rebels to Lac-Vert camp where they were killed and their bodies dumped in the lake. Several weeks after the destruction of Muganga, the NGO said that they buried 6,700 bodies. 37. 306. This was called, by the donor community and Kagame, spontaneous repatriation. As the RPF moved into the camps, the U.S. helpfully provided estimates of how many refugees were under attack. U.S. Ambassador to Rwanda, Robert Gribbon, said that those still with the ex-FAR and Interahamwe, were family or sympathizers who had no intention of returning to Rwanda, and offered a number in the tens to twenties of thousands rather than in vast numbers. 38 U.S. aerial photos on November 20, 1996, showed 500,000 refugees in 3 major and numerous minor agglomerations. But on November 23, the U.S. military in Kigali claimed they had located only one significant cluster of people which by the nature of their movement and other clues can be assumed to be the ex-FAR and militias. Oxfam wrote that they felt bound to conclude that as many as 400,000 refugees and unknown numbers of Zairean displaced persons have, in effect, been airbrushed from history. 39 Though the international community were the main audience for the demonization of the Rwandan refugees, Kagame gave Kabila's troops, the AFDL, the job of hunting down smaller groups of refugees in areas that were already controlled by the Rwandan army. Kabila's men would hunt down the refugees and hold public meetings for the attention of the Zairean people, during which they accused Hutu refugees of being collectively responsible for the genocide of the Tutsis in Rwanda, and were running away because they were all guilty. The insurgents also claimed that the pigs, as they called the Hutu refugees, were planning to commit genocide against Zairean civilians in the region. 41 Day around this time in late 1996, Beatrice Umutasi happened to walk a while with a man who was with a little 3-year-old boy. The boy told Umutasi how he watched his mother and sister shot in the road as he and his father hid in the forest. The father tried to help his son forget this horrific scene, but the little boy brought it up often. In Walikale they were attacked again. 41 With every rebel attack, Umutasi wrote, large numbers of refugees were killed and the survivors returned to the forest. The great majority of them did not survive the sickness, hunger, cold, and exhaustion. They tried many times to get out of the forest, but every time they did, when they got to the road they found the decomposing bodies of people who had been killed by the rebels and retraced their steps. 42. 307. Among the only food available on the road between Walikale and Kisangani was bitter cassava, which needs to be boiled for a long time to be edible and if eaten raw, makes you sick. The vomiting and dehydration cost Umudasi and her party, including children, a sleepless night. In the morning they drank a little hot water and we continued down the road. 43 Many more refugees died of hunger and exhaustion. Umudasi's party ran out of money after Valikale. Everything, of value that we still had, like shoes, cooking pots, and blankets, was sold. When we had nothing left to sell, we began a business selling cassava leaves in the camp and looked for work among the villages. We ground rice, helped with the harvest, carried the cassava to be sold to the refugees, cleaned and weeded plots of land, helped lay bricks, and so forth. Nothing was too difficult or too dirty for us. 44 When they stayed too long in a village, villagers started looking at the girls as marriage prospects, so they kept moving. They arrived at Tingi in December 1996. She describes what it was like there. The camp was built on an unstable swamp, Tingi in the Kumu language. When it rained, the ground swelled and let off a stifling heat. The climate was perfect for the proliferation of mosquitoes and every kind of microbe. The water was a dirty yellowish color. The first weeks at the camp, before humanitarian aid arrived, were hell. People arrived exhausted and famished, with swollen feet, hoping to find food and care. They were welcomed by a blazing sun and disease. In this FLTHY swamp, epidemics of malaria, dysentery, and cholera ravaged them. They died like FIES. Every day we buried a good FFTY people, mostly children and pregnant women. 45. In Tingi, Umudasi heard that the Americans had airbrushed her from history. I had heard that some countries and international organizations had even declared that there were no more Rwandan refugees in the eastern part of Zaire, apart from some Interahamwe and their families who deserved, it seems, their fate. Nevertheless, there were more than 100,000 people at Tingi. 46 She also heard about Mobutu's big plan for a counter-offensive, the famous mercenary-led battle that never came. In fact, this counter-offensive consisted of 2 FDR planes we saw fly by doing aerobatics. 308. Over the camp. In addition there were 2 combat helicopters piloted by whites, who were said to be mercenaries, 2 old tanks, and a few soldiers. 47 Mobutu hoped to repeat what he and Chombe did in the 1960s, and with the same personnel, the old white supremacist mercenaries that had crushed the Stanleyville, now Kisangani, rebellion in 1965 were brought in to save Mobutu's regime from Kagame's coalition. Bob Denard was rung up, and Christian Tavernier, now in his 60s. The White Legion was born. But Mobutu kept the purse strings tight, concerned about a possible collapse of the government. They preferred to pocket as much as possible and quarreled over the distribution of funds, instead of paying foreigners to keep them in power. 48 The force consisted of 30 Western mercenaries and a few hundred others. The bulk of the White Legion was made up of Serbian veterans of the Balkan Wars that had dismembered Yugoslavia a few years before. They spoke no English, no French, no Swahili. They had no useful maps. They immediately contracted dysentery and malaria, and FED when FRED upon. 49 The Westerners were paid around $5,000 per month on renewable 3-month contracts, while the Serbians were paid around $1,000 per month, half in advance, and the other half rarely paid out at all. 50 The White Legion was supposed to stiffen the backbone of the Zairene armed forces under the most capable man Mobutu could FND General Donat Litiko Mahili. The general had fought against the RPF in Rwanda in 1990 and had been punished and demoted for stopping the army from looting during the pillage of Kinshasa in 1991. 51 He was only returned to command of the Zairene forces when the situation was already dire, in December 1996. Mahili had established his competence and his integrity, but he was unpopular with Mobutu's coterie, including officers below him on the chain of command. Many of his subordinates refused outright to listen to him and he never managed to establish a unified command over this force. 52 Tavernier arrived in Kisangani, Old Stanleyville, to take command on January 3, 1997. They set up their air wing at Kindu and flew some bombing raids against Bukavu, Walikale, and Chavunda, claiming great victories through bombing. 53 By February 2, the Whites had already lost the town of Wutsa to Kaberb's men. The Bukavu bombing on February 17 was another debacle. Flown under direct order from the Zairian Minister of Defense, General Likolia Balongo, bypassing Mahili, the attack on Bukavu occurred around 16h00, bombing 309. The marketplace and densely populated areas in the center of the town, where 19 civilians were killed and between 37 and 50 wounded. Balongo maintained that the strike hit only military targets in surgical fashion. 54 When Umudasi heard the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Sadako Ogata, was coming to visit the refugees at the camp in Tingi, she replied jokingly that it was time for us to pack our bags, because her visit would be followed by Kabila and the rebels. 55 The gallows humor was the only appropriate way to see the situation. Ogata had already suppressed Gersony's report about the RPF killing 40,000 people in Rwanda during April-July 1994. The UNRWA had thanked the rebels for repatriating the refugees, despite the fact that hundreds of thousands disappeared and died during this spontaneous repatriation. When the High Commissioner did arrive, Umudasi watched Sadako Ogata and her retinue walking around the camp, and every one of us worried about what lay ahead once the camp was destroyed. 56 The humanitarians left Tingi shortly after. Kabila, Masaju, and Bugara were happy enough to be the front men for Kagame and Kaberb's campaign of massacres against the Rwandan refugees. For Kisase and Gandu, however, the massacres and especially the Rwandan plunder of the Congolese patrimony were growing too much. In November 1996, he stopped Rwandan troops, who were looting with abandon, from removing an electric generator from Goma. The looting of national possessions should be for Zaire's account, not Kigali's. 57 In December, Ngandu was sent by Kagame to crush a local uprising, of the Mai Mai militias who were beginning to form in resistance to Rwanda's occupation of the east. While underway to Butembo, Ngandu's bodyguards were removed and replaced by Rwandans who usually protected Kabila. Ngandu was, after early January 1997, never seen again. 58 At that time in January 1997, the Angolan National Security Advisor and the Secretary-General of the ruling party were doing reconnaissance in Bukavu, trying to determine the extent of the involvement of their old Angolan enemy, UNITA, in the war. UNITA's leader, Jonas Savimbi, had brought his forces into the FGHT on Mobutu's side. When they found this out, Angola, with a more powerful military than anyone else in the FL'd Rwanda and Uganda included, decided to join the battle to liberate Zaire from Mobutu, airlifting a mechanized regiment and 2 battalions of infantry into Bukavu. 59. 310. Between Tingi and Lubuntu in January 19 to 20, 1997, occurred some of the most bitter battles of the war as the RPA troops, reinforced by a contingent of U.S. mercenaries, and advancing from Walikale to Lubuntu, clashed with a Fez column that had reached the easternmost bridge on the Oso River, near Nia and in the village of Mungjal. Both sides suffered casualties and what was left of the Zairian battalion subsequently fled the battle FL'd in the direction of Lubuntu. 60 The Rwandan Refugee Armed Forces, the ALIR, struggled to buy time for the population of Tingi to escape, but this was of little significance because, once unleashed, Kabarebe would not stop his dash for the refugee camps. No matter how deep into Zaire the Hutus were withdrawing. And so on February 9, the RPA were 18 kilometers from Tingi and defeated ALIR, such a defeat that their resistance completely collapsed. Scattering in all directions, most of their leaders fled to Nairobi in Kenya on board an Antonov transport chartered from Victor Bout. 61 After the collapse of the resistance by the refugees, Kabarebe took his time. On the morning of March 1, the RPA entered the Tingi camp and indiscriminately killed all its remaining occupants, mostly the sick and wounded being treated in the dispensary, and unaccompanied minors. 62 Amuda CF et Tingi for Lubuntu at the end of February 1997. Camp residents tried to flee at night, fearing that the presence of 100,000 refugees on the road in broad daylight would present an easy target for the rebel mortar shells. 63 But it turned out the rebels were just as capable of attacking at night. The AFDL attacked the refugees as they attempted to cross a bridge into Lubuntu. Umudasi's party lost 2 boys in the river. The kids were separated from the group and not found after. In light of the vast numbers of people who perished at Lubuntu Bridge, I don't have much hope that they survived. 64 On March 1, the Rwandans took the Kindu airstrip, putting an end to Zaire offensive air maneuvers and massacring hundreds of refugees who had managed to escape from the Shavunda area. 65 The town had been deserted by the Zairean army, which had withdrawn, like the mercenaries, to Kisangani. The mercenaries, not keen to FGHT for the Zaireans on their own, let down by lack of supplies and complaining about not being paid, were sent home from there. 66 The Zairean army tried to make a last stand at Kisangani, with some of the refugee armed units from the former Rwandan army. One group of 470 Rwandan refugee soldiers was infiltrated, surrounded by Kaberbs. 311 men, captured, and summarily executed. 67 General Numbi Kalm of the Zairene Armed Forces 48th Battalion put up some resistance for several days, ambushing an RPA column before falling apart due to mutinies and defection. Completely demoralized, the rest of the Fez collapsed and ran toward Isangi, looting, killing and raping as they went. Those Serbian mercenaries still in the city fled aboard their helicopters after blowing up their HQ. Evacuated to Gbadolite, they were subsequently all flown back to Belgrade. Tavernier, after being denied overall command of the Fez and mercenary troops in the Kisangani area, reportedly found himself detained by Zairean authorities for failing to defend the eastern cities and for betrayal. 68 Kisangani fell on March 15, 1997. Much of the local population greeted the RPA and AFDL troops as liberators, leaving them free to stage search operations in and around the city and massacre additional refugees. Some 80,000 Hutu civilians were still in the area and most of them gathered in 3 makeshift camps between Kisangani and the town of Ubundu. The Rwandans and insurgents barred any aid from reaching them and encouraged the local population to attack not only the refugees, but also anyone who attempted to help them. On April 22, the RPA troops were redeployed to 2 of these camps, and theatrically murdered more than 200 civilians in the presence of several senior Rwandan officers. 69 After Kisangani fell and the mercenaries went home, everyone understood that the fall of Kinshasa and Mobutu was only a matter of time. When the international community recognized Kabila's movement as a belligerent community in April 1997, the recognition gave Kabila rights over the state mining company and allowed him to conclude several deals with potential foreign investors. Goldman Sachs, First Bank of Boston, and the Anglo-American Mining Corporation all met with Laurent Kabila, followed by a congressional delegation. 70 deals with businessman Jean-Raymond Bull, from Mauritius, for the diamond trade in Kisangani, and with Swedish businessman Alfred Lundin for the $26 billion copper mine Tankfungurum, struck in March 1997, involved cash down payments of $70 million which came at a crucial time for the rebellion, 2 months before it reached the capital, covering the cost of the FNAL push. 71 The granting of belligerent status to Kabila enabled Kagame to use Congolese collateral to finance the country's own conquest, a leveraged buyout, with several 100,000 deaths as an externality. The declaration by the West that they had 312 chosen Kabila's side instead of trying to negotiate a democratic transition also severely weakened Congolese democratic forces that had challenged Mobutu. 72 A special envoy of Clinton's, Bill Richardson, handed Mobutu a letter from Clinton asking that he step down with honor and dignity. He was being told, "You'll be dragged through the streets." These things could happen to you and we are not going to stop them. 73 Richardson didn't add the words this time, unlike in the 1960s and 1970s, when the US guaranteed Mobutu in power against his rivals. The US Ambassador Daniel Simpson had been meeting with Kabila and arranged for a phone call on May 14 between Mahili and Kabila. They arranged for Mahili to read a speech on the radio, telling the troops to stand down when the rebels walked into town. 74 Mahili told Mobutu the next day that he could not guarantee the old dictator's safety. When Mobutu fled on May 16, Mahili went to the headquarters of the Presidential Guard at Camp Chhatsi to try to get them to stand down and was shot dead for his trouble. 75 The Rwandans walked into Kinshasa, Zaire's capital, on the morning of May 17, 1997, accepting the surrender of the Zairene forces and rounding them up to the POW camp at Ndolo. The RPA/AFDL troops then began searching for former dignitaries and members of the DSP, arresting and summarily executing suspects. Between 228 and 318 bodies were collected in Kinshasa and its surrounds over the following days. Through the rest of May and during June, large numbers of public executions of former FAS soldiers and political opponents of the AFDL, often aided by the civilian population, were carried out. Arrested persons were taken out of their prison cells or local hospitals, led to the riverside, executed and their bodies dumped into the water. This practice only stopped after fierce protests from various human rights organizations. 76 In June 1997, with the Rwandans in power in the Congo and Kabila as their front man, the massacres of refugees slowed down, as the refugees were no longer concentrated in camps but dispersed all over Zaire and trying to leave as individuals or small groups. Starting in June 1997, Bamutasi wrote, another type of hunt for Rwandan refugees unfolded. At the origin of this manhunt was the repatriation program of the UNCR. 77 Umutasi found herself in a Zairene village negotiating with UNCR officials who were rounding refugees up and repatriating them. One young mother who had found a new family in the village. 313. Of Batsina refused to return to Rwanda and told the UNCR delegation she would not. One of the men in the delegation picked her up and threw her into the vehicle like a common sack of corn. 78 Bamutasi talked her way out of it that day, others were not so lucky. Not being able to get to all the places where refugees had hidden, the UNCR initiated a system of paid compensation for any Zairean who brought them in. The bounty was $10 for each refugee. Hunting Rwandan refugees became one of the most lucrative activities in the area. Bands of bounty hunters sprang up. They arrived in villages with furs from the UNCR and demanded that the local authorities help them in their work. 79 Umutasi saw 15 refugees caught in the dragnet and taken by the bounty hunters. She was finally found by Belgian friends in another village, in October 1997, and escaped to Belgium to tell the tale. This woman, who had walked across the African continent fleeing genocide and war, watching family and friends die before her eyes, was one of the lucky ones. How do we count the dead in this phase of the tragedy? Statistician Patrick Ball told Foreign Policy in 2012 that we're not ever going to figure out Congo. 80 But the same could be said of the Rwandan genocide. In both cases, we have to try. In attempting to count the dead in the 1996 to 1997 Congo War, we have the same methods and the same basic situation as we do in trying to count those killed in the Rwandan genocide. For the 1998 to 2003 Congo War, there are household cluster sample surveys, which are the most scientifically accepted way of arriving at casualty estimates, as I will return to in a later chapter. There are no such cluster surveys for the 1996-1997 war or the Rwandan genocide, however, so we are left to use other methods. Recall, from Chapter 8, that the standard estimate for those killed in the genocide uses missing people. The total number of Rwandans was 7.8 million, Tutsis were 9% of the population by the 1991 census, or 700,000 people, and 130,000 Tutsi survivors arrived in refugee camps after the genocide. So, 570,000 Tutsis were killed in the genocide. But Prunier and Rentgens assume the 1991 census undercounted Tutsis, and come to figures of 800,000 Tutsis killed, Prunier, and 600,000 Tutsis killed and 500,000 Hutus killed, Rentgens. Prunier also estimated that 10,000 to 30,000 Hutus were killed by the militias as Tutsis or sympathizers. Gersony and Sendashonga estimated that 40,000 to 60,000, mostly Hutus, were killed by the RPF during the war, and Stephen Smith and 314. Seth Sendashonga estimated that 150,000 more people were killed by the RPF in the year following the war, between July 1994 and April 1995. In addition to estimating using the missing, sociologists studying the death counts coded reports like the Human Rights Watch and African Rights Reports, as well as data from the Rwandan government as samples and extrapolated from those samples to the whole country. Estimating with those methods, Davenport and Stam estimated 1 million deaths during the Civil War and genocide. With help from a summer student in 2016, 81 I did my own coding of the HRW report, Leave None to Tell the Story. The report attempts to be exhaustive. By coding every massacre described in the book, there were 193 individual massacres described and 5 summary descriptions of multiple events at individual locations, and using the lowest estimate of deaths in each massacre yielded a death count of 4,365. Viewed as a sample, the HRW report captured 0.4 to 0.7% of the total death toll. Including the summary descriptions, including 50,000 killed on Bisaro Hill in Kibai, yielded a death count of 64,263, meaning the HRW report captured around 10% of the estimated total death toll. Let's repeat the same analysis with the definitive document on the death toll in the 1996 to 1997 war, the UN Mapping Report, Democratic Republic of the Congo, 1993 to 2003. The same summer student helped me code that report, which records 213 individual massacres and 12 summary descriptions for the period January 1996 to December 1997. Using the lowest estimate of deaths in each massacre yielded a death count of 26,734. Assuming the UN mapping report was much more comprehensive than the HRW report on the Rwandan genocide and captured 5 to 10% of the total death toll, as opposed to the 0.4 to 0.7% captured by the HRW report, we get an estimate of 250,000 to 500,000 refugees killed in the 1996 to 1997 war. But the ranges of error are immense. Instead of extrapolation from a coded text, we can use the missing people method of estimation, at least for Hutu refugees. Using that method, if between 1.2 million and 2 million refugees crossed the border into Zaire and 350,000 to 500,000 were repatriated one way or another, then between 700,000 to 1.65 million refugees died in Zaire. The United Nations admits to losing 233,000 Hutu refugees. 82 in between U.S. press brief and GS, 400,000 refugees went missing, airbrushed from history. The Rwandan government and the U.S. press to keep the estimates of Rwandan refugees in Zaire as low as possible, and to argue 315. That those refugees that were there were all genocidaires, to ensure their disposability. It worked. Witness Jason Stearns performs the calculation of refugee deaths using those Rwandan/US government estimates. He starts from a Rwandan government estimate of 950,000 refugees who crossed into Zaire, with 400,000 to 600,000 returning to Rwanda in 1996 and another 320,000 repatriated over the course of 1997, which meant, according to his estimates, that anywhere between 0 and 380,000 refugees could still have been missing. Also, just because refugees were missing, they weren't necessarily dead. 83. If you are having trouble imagining someone writing about the Rwandan genocide that between 0 and 1 million people could have gone missing. Also, just because Tutsis were missing, they weren't necessarily dead, that's because no one would dare write such a harrowing thing. Stearns continues, using a study of a sample of 266 refugees by Doctors Without Borders, extrapolating that at least 60,000 refugees had been killed, while the whereabouts of another 180,000 were unknown. 84. At least he moved the lower limit above 0. Just a few pages later, Stearns interviews one of the RPF men who killed refugees. "We could do over 100 a day," the killer, Papi Kamanzi, told Stearns. "We used ropes, it was the fastest way and we didn't spill blood." 85. Perhaps Stearns should have specified that Papi could kill between 0 and 100 a day. The point here is that there are no better methods for counting the dead refugees in the 1996 to 1997 war than there are for counting the victims of the Rwandan genocide. All are extremely rough estimates, and all are politicized. According to the US version, Kagame's forces killed between 0 and a few thousand guilty genocidaires, and those genocidaires killed 1 million Tutsis. But if we use the same methods, the same kinds of data, and the same assumptions to study all of the massacres, the Hutu militias killed between 500,000 and 1 million people between April, July 1994, and Kagame's forces killed 40 to 60,000 in the same period. Kagame then went on to kill 150,000 people in Rwanda from July 1994 to April 1995 and another 300 to 400,000 in Zaire from 1996 to 1997. If we think of the 1996 to 1997 Congo War as an extension of the Rwandan Civil War that began in 1990, then the entire event can be understood to have taken 1.5 to 2 million lives, mostly Rwandan. Thinking about it this way, as a single event, with multiple perpetrators and multiple victims, is illegal in Kagame's Rwanda and will get you smeared as a 316. Genocide denier, a proponent of double genocide theory, or divisionism. If, on the other hand, you think about it as an ethnic balance sheet, in which the event is to be understood without politics or economics or interests but only ethnicity, and in which the deaths of Hutus are cancelled out by the deaths of Tutsis, you can prosper as an analyst. And many have. But should you understand it in terms of the ambitions of Kagame and Museveni and their US patron, you will see that these 1.5 million deaths made land in Rwanda available for Kagame's Ugandan returnees, that they crushed movements for multi-party democracy in Rwanda and Zaire, and that they installed a new mode of governance in Central Africa. Rwanda changed its economic model from one based on coffee to one based on mercenary might. Zaire was changed from a dictatorship to a peace-kept donor colony with an illegal economy. 1.5 million deaths were the price Africa paid for its unsuccessful struggle for democracy in the 1990s. The US had managed the transition in Africa. But it had installed an unreliable dictator in Laurent Kabila, and an overambitious one in Paul Kagame. The clash between these two men would force the US to bail Kagame out as he plunged the Congo into another, even bigger war. America has been Kagame's patron since he was a rebel soldier in Uganda. Protecting him and his armies from the military consequences of his invasions, from diplomatic trouble, and from international law, has been a pillar of American foreign policy in Africa for decades. When Kagame's victims were the Rwandan population, from 1990 to 1996, the Africanists helped the American effort by lionizing the dictator and by demonizing Rwandans, especially Hutus, as inherently genocidal, evil, and obedient mass. But after 1996, Kagame's ambitions expanded. He sought regime change in Zaire and the subjugation of the entire Congolese nation, a country many times larger than his own. These two wars, 1996, 1997 and 1998 on, were a new propaganda challenge. The old methods of portraying Kagame as good and the Hutus as evil were dusted off, Congolese victims could be demonized by association with Hutus, while warlords under Kagame's employ, or the employ of Kagame's Ugandan mentor, Yoweri Museveni, could be praised by association with the new African leaders. Where counter-evidence was overwhelming, Africanists could switch into legal defense mode, insisting that ill intent could not be proven. Africanists could delve deep into the Congolese mind, offending defects like paranoia and exaggeration that justified their victimization. America and Europe would be portrayed as well-intentioned but bumbling, incapable of understanding the irrationalities of these Africans. Complexity itself was a useful propaganda tool. Evidence of Western sponsorship of aggression and atrocity would be dismissed as oversimplification, a denial. Chapter 15. The nuance to protect an empire. Of African agency and of the helplessness of the well-intentioned in the face of impossible situations. At the bottom of these deep and complex Africanist dives, the most banal, conventional conclusions await. But readers are in such a fog by then that the banality is lost on them. The lionization of Kagame and those associated with them continues in Africanist writing about the Congo Wars. After mocking Madeleine Albright for swooning about the new African leaders like Kagame and Museveni, one Jason Stearns describes them in nearly exactly the same words. The war that started in Zaire in September 1996 was not, above all, a civil war. It was a regional conflict, pitting a new generation of young, visionary African leaders against Mobutu Sese Seko, the continent's dinosaur. To never mind that this dinosaur had been helped into power and then kept in power for 3 decades by the US, and was described in more or less the same terms, young, visionary, in his time. But 3 decades later Mobutu is a dinosaur and Kagame's men, the new, younger, cosmopolitan generation of rebels who worked with laptop computers and satellite phones. 3. It is easy to forget, Stearns writes, that the Congo War's beginnings were steeped in ideology. The Rwandan-backed invasion was perhaps the heyday of the African Renaissance, riding on the groundswell of the liberation of South Africa from apartheid, and of Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Rwanda from dictatorships. 4. But the Rwandan invasion of the Congo, Zaire, destroyed the anti-Mobutu democratic movement, just as Kagame's earlier invasion of Rwanda from Uganda had destroyed the movement for multipartyism in that country. Sponsoring these wars was America's way of steering the African democratic movement for multipartyism in a direction that the empire could control. Those who destroyed democracy in Africa are cast as its heroes. Africanists see no contradiction in praising Kagame's African Renaissance democratic credentials and simultaneously praising the military abilities he used to establish his dictatorship. Stearns describes the heroism of the RPF's 1990 Rwanda invasion. The guerrilla struggle in Rwanda was marked by self-sacrifice and harsh conditions, he writes. And Kagame enforced draconian discipline, executing soldiers suspected of treason or trying to desert. He perfected his hit-and-run guerrilla tactics, harrying the enemy, attacking convoys, but never engaging in large, conventional battles. Stearns isn't unique in his breathless fandom, he reminds readers, people who met Kagame and his RPF colleagues. 323. During this time were impressed by the rebels' dedication. 5. Kagame's exploits and discipline earned him praise around the world, Stearns writes, quoting U.S. military FGR's equally breathless endorsements, one of the best guerrilla leaders in decades, says one. AFR's tier-8 operational FGR, says another. 6. Contrast his physical description as a gaunt, bony man with wire-rimmed spectacles and a methodical style of speaking, 7. With Stearns' description of Laurent Kabila as a talkative and corpulent man. 8. Describing the RPF's Western-backed machine at war with Zaire's collapsing state, Stearns writes that the RPF had played David to Goliath several times before and would do so again later. 9. As always, the foresight is attributed to Kagame. When Kagame told his officers that they would go all the way to Kinshasa, they nodded politely but in private shook their heads. 10. When Kagame tells his assembled Congolese proxies, the RCD, a parable in which he is a king and they are advisors, all accepted including Stearns. 11 More breathless amazement occurs in discussing the RPF's daredevil efficiency, in stark contrast with the decay of the Zairean state. 12 Not one to miss a chance to add to apartheid Israel's mystique. He quotes a Congolese RPF recruit saying the RPF could tell you with topographical precision where all of their enemy's troops were located. It was like Mossad, these guys were good. 13 The RPF commander of the 1996 invasion, James Kabarebe, also has his leadership qualities praised at length. He led by example, often eating with his officers and going to the front line to lead offensives. Kabarebe was so young, and so accomplished, his reputation is legendary in the region. He was just a second lieutenant when the RPF invaded the north of Rwanda in 1990, he had risen to the rank of lieutenant colonel by the time they captured Kigali in 1994. 14 Later on, as Kabarebe starts the 1998 war, Stearns describes his plan to attack Kinshasa, a failed plan that started a war of aggression that killed millions, as one of the most daring operations in the region's military history. 15 When things go awry in the operation, Stearns writes that sometimes even the Rwandans foul things up. 16 When Rwanda and Uganda fought the Battle of Kisangani in 1999, a sordid, callous rampage between two invaders over the spoils of war in a civilian area. Stearns quotes a reporter who embedded with the RPF on their wondrous qualities. The reporter, Wojciech Fu in on one of their fights, was friends with some of the Rwandan officers and spent the evenings drinking Wiragi gin, smoking and talking with 324 them. When Hirjanski got hit by a Ugandan sniper, Rwandan soldiers staunched the bleeding and waited until the fighting had died down before rushing him to a plane for Kigali. They saved my life, those guys, Hirjanski said. To him, the RPF were wonderful. They were motivated and followed orders. The Rwandans won the battle with guts. 17 The worst Stearns can manage for an RPF member, in this case Jack Nziza, an intelligence chief and organizer of massacres of Hutu refugees in the Congo, is to call him a discreet, sinister character. 18 Unlike the bad Congolese and Rwandans, neither Kabarebe nor Nziza are physically described in detail. Stearns describes the Battle of Pwito, which Congolese and Zimbabwean soldiers lost to Rwandan, RPF, and Burundian troops in October 2000, as a heroic battle from the RPF perspective. The Rwandans had the tactical advantage, they were highly mobile, carried only the essentials, and ambushed the Congolese at every turn in the road. 19 A standard technique of Western propaganda is to present an atrocity by Western allies, forces, or proxies in terms of the propaganda value to the victims. From NATO's bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade in 1999, to Israel's targeting of Palestinian children, Western writers focus first on the bad behavior of the community that suffered the atrocity, then, once suitably contextualized, they mention the crime itself. Above I described how the assassination of Burundi's President Melchior Ndadaye in 1993, and the military coup that followed, are discussed in HRW's analysis of the Rwandan genocide in terms of the propaganda value to the organizers of the Rwandan genocide, not as an atrocity on its own terms. In the Kasika massacre, Rwandan proxies killed hundreds of people in August 1998. Look at Stearns's characterization of the RCD, the Rwandan proxy forces who committed the Kasika massacre in August 1998, marching into town led by Commander Maize, a legendary FDR. The legendary FDR's forces are pitted against a young upstart chief called Nyaki Liba, who was a small-time thug but could stir up trouble nonetheless. 20 Nyaki Liba does stir up trouble, and in Stearns's account, more or less forces the RCD to massacre the villagers. Look what you made Rwanda do, again. Stearns expresses upset about the Kasika massacre in terms of its political effect on the killers. Kasika has attained mythical status in the Congo. Politicians have invoked its name in countless speeches when 325. They want to drum up populist support against Rwanda. 21 Note also now that the context is set, the last clause of the FRST sentence about the massacre. It was here that the RCD took its FRST plunge into mass violence just days after its creation in August 1998, massacring over 1,000 villagers in reprisal for an attack by a local militia. 22 Always in response, always in reprisal. After the massacre ends, it becomes an opportunity to show the hypocrisy of Congolese politicians. Not a single national politician came to visit them, while Kasika was featured in thousands of speeches that lambasted Rwanda and the RCD. No investigation was ever launched, and no compensation was ever offered for any of the victims. 23 Did Rwandan politicians, or their Western donors visit Kasika, compensate victims, or apologize? After a long and detailed description of the machine built by Kagame to plunder the eastern Congo, with profits of $250 million per year during a time when Rwanda's budget was $380 million, Stearns goes through a tortured reflection to try to justify it. Were the vampires sucking blood just to quench their grisly thirst, or was there a more nuanced explanation? It turns out, Stearns writes, the regime was facing its own political challenges. Its FRST2 prime ministers had defected, along with dozens of high court judges, ministers, diplomats, army officers, and even soccer players. Stearns doesn't mention that many of these people were later hunted down and murdered by Kagame's forces in exile, including, after Stearns's book was published, one of his interviewees, Patrick Karegeya. Instead, he goes on, like many one-party regimes that faced stiff opposition, the RPF increasingly resorted to patronage and repression to deal with dissent. Civil servants in Rwanda were asked to give up to 1 month's salary per annum as contributions to the war effort. For many Rwandans, the war in the Congo was an ideological project, not just an opportunity to plunder. 24 No doubt the Congolese victims of the war found it reassuring that Kagame's men were killing them not just for plunder. To the Kagame-oriented, the invaded are hateful and the invaders are always provoked, retaliating, responding even while invading another country and efforting on residential areas. Describing the Congolese border city of Bukavu on October 8, 1996, before the invasion, Stearns says from the main street, one could see the Rwandan army positions in the hills to the east. A few weeks before, the Zairian army had exchanged artillery effort with these positions, provoking mortar and machine gun effort into Bukavu's residential areas. 25 During the invasion. 326. Anti-Tutsi demagogues whipped up mobs to kill innocent civilians. The Banyamulenge rebels retaliated, blaming entire communities for their victimization. Thousands were killed. 26 Note the return to the passive voice. Thousands were killed, once it is established that the Zairian local forces, labeled unsympathetically anti-Tutsi, started it, and the RPF soldiers, labeled ethnically Banyamulenge rebels, retaliated. Meanwhile, the Congolese in Bukavu begin to be cast as collectively guilty like the Hutus. The vice-governor of South Kivu promises to crush Rwanda's invasion, bolstered by the anti-Rwandan sentiment simmering in Bukavu's streets. These alliterative simmering street sentiments cast yet another population as collectively guilty, deserving of invasion and punishment, for the same crime, being in Kagame's warpath. The vice-governor soon resorts to anti-Tutsi hyperbole typical of many Congolese politicians. 27 And the vice-governor was not alone in singling out the Banyamulenge community. Ask a random Congolese what the root of the war was, and he or she will usually answer, Rwanda, or the Banyamulenge. Stearns carefully ensures that no one is exempt from the broad accusation of anti-Tutsi hyperbole. The Banyamulenge became arguably the country's most hated group, attracting venom from church leaders, human rights activists, and politicians alike. 28 Stearns adds layer upon layer to this textured smear against the invaded. His morphology is suspicious. One sometimes heard people saying when they suspected someone of being Tutsi. As if you could tell someone's subversion by his bone structure or the slant of his nose. 29 But it's Stearns that has introduced this whole idea. By focusing on the venom, the anti-Rwandan sentiment, and the grassroots nature of it, coming from random Congolese and including church leaders and human rights activists, Stearns avoids the strategic interests and choices of the communities involved. The Banyamulenge is the word locals used for all of the forces of Rwanda's invasion, an alliance of forces led by Rwandans and including some local Congolese, who organized explicitly as Tutsis at that time and wore the ethnic label proudly. The locals are, apparently, supposed to like their invaders. If they are less than grateful for the invasion, it must be because they are FLLED with venom, with simmering anti-Tutsi sentiment. How easy it is for a writer to present entire populations as guilty of racism. How convenient to present them as maximally racist at the moment that they are being invaded. And if they use a word like Banyamulenge, it cannot be. 327. Because this is the word that the people they are talking about use to describe themselves. It must instead be because they are simmering with venom. Stearns then discusses the Banyamulenge, providing an account of a persecuted minority 30 which, while true, is not the complete story, since the Banyamulenge were also at times a privileged minority. The RPF recruited among the Banyamulenge in the 1996 war. Meanwhile, the discriminatory policies of Mobutu's dictatorship, constantly revoking and then regularizing the citizenship status of the Banyamulenge community, get less space in Stearns's treatment than the anti-Tutsi sentiment theme repeated over and over. Rather than a top-down campaign of Mobutu's dictatorship, to Stearns, anti-Tutsi sentiment is a grassroots feeling that the dictatorship's politicians were apparently pandering to. Rather than a strategic choice by Banyamulenge leaders and FDRs to join Rwanda's invasion, the Banyamulenge armed forces were forced into whatever they did alongside the RPF in the 1996 invasion. The ever-defensive attack. When he writes about these FDRs joining the RPF, he emphasizes that these were a small group of Banyamulenge youths, seeking adventure and responding to the call of their kin, before immediately moving to the Congolese reaction. To many Congolese the Banyamulenge's participation in the RPF war smacked of treason and reinforced their belief that, in their heart of hearts, the Banyamulenge were Rwandan. 31 In North Kivu too, the defensive component of the Tutsi struggle is emphasized at the expense of the locals. The 1993 violence is described as follows: in March 1993, goaded on by local politicians who reminded their communities of the land expropriation by the Rwandan immigrants, Hunda and Nyanga mobs launched attacks against Hutu and Tutsi, who fought back with their own militia and by buying protection from the National Army. Somewhere between 3,000 and 7,000 people had been killed by the end of the year. 32 Stearns's refusal to engage in ethnic accounting here is laudable, but inconsistent. The estimates are very rough, and the documented massacres, in the UN Mapping Report of 2010, provide scant data with which to estimate whether the deaths were disproportionately borne by the Rwandophones or the Hunda and Nyanga, nor which armed groups killed more people. In another passage, Stearns writes about the purported racism of the Congolese. It is amazing to what extent the ethnic stereotypes and confists that were born in Rwanda have contaminated the rest of the region. 328. No other image plagues the Congolese imagination as much as that of the Tutsi aggressor. No other sentiment has justified as much violence in the Congo as anti-Tutsi ideology. Its expressions crop up everywhere, from pillow talk to bar banter to televised debates. Stearns has access to the Congolese imagination and has measures not only of violence, but of which sentiments have justified violence. Such assertions, because of their unprovability, play an important propaganda purpose to paint the Congolese, like Rwandan Hutus, with contamination, plagued imagination, anti-Tutsi ideology. Telling of a family in Bukavu that offered him hospitality, he describes the mother of the family as being bitterly opposed to what she called the Tutsi occupation of the eastern Congo. Note the scare quotes. Stearns takes it upon himself to argue that you had to understand Tutsi paranoia, as it had its roots in the massacre of up to 800,000 Tutsi in Rwanda during the genocide. He quotes his host replying 800,000. Obviously it wasn't enough. There are still some left. 33. The Slam Dunk Living Room Conversation FOUs to anonymous tracts, intended to rally the population against the Tutsi occupiers, from which Stearns quotes, and concludes with the psychologizing we have come to expect. The Congolese imagination, failing around for clarity, has latched onto the most basic building block of society, ethnicity. 34. Repeated appeals to complexity have already culminated, and quite early in the book, in a simple and essentialist tale, the Congolese imagination is contaminated with anti-Tutsi ideology. As he covers the 1996 war, Stearns proceeds in several steps. First, the ethnicity of the invading troops from the RPF is emphasized, describing how they frightened a woman who raised the alarm. The woman was frightened not by a group of soldiers, but by the sight of Tutsi soldiers armed to the teeth. These soldiers are paraded in front of television screens across the country. 35. Then, when the Zairians who are being invaded say nasty things about their invaders, it is proof of their racism, since the invaders are Tutsis. So Stearns quotes an editorial from a local Zaire newspaper in Bukavu that says a Tutsi will forever remain a Tutsi, with his or her perfidy, craftiness, and dishonesty. 36. In September 1996, with Rwanda's invasion underway and Zaire's armed forces disorganized, people in the border town of Bukavu protested and demanded that 329. Their government repels the invasion. Stearns describes this international invasion in ethnic terms, and as Efrebrand rhetoric. On September 18, the Catholic Church and civil society groups rallied tens of thousands of people in the streets of Bukavu in protest of the aggression by the Tutsi invaders. 37. And again, having situated the responsibility among the Congolese protesters, he identifies the invaders as responding to this Efrebrand rhetoric, which was, of course, not well received on the other side of the border. 38. As examples of what the Rwandan troops were made to do by this Efrebrand rhetoric, Stearns describes a massacre in which these Rwandan troops killed injured people, priests, and nurses at a Limera hospital, and how similar attacks took place across the Rusizi plain. 39. People writing or talking about invading armies rarely describe them in glowing terms. Why would Congolese say good things about their invaders? The internal states of Zairians/Congolese are reported in detail, along with every nasty thing they say about their invaders. But Stearns doesn't say what RPF soldiers or the local FDRs, Banyamulenge, they were backing, were saying among themselves about the Congolese or Hutu refugees they were killing. Perhaps they were shooting and crying, like warrior poets? After talking about mob violence in detail, and RPF attacks in summary form, Stearns asks how can we explain this kind of brutality? And his answer, the impact of abuse and dysfunctional government on the psyche of people in war-torn areas. 40. Stearns had promised us that he would talk about interests and politics, but here we are with a moving entreaty on the Congolese psyche. In an image-filled paragraph, he suggests that punishing more Congolese might help the criminals of yesterday become the recidivists of tomorrow. 41. Africanists portray Congolese as paranoid, liars, exaggerators, racists. Stearns, who seems to encounter such Congolese around every corner, says that the Congolese weave rumors and myths together over drinks or while waiting for taxis to help give meaning to their lives. It may, for example, be easier to believe that the CONFICT in the Congo was all an American corporate conspiracy to extract minerals from the country, which might be easier to swallow than the complex, tangled reality. Doesn't it give more meaning to the Congolese's grim everyday existence? 42. What does Stearns do to give meaning to his existence? Presumably, write ridiculous things about Congolese people. In fact, ridiculing the notion of Western interests in the Congo by presenting and 330. Discrediting an exaggerated conspiracy believed by the Congolese has a very important function. It means that the Congolese are not credible, and that only by listening to the Congo expert can the reader hope to understand what is happening there, and why. Hint, it's the locals that are doing it, not foreigners and certainly not Westerners. In another colorful scene, Stearns takes another moment to show, in dialogue, how Congolese are hateful and liars. He asks a young Bimbe person at a soccer game if he believes stories of Banyamulenge, Tutsi, rapes and murders. The young person says yes. He asks the youth if he believes that such crimes were committed against Banyamulenge, and he says number 43. Some amazing reporting. Stearns's Congolese conspiracy theorists are often encountered and are identified helpfully for the reader each time. He repeatedly reminds the Congolese he meets about the severity of the Rwandan genocide and reports their dismissive comments with appropriate solemnity. 44. These cold-hearted Congolese celebrate when the RPF massacres refugees in Tingi and tell Stearns so with a shrug, that was a Rwandan affair. It didn't concern us. The RPF killers told the Congolese, show me the Congolese we killed. There are none. Stearns is told by a Congolese that it was true. They didn't kill any Congolese. 45. Stearns believes that Congolese focus too much on the foreign invaders occupying their country and not enough on their own government. Discussing Laurent Kabila's assassination, Stearns cites an opinion poll. When asked about the reasons for the war, a full half of Kinois answered that they thought it was a conspiracy of Western powers, while 19% thought it was due to Tutsi hegemony in Central Africa. Few cared about the incompetence of their own government. 46. Again and again, Stearns hammers the point that the Congolese are hypocrites for their opposition to Rwanda and their support for Kabila. Rwandans and their RCD allies funded their military operations in the Congo largely by trading in Congo's gold, coltan, tin, and diamonds. The key difference is that a racket run largely by Rwandans and their allies, not by Kinshasa, was perceived as foreign exploitation, a strange distinction given that Laurent Kabila had been brought to power by the Rwandans and had not been confirmed by elections. 47. Foolish Congolese, with their perceptions of foreign exploitation. He continues, Kabila's supporters blame all of his regime's woes on the war. In reality, however, Mzee helped bring his problems on himself through a slew of incoherent and poorly executed 331 initiatives. 48. Discussing the growth of diamond smuggling and the loss of government revenue during the war, Stearns blames Kabila's whimsical policies. 49. How could Stearns have such confidence in what would have happened without the 1998 war? Was it just a minor blip in politics as usual, this war that killed hundreds of thousands of people and carved the East into blocks ruled by rival warlords and proxy forces? It is also important that Stearns's readers understand the causes of the war had nothing to do with economic exploitation. It was Mobutu's support of Angolan, Ugandan, and Rwandan rebels that provoked the incursion, not his neighbors' greed for the Congo's minerals. 50. As always, the Congo provokes. The invasion is also renamed as an incursion. What's next? A visit. One of the greatest crimes the Congolese committed, to the Africanists, was associating with the Hutus. By the time of the 1998 war, after hundreds of thousands of Hutus have been killed in the Congo and hundreds of thousands of others have become part of Rwanda's horrific prison system, Stearns says the refugees constitute serious security problems. Having streamed back into Rwanda, the authorities knew the INFUX would create trouble, as Kagame's enemies would seize the opportunity to infiltrate. 51. These ex-FAR, Rwandan army, Stearns writes, were recalled to the Congo by Laurent Kabila. Kabila feared the Rwandans would remove him from power, so he allied with the ex-FAR. It was a deal with the devil, one that precipitated Rwanda's new invasion. 52. Again, Kabila's move is cast as aggressive, while Kagame's is defensive. Stearns introduces a slight doubt as to whether the invader or the invaded started the war. It is not clear whether Kabila began recruiting ex-FAR before Kabarebe began deploying his boys to the east, but the relationship was going sour, driven by Kabila's paranoia and Rwanda's obsession with control. 53. Next, Stearns provides a several-page-long, gory story of massacres of Banyamulenge civilians by Zairian armed forces. 54. And a two-paragraph long story of a massacre of Bimbe civilians by RPF and allied forces, 55 Accompanied by local color in the form of a polygamous priest in a Stetson hat. But then, once again, he makes a point of asking a survivor of a massacre, this appropriately exoticized Stetson-wearing priest, if he knows of massacres against the Banyamulenge. The priest says no, he hasn't heard of them. The subtle message comes through again and again: Congolese are anti-Tutsi. They are racist. And they are liars. At the end of the chapter, RPF massacres are summarized as follows. 332. As always, these killings are retaliatory. In North Kivu, the invading Rwandan troops systematically rounded up and killed thousands of Hutu villagers, accusing them of supporting the genocidaires. Many prominent Hutu businessmen and traditional chiefs were also killed. 56. Describing the beginning of the 1998 war, Stearns returns to the theme of anti-Tutsi sentiment, which was quickly spreading through Kinshasa, whipped up by Kabila's politicians, but also fed by the beatings and humiliations that residents of the capital had endured at the hands of the Rwandans. 57. Soon, Kinshasa was quickly succumbing to the throes of anti-Tutsi frenzy, whipped up by Kabila himself, this time in a speech full of histrionics. 58. Stearns describes the formation of a Tutsi battalion at Camp Chhatsi in Kinshasa under the command of Malik Kijiji. Again, Stearns presents this as a defensive move, uncoordinated with any international Rwandan action. 59. Stearns criticizes an anonymous Western diplomat for lumping all of the invading troops, Rwandans, Ugandans, Congolese, into one generic term. 60. But Stearns is no different. When Kabareb's troops captured the Inga Dam, which supplies electricity to Kinshasa, and cut the supply to the capital of FVE million people, Stearns thinks about this in terms of how it exacerbates anti-Tutsi sentiment. Rwanda's decision to cut electricity to the capital sticks in the memory of Kinois to this day. That the rebels would jeopardize the lives of sick hospital patients and hamstring water and fuel supply was the last straw for many, and only further justified their violent hatred of the Tutsi. 61. Notice how many different words are used for the Rwandan invasion. Rwanda's decision to cut electricity, the rebels jeopardize lives, and the Congolese, as a result, have further justified their violent hatred of the Tutsi. So, who cut the power, again? The line between the Rwandan government and the Tutsi people as a whole was quickly blurring. 62. Stearns writes, as he blurs the same line throughout his book. The blurring of the line was partly a consequence of Rwanda's methods of warfare. A massacre at Uvira refugee camp by Banyamulenge on October 18 to 20 was much more likely committed by regular troops from Burundi and Rwanda, passing themselves off as Banyamulenge. 63. After Angola and Zimbabwe intervened to reinforce Kinshasa, rebel i.e., Rwandan troops in civilian dress began infiltrating the densely populated Masina and Angili neighborhoods on the northwestern outskirts of town. 64. Kabila called for mob violence against infiltrators, and the population heeded the call. 65. 333. Hundreds of Congolese Tutsi civilians were killed by Congolese civilians at the beginning and at the end of the 1998 war. Stearns is correct to condemn ethnic violence and mob violence. People of conscience condemn all violence against civilians. Unfortunately, the blurring of the line between the Rwandan government and the Tutsi people as a whole has been done both by the anti-Tutsi people Stearns condemns and those writers biased toward Kagame's dictatorship, including Stearns himself. Discussing the 1998 war, Stearns says that the RDC was a political and social disaster. Outside of the Hutu and Tutsi population of North Kivu, the movement was never able to convince the population that it wasn't a Rwandan proxy. 66. Silly population. When local militias focused on ethnic self-defense began to attack RDC troops, claiming to be protecting Congolese against foreign aggression, the RCD responded with a brutal counterinsurgency, targeting civilians in response to attacks. 67. As always, the Congolese claims are treated with appropriate skepticism. The line of causality is maintained as well. The invaders are always responding, the local people are making dubious claims about foreign aggression. A former child soldier tells Stearns the harsh tale of his training for the AFDL in 1996, poor food, brutal beatings, and sleep deprivation. Stearns then summarizes it as follows: the harsh basic training was intended to instill discipline and weed out those physically too weak for the upcoming war. It was as though the Rwandan officers wanted to beat out the corruption, idleness, and selfishness that had become, in Mobutu's own words, le mal zairoi. 68 The Rwandan officers are a class above. Not for them corruption, idleness, and selfishness. These are Zairian diseases. At times, Africanists will speak directly and clearly about the empire and what it has done. Turner FRMS that rape has been a weapon in eastern DRC since the Rwandan-Ugandan invasions of 1996 and 1998. All sides in the wars that have raged since then have used it to humiliate and intimidate their victims, and their families and communities. 69 Mass rapes in DRC, he continues later, often aim at collective punishment or ethnic cleansing, the driving out of unwanted people. 70 Discussing the Union expert reports on the illegal exploitation of Congolese resources, Turner points out that the reports provided the basis for action against governments, FRMS, and individuals involved in such illegal activities. Such actions perhaps could have protected 334 Congolese civilians by reducing the level of violence. No such actions were taken, however, in large part because the American, British, and other governments protected themselves and their companies, accused of violations. 71 Furthermore, Turner writes, the American contribution to the CONFICT in the Great Lakes region consists of a long series of efforts to avoid accountability for the human rights abuses committed by the U.S. itself and by its Rwandan and Ugandan allies over the years. From the Gersony Report of 1994, blocked before it took FNAL form, to the Gar-Eaton Report of 1999, to the appendices of the UN experts' reports and the UN Mapping Report of 2010, the US, under several different presidents, has rather consistently attempted to suppress evidence of human rights violations. 72 Turner also chastises Hillary Clinton for telling Congolese in Goma in 2009 not to be dragged down by the past. Turner writes that Clinton's suggestion that Congolese should forget the past, a suggestion that she would never think to make to the Israelis or the Rwandans, became emblematic of the U.S. double standard in Central Africa. 73 Turner talks about the US-Rwanda relationship as an extensive alliance between unequal partners, and reminds readers that Kagame was undergoing military training in the U.S. when the RPF crossed the Uganda-Rwanda border in 1990. 74 He approvingly quotes former Assistant Secretary of State Cohen, who says that no international body has done anything to hold Rwanda and Uganda accountable for the death and destruction that their surrogates have perpetrated, and even takes Cohen to task for failing to mention American and British aid to the Rwandan and Ugandan governments, which made it possible for these governments to launch invasions, which later became self-financing and even highly profitable. 75 Elsewhere he writes that the U.S. government cannot have failed to know about the abuses committed in eastern Congo by its Rwandan and Ugandan protégés. 76 And discusses the suppression of the UN report on the illegal exploitation of Congolese resources. Finally, readers have strong, clear statements that direct them to what America is doing, how and why. How to minimize their impact. Turner has several methods, most of which can take the form of course, but. The FRST evokes the supposed Congolese penchant for exaggeration. Many Congolese, he writes there they are again, those many Congolese are convinced that the very high incidence of AIDS in their country is directly attributable to Ugandan and Rwandan policy. 335. A rumor circulated that Uganda and/or Rwanda had recruited 2,000 HIV-positive rebels and sent them into DRC for the specific purpose of spreading AIDS among the Congolese. 77 Turner gets to have it both ways to report the rumor, which might be the conspiratorial Congolese, and also to suggest it might be true, before finally dismissing it a few pages later as implausible. Having raised political and militarized rape and its role as a weapon, Turner then proceeds to discuss other kinds of rape that do not conveniently fit into the rape as a weapon framework, convenient for whom, exactly. Having reported the way the US and Britain covered for Rwanda and Uganda, by the end of Turner's chapter on the responsibility to protect, we're back to the myth of the yoke, according to which the country's ills were due to outsiders. This worldview is complementary with the Rwandan Hutu version of history. This ideological convergence helps to explain the perpetuation of the conflict in eastern DRC. 78 In other words, Congolese believe in the myth of the yoke, and Rwandan Hutus have a version of history that coincides with this myth, and their ideological convergence is what, presumably, brought the armies of Kagame's Rwanda and Museveni's Uganda and their US and UK backers down on them. The ideas in their ethnic Congolese and Hutu heads explain what has been done to them. Before discussing Rwanda's and Uganda's, and Western corporate, theft of Congo's mining resources, Turner presents an exaggerated version and then attacks it, leaving the reader with a confused frame in which to try to ft the fact of plunder. Of course the US and France were involved in overthrowing the dying Mobutu and in propping him up, respectively. However, their involvement was not primarily aimed at defending stakes in mining. 79 Turner writes that of course the Rwandans, Ugandans and others pillaged DRC, but that does not mean that one can dismiss the Rwandan Tutsi grievance against Hutu genocidaires on Congo soil as merely an excuse. 80 Turner has in one sentence emphasized the ethnic, de-emphasized the economic and political, and validated the pretext used by the aggressor, Kagame, for the war in the DRC. That he does this by saying of course they plundered is brazen. He continues that only after the war had dragged on for a decade and millions of Congolese had died did Rwanda refocus on its main motive in 1996, that is, to defeat or destroy the Hutu genocidaires of 1994, by now reorganized as the FDLR. 81 This confusing sentence suggests that Kagame 336 FRST invaded the Congo for a main reason, security, then spent 10 years doing something else, plundering, then refocused again on his main motive 10 years later. Is this how main motives really work? No. This is a scholar adopting the aggressor's propaganda. When discussing the plunder of Congolese resources, Turner returns us to the exaggerating Congolese. Congolese have reacted to the pillage of their country by blaming it all on Rwanda, Uganda, and their backers. Many claim that Rwanda has no gold, cassiterite, or coltan of its own and that the large quantities exported after 1996 therefore derived entirely from eastern DRC. As in so much of the rhetorical combat surrounding the Congo wars, this is overstated. Rwanda possesses gold, cassiterite, wolframite, and coltan. However, as of 1993 these resources remained largely undeveloped and contributed little to the Rwandan economy. Shortly after the invasions of eastern Congo, Kagame and his associates began importing gold, cassiterite, and other valuable minerals from eastern DRC, and then re-exporting them as Rwandan products. 82 The only facts in these paragraphs are of Kagame's plunder of the DRC. But by starting with an exaggerated claim about Congolese who blame it all on Rwanda, Turner covers these facts with doubt. Of course Kagame plundered the Congo, but remember, the Congolese lie. In an Africanist dance of alternatingly conceding the important point and minimizing it, German sociologist Alex Veit continues the theme of the exaggerating Congolese. Few opinions on Ituri's conflict were shared by as many diverse participants and observers as their agreement regarding the wickedness of Uganda's motives in Ituri. Iturian middlemen, international peacekeepers, Western, Congolese, and Ugandan academics and journalists, human rights observers, and civilians all agreed on this issue. 83 Veit puts more outlandish arguments together with plausible ones. Some suspected the Ugandan government of geostrategic plans, i.e. to annex Ituri into Uganda. More prominent have been accusations of equally illegitimate appropriation of Iturian economic riches. 84 The latter accusation is amply documented, while the former one is totally speculative by putting fact and fiction together. Veit effectively discredits the fact. Next, Veit emphasizes that these accusations depend on Uganda's willfulness in inciting the violence. To achieve these aims, it is often concluded that the Ugandan army willfully incited the civil war in the district by instigating violence and providing weapons. 85 Uganda's willfulness and whether Uganda 337 incited the war are very difficult to prove, unlike the obvious facts that Uganda conducted the war through proxies and benefited from it. Veit continues, focusing on Uganda's unprovable motivations and bad intentions, which feature in the reasoning about Uganda's role in the Congo. The civil war weakened Congolese defenses, the reasoning goes, and the political instability provided a cover for geographic and economic appropriation. Even more perfidious, the civil war then served as justification for a continued policing presence of Ugandan troops. 86 Those who argue that the Ugandan invasion of Ituri determined what happened there are presented in effect as conspiracy theorists. Having set up the critique of Uganda's role in the Congo as being based on Uganda's, impossible to know, motivations and planning, Veit then makes some concessions to Uganda's critics. Ugandan claims that they were in the Congo for security reasons have always been doubted, as UPDF troops were partly stationed far beyond the relevant regions and generally did not combat these rebels in a sustained manner. Thus many of the criticisms against Uganda seem apt, especially as Ugandan actors indeed contributed significantly to the escalation of violence and made material gains. 87 Having conceded that Uganda contributed significantly and made material gains, though, Veit reminds readers that it is not conceivable that the Ugandan government had planned to create a lawless Far West at its borders. 88 Its conceivability aside, the question of planning, the focus on so many scholars, diverts from the question of responsibility, the understanding of which could make a difference in the possibilities for ending the CONFICT. But why does he think Ugandan planning is inconceivable? Because the presence of the UPDF in the Congo resulted in high political costs, including a narrowly avoided war with Rwanda, international criticism by the UN and donor countries, and condemnation by the International Court of Justice. The occupation accelerated a process of disintegration of the army and the ruling party. 89 In fact, the Ugandan government made peace with Rwanda, rode out the international criticism through support from its Western allies, and its army and ruling party remains in power more than a decade after its initial intervention. The costs have not been so high after all. Veit concludes with another frequent recourse by Africanists, the idea that power is not monolithic. Whether the government actually possessed the political strength to pursue a consistent strategy can be plausibly doubted. Indeed, the Ugandan army and its supporters 338 in the government did not seem to form a centralized hierarchy. This claim is made most apparent by the contradictory actions Ugandan officers pursued in parallel. While the occupation has been extremely injurious to Ituri's society, neither its actions appear to have been centrally planned nor its effect, the local civil war, anticipated. 90 Again, all of these issues Uganda's centralization, the possibility of planning, and the possibility of anticipation are irrelevant to the question of Uganda's responsibility in the CONFICT in Ituri. Veit concedes that Uganda is responsible, but attempts to refute the notion that Uganda was capable of, or did, any planning of a proxy war in its neighboring country, from which it benefited through plunder of resources, or was able to anticipate that its operations would contribute to a civil war among the population living under its military proxies. In fact, governments, armies, and business, including illicit ones, do plan their operations, anticipate contingencies, and act in their interests. It is impossible to believe they would do otherwise, except for the most sophisticated scholars. Africanists focus on the agency of the victims, the divisions and differences of opinion among the powerful, the impossibility of knowing actors' motivations, and the impossibility of predicting the future. In doing so, their scholarship de-emphasizes the responsibility of the invaders, the overwhelming power of military forces, the continuities of Western policies, and the remarkable consistency of how the world looks from the perspective of those who live in terror and deprivation. Africanists often assume the best intentions by the Americans and Europeans who go to Africa to help. When their efforts fail, then, it is the fault of those helped. McGill Professor Severine Otsara wrote an influential book called The Trouble with the Congo, Local Violence and the Failure of International Peace Building. 91 Otsara conducted hundreds of hours of interviews encompassing most of the international agencies that work in the Congo CONFICT, and developed an analysis not only of the Congo, but also of the culture and dysfunctions of the international community, the United Nations, and the so-called peace-building community. Otsara writes that international peace builders have their own world, with its own rituals, its own customs, its own beliefs, its own roles, its own stars, its own villains, its own rules, its own taboos, its own meeting places, in brief, its own culture. 92 Otsara rightly criticizes this culture for its picture of the Congo as an inherently turbulent country where violence was expected even in times of peace. 93 She elaborates. In the early 21st century, many policy makers, journalists, 339, and most Western and African individuals perpetuated the image of the Congolese as brutal, barbarous, and savage by nature. When discussing the Congolese CONFICT, they usually emphasized the unending, puzzling, and gruesome character of the violence, the state of quasi-anarchy and chaos, the polarization of the society according to ethnic issues, and the folkloric aspects of the Mai-Mai militias, such as reliance on supernatural powers and a tendency to FGHT naked. 94 So far, so good. This kind of exoticization of the Congolese and the setting of them outside of normal humanity has been tolerated in scholarship and the aid community for too long. Otsara's addressing it is important. To Otsara, the very idea that extreme violence is inherent to various parts of the world, such as the Congo or the former Yugoslavia, should be questioned. 95 Otsara's ideas for local peace building are also unobjectionable. She points out the relatively low investment in the Congo. Per capita reconstruction spending in the Congo was $39 in 2004, compared to $79 for El Salvador, $129 for Afghanistan, and $278 for East Timor. MONUC deployed 33 peacekeepers per 100,000 inhabitants in 2006, compared to 112 in Burundi in 2004 and 672 in Iraq in 2008. She argues that FZADing on elections should be deprioritized, and instead, peace builders should focus on settling land disputes and even enacting land reform, new small-scale courts for dispute resolution, town hall-type forums and workshops, and the creation of social links between communities in CONFICT, all good ideas. 96 But there are overwhelming problems with Otsara's analysis. Land reform would definitely help matters in the Kivus. But land reform usually requires a revolution, or at least a highly organized mass movement and a supportive government. The idea that international peace builders would be able to enact land reform instead of elections is difficult to believe. One of the success stories for Otsara's local peace building? Afghanistan. Operation Khyber, 2007, successfully fought off hundreds of Taliban insurgents and significantly reduced suicide attacks on U.S. troops and their allies in Paktia province, in part thanks to bottom-up peace-building efforts. 97 12 years after Operation Khyber, the Taliban continue to own parts of southern Afghanistan and to attack all around the country at will, with no end in sight. The reason Afghanistan is not an example of successful local peace building also explains why Otsara's prescriptions for the Congo will not solve the Congo CONFICTs. Otsara's fundamental thesis is that the international peace building community, led by the UN, emphasizes 340 national and international CONFICT at the expense of local CONFICT. This misemphasis, Otsara argues, can be repaired by a cultural change and a reallocation of resources. In other words, Peace in the Congo or Afghanistan is a technical problem of peacebuilding with a technical solution. It is a problem of misunderstanding of the scale of the problem, national instead of local, macro instead of micro. Otsara's emphasis on scale and the local confuses the relationship between local, national, and international scales. Of course, conflicts occur at the local level. This is an outcome of how insurgencies and counterinsurgencies are fought. Small groups of armed men enter an isolated village or town. Its armed defenders are chased off, killed, or have already fled. The insurgents, the new power in town, act as predators. They kill, rape, and steal from the civilian population. They destroy the symbols of their enemies, schools, hospitals, and kill local leaders who may have affiliated with the other side. Sometime later the other side returns and attacks those civilians who collaborated. Often the entire village will flee. This all happens at the local level. These aren't national armies meeting on the battlefield, nor are there air forces launching ballistic missiles at one another's capitals. But that does not mean that local-level diplomacy or peacebuilding can resolve it in the absence of a political understanding of what is occurring at all scales. Otsara argues that it is the local-scale political analysis, local-scale agendas, and land conflicts that dominate and need resolution. But Otsara's prescriptions for a new national land law and systematic education of people in their rights 98 undermine her own argument, for these are national-scale interventions that she believes should be implemented by internationals. Afghanistan's war is going to keep going because of Pakistan's support for the Taliban and other proxies in pursuit of strategic depth international factors that will undermine any local peace-building efforts. The Congo's war is going to keep going because of Rwanda and Uganda and their interests in Congolese resources, international factors that will undermine any local peace-building efforts. Pakistan and Saudi Arabia are strong allies of the US, which is supposed to be helping the Afghan government fight the Taliban. Rwanda and Uganda are strong allies of the US, which is supposed to be helping the Congolese government establish peace in the East. The problem is not one of scale, and it is not a technical problem. It is a political problem, and as long as the international community of peace builders, whose culture Otsara astutely criticizes, continues to have this blind spot, which Otsara shares, we will have 341. To keep reading about the trouble with the Congo as if the trouble is the Congo. The political problem, in other words, is that the international community is a dishonest broker. The international peace builders don't just see the Congo as inherently violent. They have chosen good and bad sides in the conflict. They have designated some criminal actors as the problem, while others are protected from criticism. This occurs even in the vagaries of language used for some violent groups and the precision of language used for others. Otsara, like Turner and Stearns, is no exception to this dishonest brokering, this bias. In her introduction, Otsara talks about how the international community eventually worked to ensure that troops from neighboring countries off Chile remained out of Congolese territory, 99 pressuring neighboring countries to significantly decrease both assistance to, and manipulation of, Congolese actors. 100 These unnamed neighbors are Rwanda and Uganda. Their protection continues throughout the text. The Rwandan dictatorship of Paul Kagame's pretext for invading the Congo, that he was protecting Congolese of Rwandan descent, is accepted fully by Otsara, who writes that threats against these Congolese of Rwandan descent partly motivated the two Rwandan invasions in the late 1990s. Kagame's Rwanda intervened in Congo to preserve its national security. 101 When the Rwanda supported Laurent Nkunda sacked Bukavu in 2004, his troops killing and raping civilians, Otsara reports this as follows: large-scale fighting broke out in Bukavu and quickly spread to the entire province, almost causing a collapse of the national and regional peace settlements. 102 Kagame, like Nkunda, belongs to the Tutsi ethnic group. Neither are identified by their ethnicity, and this is good. Why should a writer like Otsara identify people or groups by ethnicity, when doing so would veer toward racism? The trouble is, this rule is not evenly applied by Otsara. Hutus are systematically identified by ethnicity and are always the cause of conflict. Hutus don't react or retaliate, they are the attackers, the spoilers, the problem. This paragraph sets the tone. The 1994 Rwandan genocide and the subsequent arrival of 2 million Rwandan Hutu refugees in the Kivus added a regional dimension to the crisis. The Congolese of Rwandan descent allied with the new Rwandan government, which intervened in Congo to preserve its national security. Indigenous groups organized themselves into militias called Mai Mai, eventually allying with the defeated Hutu rebels and the Congolese government. 103. 342. The Congolese of Rwandan descent are nearly all Tutsis. The new Rwandan government is the dictatorship of Paul Kagame, whose generals and ruling group are all Tutsis and whose mission upon coming to power was the collective punishment of all Hutus. I do not believe in these ethnic typologies, but it would be much better to not have them at all than to identify only the Hutus and leave the others without ethnicity. It gets worse. For the hearts and minds of the Hutus, like the Congolese, and unlike Kagame, are directly accessible by Otsara just like they are to other Congo experts. And what is in these Hutu and Congolese hearts is hatred, and anti-Tutsi hatred. The Rwandan army, Otsara writes gently, removed, often by violent means, most traditional chiefs from the areas they controlled and installed people with Rwandan ancestry, often Tutsi, in their stead. This euphemistic removal and installation like software was done without any sort of ethnic bias or hatred. But in response, national, provincial, and local indigenous elites mobilized ethnic hatred to save whatever power they retained. 104. Those who remove people of one ethnicity and install people of another are not mobilizing ethnic hatred. But the ones who FGHT them are. Otsara uses scare quotes around the words aggressors and Rwandan invaders to make it clear that she does not believe Kagame's armies were aggressors or invaders. And Otsara also blandly reports that virtually all Congolese blamed people with Rwandan ancestry, especially the Tutsis, for all of the Congo's problems, including the regional conflict and the civil war. Many people even referred to the 1998 war as the War of the Banyamulenge. Violence against communities of Rwandan descent was especially heavy wherever they lived unprotected by Rwandan soldiers. 105. Otsara may have done hundreds of interviews, but she did not do enough interviews to speak for virtually all Congolese. In a single, remarkable passage, Otsara reveals the bias shared by the international peace-building community. The Rwandan soldiers are ever protecting people from ethnic hatred, never engaging in any ethnic hatred of their own. Their murders and massacres are mere removals and installations, while their enemies rape and kill. The image of the Congo's instability spilling over its borders to contaminate its neighbors 106 is used, never mind that it's the neighbors that were invading the Congo. This despite passages where Otsara notes that all armed groups repeatedly subjected the population to massive human rights violations, including forced displacement, gang rape, killings, massacres, torture, and burning of villages. 107. 343. My examples are not cherry-picked, these linguistic slips pervade the trouble with the Congo. It is yet another example of how the Africanist, by choosing a side, lowers a fog on a conflict and prevents a clear understanding. Without such a clear understanding, Westerners are left to grasp for why war persists despite our best efforts. Otsara is right to reject explanations that depend on Congolese as inherently violent, but the biases throughout the book leave the reader with no real alternative. The subtle steering of the reader to the inherent violence of the Hutus and Congolese and the righteousness of the invisible dictatorship of Kagame's Rwandan army can only leave the reader with exactly that impression, that Hutus and Congolese are the problem. So, if not the local, what is going on? Why such extreme violence at the local level? Why do conflicts persist? Bertrand Russell identified the rule of law as the greatest advance in human history. Ouattara's entire argument about the local hinges on a paragraph refuting the idea that state collapse is responsible for the violence. Another European scholar, Timothy Rademachers, also made a case that state collapse is not so bad. Africanists usually aren't so sanguine about the collapse of the state they live in, but never mind. He argues that while in the literature, protracted armed conflicts such as the war in the DRC are commonly associated with high levels of state collapse and criminal violence, Rademachers argues that state collapse does not necessarily have to be associated with the collapse of society writ large. Despite high levels of insecurity and uncertainty, people continue to seek answers to their daily problems and reorganize things there where others fail or are absent. 108 Ouattara writes that a lack of authority does not mean people will immediately begin killing and raping each other. 109 Perhaps not immediately. But the Congolese state collapsed between 1961 and 1965, and the Rwandan one was knocked over in the 1990s. A vast literature discusses the consequences of this sort of collapse. Contemporary examples abound. Iraq, Syria, Libya, Afghanistan, are all states that collapsed under imperial intervention at varying times, Afghanistan decades before the others, and are all places of shocking violence and atrocity. It does not require any belief in the inherent violence of the Congolese to see it. The trouble with the Congo is right to identify rot at the center of international peace-building efforts in the Congo. But the rot is not one of scale or technique. It is one of politics and bias. The Africanists need to protect the Rwandan dictatorship, including in the trouble with the 344. Congo itself, blocks understanding and prompts the creation of collectively guilty groups Hutus or Congolese. It is amazing that Africanists from so many different academic fields, generations, Western countries, and specific study regions can produce scholarship that so consistently protects Kagame and America. The range of propaganda methods, from subtle lionization to crude demonization and appeals to complexity and nuance, is impressively wide. At the end, it feels like there's no way to escape the propaganda. Anytime you sit down to read something about Africa, you have to know you'll be reading something that accepts the demonization of whole populations and the lionization of war criminals, the presentation of deceitful victims and an innocent empire. When Laurent Kabila arrived in Kinshasa, he created a government made up of his faction in the Rwandan assembled coalition that overthrew Mobutu. He excluded the parties and activists that had fought peacefully for multipartyism in Zaire, restored to its post-independence name of the Democratic Republic of Congo, throughout the 1990s. Those political parties and movements Etienne Tshisekedi's UPDS, Antoine Gizenga's PALU, and the FSDC took to the streets on May 24, 1997, the very day after Kabila's arrival. Kabila's troops dispersed the demonstrators, dragging dozens off for torture in Mobutu's old chambers. Like Mobutu before him, he declared his party, the AFDL, the only legal party in the country. One Kabila had famously said that all it took to launch a rebellion was $10,000 and a satellite phone. Now he had to get on the phone to the Western sponsors who had agreed to Mobutu's ouster, and deliver to them what they wanted. The stated position of the Western powers was that they wanted prompt elections and they wanted the economy further opened up. But the opening up of the economy was just a Western formula applied everywhere, for the Congo's economy wasn't closed. It was collapsed. Mobutu hadn't closed the economy, he had run it into the ground. The mines and infrastructure were crumbling and Mobutu had taken all the cash with him when he fled. Nor was the West really all that keen on elections. Having thrown in with Kagame and Museveni, the US was bound to supporting whatever. Chapter 16. The Warlords' Aid and the Broken Alliance, the 1998-2003 Congo War. 350. Those two men decided to do in the Congo. They had set up the coalition to overthrow Mobutu, they had installed Kabila in power. Rwanda occupied the Kivus, Uganda occupied Haute Congo and Equateur. 3. Knowing he could not win elections, Kagame had avoided them on his route to power in Rwanda in the early 1990s, opting for assassination and war, all with US support. Now, as Kagame installed Kabila in office, the US saw no benefit in a rush to elections that could undermine the regime they had put in place through war. Their public justification was slightly different, and hard to credit. Jason Stern suggests that an immediate opening to multi-party democracy and elections in this context could have led to a rebound by the Mobudists. But based on the pattern of protests and arrests, it was the democratic opposition to Mobutu that Kabila and Kagame feared, not the supporters of the 30-year dictatorship. Kagame's loyal aide James Kabarebe was in overall charge of the Kivus, and he kept up with the RPF's main preoccupation, pushing and massacring Rwandan Hutu refugees, and any Congolese civilians they suspected of helping them, looting and raping. 5. In the Kivus, Rwandan forces set about establishing their control by murdering local chiefs and elders. 6. Under Kabarebe's guidance, the government was given a specific ethnic form. Formal government positions were given to Rwandans and to Banyamulenge who had fought in the Rwandan army. The people who were killed or fled into exile were from Shi, Bimbe, and other ethnic groups. The people who replaced them were ethnically Rwandophone and nearly all Tutsi. The RPF strategy in the Kivus aimed ethnic conflict far beyond what had existed there in the early 1990s. 7. Beyond the Kivus, Kabarebe was tasked with reorganizing the entire Congolese army, integrating the tens of thousands of defeated soldiers of Mobutu's Zaire armed forces and the thousands of child soldiers brought into the AFDL by Anselme Masaju. The former Zaire army men had been disarmed and put into detention camps where they were starved and tortured to death, their leaders summarily executed, often in public. Rwandan RPF troops and AFDL men took over the Zaire army bases, which included extensive housing facilities for families of officers and other ranks. What is little known is that when the Rwandans and AFDL insurgents occupied these bases, they felt at liberty to rape thousands of the ex-FAS soldiers' wives and daughters, as well as women randomly arrested in surrounding towns. 8. 351. Kabarebe built the new Congolese Armed Forces, FAC, out of these brutalized detainees and child soldiers, stiffened by the Rwandophone Congolese Banyamulenge volunteers and RPA regulars. Kabarebe hired a mix of foreign instructors that can only be described as exotic, including North Koreans, Chinese, Tanzanian, and Rwandan instructors. 9. The strongest soldiers in the new army were the Banyamulenge, and they were prepared to mutiny and switch to the Rwandan, RPF, side at any moment. Elsewhere, the Angolan army had occupied the Cabinda enclave inside Congo on the border and were massacring their own Angolan refugees there. 10. When Kabila did get on the satellite phone to the Western donor countries, looking for help consolidating power over his partitioned and occupied country, he did not get the responses he hoped for. Having helped Kagame and the RPF massacre the Rwandan refugees in the war, by disappearing them in satellite photos, presenting them as a guilty mass that deserved what it got, and weighing their mass murder as a balance of the mass murder in the 1994 Rwandan genocide, the West now insisted that Kabila needed to answer for the refugee massacres. Having agreed to be the front man and the new president of the Congo, Kabila was also set up to wear the massacres of the Rwandan refugees. At a World Bank meeting in December 1997, Kabila asked for $575 million and received $32 million. He also received the news that the Congo had inherited Mobutu's $14 billion debt and interest payments on it. 11. Meanwhile, Kagame, the actual author of the massacres, as opposed to its front man, had his country, Rwanda, lavished with foreign aid by Western donors, aid for post-genocide rebuilding that was being diverted to the war in the Congo, as well as covered funds that paid for a range of services and products from the world's military contractors. The Congo's state mining companies had been privatized just before Mobutu's fall, in 1995, with multinationals from Australia, Belgium, and Canada moving in. The 1996 war had created a gold rush atmosphere. Not because gold had been discovered in the ground but because the Congolese state's assets were up for grabs. Private tycoons entered the Congo. Jean-Raymond Bull was a Mauritian-born international diamond tycoon who made his FRST $400 million from a Canadian nickel deposit in Voisey Bay, Canada. Bull had sought and lost mining contracts, worth $20 billion, with Mobutu. He moved to support 352. The AFDL after they took Kisangani. He paid the rebels $1 million in advance taxes, then advanced them another $20 million. 12 In 1997, Laurent Kabila created an export-import parastatal called COMEX, funneling venture capital from London, $25 million, and $3.5 million from Gacamines into it. Starting as a rebels bank, 13 COMEX was used in the 1998 war to create joint businesses with Angola and Zimbabwe. 14 Zimbabwe was given a $53 million contract in October 1998 to supply the Congolese military. 15 But Uzleg, Zimbabwe's part of COMEX, did not get a good return on its investments in the Congo, which would have required much greater investments in infrastructure to make steady profits. 16 Without the aid funds he wanted, Kabila tried to squeeze the foreign mining companies and make mining deals with low-fing operators in the hopes that these might get money FOing more quickly. His frustrations with the mining corporations bubbled over when his Minister of Mining accused two of the biggest mining companies, De Beers and Anglo-American, of monopolism and lack of social responsibility and stripped them of some of their Congolese assets. The government began demanding that any foreign investor provide 15% of the planned investments as a non-refundable cash payment up front and that they keep the involvement of expatriate staff to a strict minimum. 17 But this didn't work either. Western investors had many ways to get Congolese minerals, and with most of the mining areas of the country occupied by foreign armies, saw no reason to go through Kabila. Kagame and Kabareb's massacres of the refugees in the 1996-1997 war, their rape and pillage of the areas the RPF passed through, and the ethnic reconfiguration of the Kivus engendered resistance, eventually armed resistance, large-scale public massacres of Rwandan Hutu refugees, arbitrary arrests, torture and summary executions of political and ethnic opponents, looting, raping and ill-treatment of Congolese civilians by the Rwandans generated a situation in the Kivus where thousands of people, primarily the Hunda, Nyanga, and Tembo ethnic groups, began joining the local Mai Mai militias. 18 The Stanleyville-based Lumumbist rebels of the 1960s once used Mai Mai as a battle cry. The militias that arose in the 1990s to battle the Rwandan occupiers evoked that history of Congolese nationalism. The Mai Mai organized in a fragmented way on a self-defense basis to protect their lands from invaders. They reflected the political manifestation of the social exclusion affecting a growing number of 353 marginalized young men in eastern Congo. Some were simply criminal groups. But most had an ideology of self-defense and aimed to protect political space against foreign occupying forces, especially Rwandan forces. In South Kivu, they had popular support, as a reaction against the Rwandan government's attempt to extend its territory to the Kivus. 19 They were no match for the Rwandan army neither in terms of weapons nor in ruthlessness, though they committed atrocities against civilians too. But they persisted, because their war was one of existence. The occupying forces understood the link between traditional leaders and the community, and their FRST act was to harass traditional authorities and even kill the recalcitrant ones. The Mai Mai partly represents a reaction against acts viewed as deliberate attempts to destroy local communities. 20 The ousted Rwandan army, sometimes called the XFAR, as well as the surviving Interahamwe militias, some of whom had participated in the Rwandan genocide, formed the backbone of a guerrilla force based in the Kivus, initially under the command of an XFAR officer named Paul Ruarakabaj. These forces survived through predations on the local population and several times tried, and failed, to infiltrate Rwanda. 21 First called the Army for the Liberation of Rwanda, ALIR, they rebranded as the FDLR, the Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda under the command of ex-FAR General Augustin Bizimungu. The presence of these defeated Rwandan forces fighting against Kabareb's occupying troops in the eastern Congo left Kabila in a political bind. The Rwandans and Ugandans were ethnically cleansing the Kivus and transferring large sums of money, as well as coffee, gold, diamonds, and coltan, in fact anything it could lay its hands on, to Rwanda. Treated the Congolese with a disdain that was heavily resented, at the same time settling Tutsi families from Rwanda, Uganda, and North Kivu, requisitioning houses and land, and claiming the best positions in the new administration and military, while randomly arresting and executing traditional chiefs. 22 Kabila tried to remedy this by installing his Katanan friends in crucial positions in the Congolese army, FAC. Elsewhere, he entered alliances with various local militias, the Mai Mai, and surviving Rwandan Hutu extremists. The latter move was seen by the Rwandans as a failure to respect Kabila's commitment in relation to recognizing the rights of the Banyamulenge to Congolese nationality and, more importantly, as a threat to their influence in the DRC. 23. 354. At the end of July, Laurent Kabila went on the radio to order all Rwanda troops to leave the Congo. James Kabarebe, the Rwandan officer who was the de facto ruler of the eastern Congo, went to say goodbye to Kabila, who had just replaced his bodyguards from Rwandans to Congolese men from Katanga. The colonel who commanded them asked Kabarebe to leave his sidearm at the guard's desk before entering the president's office, which he did. But the colonel had a doubt at the last minute and asked Kabarebe to let himself be frisked. Commander James reluctantly agreed and was found to carry a small .32 caliber pistol in his boot. The colonel confiscated, fuming. Kabarebe grinned and said he had to be careful about his security. As he was about to step into Kabila's office, the colonel shouted at him to take off his beret, saying that out of respect he had to appear bareheaded in front of the president. Kabarebe refused and a scuffle ensued. In the scuffle the beret was torn off his head, and a very small .22 caliber automatic fell to the floor. 4 days later the war broke out and Commander James was leading the attack. 24 Kagame had been planning a renewed operation in the Congo since April 1998. When Kabarebe returned to Rwanda, he and Kagame felt they were in a better position than they had been in 1996. Kabarebe ruled the East, installed his loyalists in every position of power, and knew everything about what Kabila's forces had and could do. The plan that Kagame and Kabarebe came up with is now famous, lauded as an act of fantastic courage and one of the most daring operations in the region's military history, still talked about by foreign military attachés and Congolese army commanders alike, an operation that exemplified audacity and courage. 25 Kabarebe hijacked passenger airliners and flew them across the Congo to Kitona Air Force Base in Basse-Congo. From there, the plan was to rally the ex-FAS troops held in detention there, and then advance on Kinshasa to instigate a swift and seamless coup. This force would shut down the ports, capture the Inga Dam, the western DRC's power supply, and march on Kinshasa. The Banyamulenge inside the Congolese army would revolt and the country would fall back into the Kagame's lap. 26 By August 5, Kitona was under Kabareb's control. 3 RPF battalions and 1 Ugandan one had set up shop and were negotiating with the Zairene detainees. Following 30 minutes of negotiations, during the course of which Kabarebe expertly exploited his knowledge of 355. The plight of ex-FAS troops, and coupled with the handover of a few suitcases of dollars, the Congolese agreed to join him. 27 By the end of the day, Kabarebe had 5,000 troops under his command. By August 7, they had walked 100 kilometers east of Kitona to take and pillage the town of Boma, killing 22 civilians and herding dozens of women to the premier Basing Hotel, requisitioned by Kabarebe as his HQ, where they were repeatedly raped. 28 They moved on 3 days later, in stolen cars and a hijacked train, shutting down the port of Matadi, then taking and turning off the Inga Dam, a war crime that left Kinshasa and the rest of the western Congo in the dark. 29 in 6 days, Kaberb's men had traveled 210 kilometers out of the 500 kilometers they needed to go to get to Kinshasa. It was fast, but too slow. Kabila had signed an agreement with Zimbabwe's president, Robert Mugabe, on August 4. Zimbabwe's Air Force set up at Njili Air Base at Kinshasa on August 8 and had airlifted 800 elite troops there by August 12. When Kabarebe turned the lights out in Kinshasa, the South African Development Community, SADC, decided to deploy additional troops to stop Rwanda from overrunning the Congo. 30 Zimbabwe's troops were able to bolster the Congolese army in Kinshasa when the Banyamulenge mutiny inevitably occurred, preventing the collapse of the Congolese army in the capital. After the threat of the mutiny had passed, Kabila's undisciplined troops, as well as civilian mobs, attacked Tutsi civilians, and from there, committed murder, execution, rape, and acts of torture, not only against Tutsis and people of Rwandan origin, but also against political opponents, primarily members of the UPDS and PALU, and ordinary civilians, this with complete impunity. Several hundred people were killed in this wave of state-sponsored violence. Their bodies were usually thrown into the Njili and Congo rivers. 31 When Zimbabwe's Air Force got into position, they found Kaberb's columns on the march. Kabarebe had made little provision for air defense, and a Zimbabwean combined arms attack on August 24 destroyed most of tanks he had captured and deployed from Kitona. 32 Colonel Patrick Karegeya, the intelligence officer who Kagame eventually had strangled in South Africa in 2013, had been meeting with senior ministers in Angola to sound them out on an invasion of Congo. Advisors to Angola's President Dos Santos told Karegeya that Angola wouldn't intervene. But when Dos Santos heard about the invasion, he overruled them. Angolan troops were behind Kaberb's positions. They 356 attacked Kitona on August 22 and defeated Kaberb's troops. They recaptured, and then resacked the town of Boma, pillaging several hospitals and many homes in the town, raping 30 women and executing whomever they suspected of colluding with their enemy. 33 Like the Rwandans had, they summarily executed captured troops. As the Angolans slowed down their advance and stopped in towns to pillage and rape, Zimbabwe's commanders feared losing the momentum of their counterattack. They sent paratroopers to recapture the Inga Dam from Kaberb's forces. 34 Even after the Zimbabweans and Angolans entered the war against him, Kabarebe had 15,000 troops and remained confident. With his superior numbers, he opted for another RPF infiltration move, another strike deep behind enemy lines. This time he advanced on Njili Airport, where the Zimbabweans were headquartered. The Zimbabwean commander, Major General Mike Nyambuya, anticipated the tactic. He stationed his elite troops at blocking positions to ambush the infiltrators and call down air strikes, destroying many of Kaberb's vehicles and stalling his advance on August 25. Kaberb's troops wore Congolese army uniforms, but they were identified by the Zimbabweans, who mowed the FRST wave down. Kaberb's second wave captured the runway and the main terminal, but the Zimbabweans remained in the control tower, where a small group of paras and SAS snipers poured a heavy volume of FRE into enemy lines, causing extensive casualties. 35 The Zimbabweans picked Laurent Kabila up in Kinshasa and flew him out of harm's way to Lubumbashi in Katanga. They then proceeded to use air power to knock out all of Kaberb's tanks and heavy weapons on August 27. 36 The Zimbabweans counterattacked. Kaberb's forces fell back into street fighting in the Njili neighborhoods, which were destroyed as the Zimbabweans advanced and forced Kabarebe all the way out of Kinshasa by the night of August 30. By September 1, the Inga Dam was back under government control and Kaberb's bold attack had failed. Kabila and his Zimbabwean, Angolan, and Namibian allies celebrated. Kaberb's 15,000 troops were isolated, surrounded on all sides, their heavy weapons destroyed, and ready to be annihilated. So, Kagame did what he always had when at a disadvantage, he called Washington, which applied immense pressure on Kinshasa, Luanda, and Harare to spare their defeated enemies. In light of a possible end to fighting, the Congolese asked their allies to allow 357. Their defeated enemy to withdraw. 37. By convincing these African armies to spare Kabarebe on the battlefield, the Americans ensured that the war would go on for many more years, and take many more thousands of lives. With the deal in place, Kabarebe abandoned his Congolese forces to their own devices. They scattered, some changing sides to rejoin the Congolese army or other local militias. Kabarebe took his RPF and Ugandan troops and made his way to northern Angola, and in December, the surviving 3,000 RPA and UPDF troops were extracted in some 30 Fights of Victor Bout's aircraft. 38. Kagame had failed to topple Laurent Kabila. But Rwanda still ruled in the eastern Congo. Kabarebe's vaunted hijack operation, the Kitona airlift, had ended with America begging Kabila's allies to spare Kabarebe and his forces, but the other part of the strategy, the Banyamulenge mutiny inside the Congolese army, had worked. It began with the capture of Goma and Bukavu. Congolese army loyalists who refused to mutiny either fled or were executed. An example, the Kavumu airport slaughter, during which 38 loyalists were forced to lie down on the airport runway. RPA officers then ordered the captured Kadogo, child soldiers, to execute all their officers and NCOs. 39. The Rwandans moved on southward to Uvira, the loyalists fleeing ahead of them, and when they arrived they were free to arbitrarily arrest, torture, and execute a number of loyal officers, traditional leaders, and administrative officials. Hardly any of those arrested was ever seen again. 40. Once North and South Kivu cities and towns were under Rwandan military control, Kagame commenced the next stage of the plan as he had done in 1990 with the RPF and 1996 with the AFDL. He created a front organization, this time called the Congolese Rally for Democracy, RCD, on August 16, 1998. As with the previous front organizations, the AFDL and before it, the RPF itself, the real power lay with Kagame and his army. Kagame sent 35,000 of his own troops. 41, wrote the press statements, and approved all RCD expenditures, a budget of about $2.5 million per month. 42. Kagame's forces advanced out of the Kivus and moved west, seizing the important mining towns as they went. Supported by the Banyamulenge and other Congolese mutineers, they had more troops and better equipment and were able to make use of an improved variant of their usual tactics. A weak spearhead would infiltrate and then attack the objective in a bold and mostly swift move, then the main force would follow to mop up and secure the conquered area. 43. 358. But things didn't go as planned. Kabarebe had been surprised to find that Zimbabwe's and Angola's militaries were stronger and better than his own and able to stop the conquest of Kinshasa. In the eastern Congo, Kagame found that once he controlled the towns, insurgencies sprung up around them. Most of the countryside and the road network soon came under the effective control of various Mai-Mai groups. 44. The RPF reacted the way it always had, since the Uganda civil war with genocidal ruthlessness. For example, after the Mai-Mai ambushed an RPA column on the road between Bukavu and Kindu, killing around 20 Rwandan and Banyamulenge troops on August 23, 1998, the RPA entered the villages of Kilangatwi, Kalama, and Kasika, pillaged them, set the houses on fire and massacred over 1,000 civilians, including women and children. Such search and destroy operations became a norm for the next 3 years of the Second Congo War. 45. The specific methods of the RPF were summarized by one author as follows: injecting syringes of kerosene into ears, smothering people with plastic bags, choking with ropes and cords, impaling women and girls with tools, using a gefuni, the RPF's war hammer, to crack skulls and spill brain matter out like porridge, burying people alive, forcing victims to dig their own graves. The methods are intimate, sadistic. A signature technique is the akondoi, a variation of the strap-pado torture device, which involves tying a person's elbows behind their back so tightly that the head tilts downward. 46 The Mai Mai militias and local self-defense forces targeted Rwandaphone and especially Tutsi civilians as well. The People's Civil Defense, PCD, organization in particular, while not having any significant military capacity, in several instances detained and massacred Tutsis in Kalemi in Katanga in late August 1998 and in Vyura in September. The Congolese army did the same to Banyamulenge soldiers and Tutsi civilians in Kisangani and in Kamina Air Force Base in Katanga. 47 As Kagame's troops moved into these areas, they evacuated Tutsi civilians behind their lines. Ethnic cleansing became a part of the war in the eastern Congo, with militias attacking Banyamulenge villagers and Banyamulenge and Rwandan soldiers attacking members of other ethnicities. Laurent Kabila's most effective allies were Zimbabwe and Angola. They knew that taking the Kivus from Kagame would be extremely arduous, and for now, they would have to rely on the Mai Mai insurgents to tie the Rwandans down. The FRST priority was to stop the Rwandans. 359. From coming any further west. Their grand strategy was to establish a front line, a kind of eastern front, along the Congo River that would rely on a number of fortified airports, from Pipa to Pweto and Manono in the south, via Ankara, Katanda, Kabalo, Bokungu and Kindu, to Kisangani and Ikla, where their troops could be supported by air or along the Congo River, and thus halt the Rwandan advance. 48 The key to the strategy were the cities of Kisangani, the former city of Stanleyville where the Lumumbist rebels had made their last stand against the white supremacist mercenaries, and Kindu. If Zimbabwe could get there before the Rwandans did, the Eastern Front idea could work. But the RPF got to Kisangani FRST, advancing from Lubumbashi with 15,000 troops and taking the city on August 23, capturing and summarily executing 400 Congolese troops in the process. 49 Once Kisangani was taken, the RPF established control over the rest of Province Oriental by mid-September. As for Kindu, the RPF battled the Congolese army, then the Zimbabwean reinforcements, but the city fell in mid-October 1998 to the Rwandans. Once Kindu fell, it gave the RPF a logistical advantage because of its proximity to the Rwandan border. The RPF now enjoyed the advantage of much shorter communications than their opposition. The Zimbabweans had to haul nearly all their supplies along a 1,500 km long road from Harare through Zambia, or by aircraft over 1,200 kilometers from Harare or Kinshasa to Kamina, while the Rwandans could airlift supplies from depots 350 to 500 kilometers away. 50 The Zimbabweans almost broke through to the port of Kalemi, while their Namibian allies took the town of Mabo from the Rwandans. 1 battalion of Zimbabwean troops got surrounded and cut off in the town of Ikla by Rwandans, and fought there under siege for months while being airlifted supplies by the Zimbabwean Air Force. Ikla was the site of multiple battles over the next year and a half, with the Zimbabweans finally relieving the siege in February 2000 and drawing down their forces in the Congo from there. When his ally Kagame invaded in August 1998, Uganda's President Museveni moved his forces into the Congo immediately, occupying Province Oriental and Equateur, the northern Congo. Uganda and Rwanda agreed on a partition of the Congo along a line defined by Kisangani. The Ugandans got the north and the Rwandans the south. 51 The Ugandans got the worst deal. From Equateur they rarely got more than $50,000 a month, 52 in plunder. 360. As Kagame had created the Rally for Congolese Democracy, RCD, Museveni created his own Congolese Front, the Movement for the Liberation of the Congo, MLC, which, with its Ugandan backers, had close to 10,000 troops. 53 Most of these two provinces, Oriental and Equateur, were securely under Ugandan control by December 1998. Laurent Kabila met Museveni under a Libyan mediator that month. To no avail, Uganda had too much to gain by continuing at war. After the failed talks, Kabila invited a contingent of about 2,000 Chadian troops to bolster Congolese army forces in Gbadolite, one of Mobutu's favorite cities and the site of one of the old dictator's now looted and hollowed-out palaces. On the battlefield, the Chadians used a tactic that the Ugandans could not easily answer, the Retsu, a high-speed, raid-style attack by columns of highly mobile Toyota 4WDs armed with an assortment of heavy weapons. The Chadians routed the Ugandans in Equateur, capturing 121 Ugandan and Rwandan soldiers and crushing Ugandan hopes of a swift and easy conquest of Equateur province. 54 Neither Chad nor Kabila had the ability to follow this up, however, and northern Congo settled into the same kind of stalemated war of attrition as the rest of Congo by 1999. When Chad signed a separate peace with Museveni and withdrew in June 1999, Uganda moved ahead and captured Gbadolite, Gemina, and Libenge by mid-July. The Congolese army unsuccessfully counterattacked in October. Basinkoso fell to Ugandan forces at the end of November 1999, and all of Equateur and Province Orientale were in Museveni's lap. 55 The Second Congo War was a bonanza for private military contractors. Between 1998 and 2001, the Congo government was spending about 70% of its revenues, about $130 million in 2000, on the war alone. 56 Victor Bout's private airline prospered from delivering to the Rwandans and moving them around, but the Swiss Aviation Support and Training Organization got a piece of this business as well. Uganda purchased its arms from the Israeli company Silver Shadow. Rwanda used the Israeli Air Defense Consultants Corporation, ADCC, whose representative Danny Reshef tried unsuccessfully to sell Kagame a half-dozen MiG-21s. ADCC recruited pilots from Russia and Ukraine to fly helicopters and transport aircraft. 57 Much of the Ugandan and Rwandan purchases of these arms were paid for either with the spoils of war or by redirecting development aid provided by the West. 58 Uganda did ad hoc looting. Rwanda, under Kagame, was methodical in looting as in all things. Over time, the RPA, UPDF, and RCD tightened their grip. 361. Over the mining sector by occupying mining sites in order to directly organize and supervise production and export to Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi. 59. The Union estimated that the RPF was taking $20 million a month in profits between 1998 and 2002 from plundering the Congo. 60. But ex-RPF spokesman Theogene Rudasingwe told a reporter that he and his colleagues were constantly surprised when the UN estimated its Congo revenues in the millions, when Rwandan commanders had already sucked out $1 billion worth of coltan, diamond, gold, tin, and copper, along with revenue from timber and extortion networks. 61. The plunder was so tempting that Rwandan and Ugandan forces broke into open war over it in Kisangani, the center of the Congo's diamond trade, an industry in which 1 million Congolese work. 62. On August 7, 1999, resulting in the indiscriminate shelling of much of the city, causing nearly 600 civilian casualties and forcing much of the population to flee into the jungle. 63. The Rwandans and Ugandans fought on in Kisangani for months before they finally partitioned the city in October 1999 and came to a rough understanding over who could plunder what. That understanding fell apart again in 2000, with the Rwandans killing some 1,800 Ugandans and driving them out of the city by June. The Rwandans probably lost 140 killed. In the process, 760 civilians were killed, more than 1,700 injured, 60,000 displaced, 418 houses destroyed, 4,083 houses damaged, 64. The power station was heavily damaged, as was the Chopo hydroelectric dam and one of the hospitals. The cathedral of Kisangani was burned down, water and electricity supplies were destroyed, as were most civilian and commercial properties. 65. Laurent Kabila wanted to work with the Israelis too, but decided it unwise when he realized they were already working with Kagame. Kabila cancelled the Israeli contracts he'd made when he was Rwanda's front man and switched his business to the UK, which also armed his Zimbabwean ally 66. Unfortunately for both Zimbabwe and the Congo, Zimbabwe suffered some logistical problems when the UK imposed an arms embargo on Zimbabwe. Tony Blair overruled the embargo in January 2000 for a few months, which gave Zimbabwe the time to develop a supply line through a group of friendly Kenyan businessmen and a company called Aviation Consultancy Services, ACS, led by a man named John Burdenkamp, which functioned very satisfactorily for the rest of the war. 67. 362. Libya stepped in to sell discounted surplus Libyan Arab Air Force stocks to Kabila and finance the Zimbabwean military intervention. 68. The Belgian company Damigia Export facilitated some weapons deals. 69. The former Soviet Republic of Georgia's Tbilisi Aircraft State Association delivered Sukhoi Su-25 F'der bombers which were used by the Congolese in the war. 70. A Dutch company, Trans-Balkan Cargo Service, helped out with transport. 71. So did the Swiss company Aerotech, even though another Swiss company, Astro, was working for the Rwandans. 72. In mid-February 1999. Kagame tried to break the stalemate with a major offensive to try to take towns on the eastern front held by Zimbabwe's troops, Kabalo, Lubeo, Cabinda, and Pwito. But under Zimbabwe's aerial bombardment of all Rwandan-held airports all over the country and a Congolese army counterattack in the southeast around Kibombo, in the direction of Mbuji-Mayi, Kagame's offensive collapsed. 73. He tried again in March and again in June, each time repulsed by Zimbabwean air power and, in Cabinda, Angolan armor. But when the Congolese army tried to retake Kindu from the RPF in March 1999, they also failed. The RPF was usually able to defeat the Congolese army and rout or capture and execute hundreds of Congolese soldiers after each battle, but was unable to withstand counterattacks by Zimbabwean or Angolan forces and lost thousands of soldiers in these failed 1999 offensives. 74. A southern offensive from Kagame down Lake Tanganyika toward Kalemi and Maba also was stalled by the Zimbabweans and Congolese in May of 1999, aided by Mai-Mai insurgents behind Rwandan lines. Kagame's front organization, the RCD, also split in 1999 when non-Tutsi members began questioning Rwandan and Banyamulenge dominance over the organization. 75. Previously, with the RPF and the AFDL, this had only happened after Kagame had already won the war. Now it was occurring during the war, which posed some serious problems for Kagame, who had to send another 7,000 men from Rwanda into the Congo. Even then, the large convoys of Rwandan troops moving from Uvira to Bukavu and then to Bunyakiri and Walungu were repeatedly ambushed by Mai-Mai and then hit by Zimbabwean F'der bombers. 76. Kagame announced a unilateral cease-fire on June 1, 1999, to create confusion, then moved his troops forward again to recapture Kalemi and resume the attack toward Maba and Manono. Kagame's forces took 363. Manono on June 20 and moved north toward Ankara, but were stopped by a fresh contingent of 3,000 Zimbabwean troops who were rushed in to match the new Rwandan deployment. 77. In August 1999, all the belligerents signed another cease-fire before they resumed fighting. The monarch was authorized by UNSC Resolution 1279 on November 30, 1999, with a Chapter 7 mandate to disarm foreign militias and run a DDRRR program. 78. Monarch was an ineffective instrument for ending the war, but it did provide various points of leverage for managing it, a point to which I will return. As the front lines of the war became static, Uganda and Rwanda dug in both senses of the word, fortifying their positions and looting the occupied country's mineral wealth. Uganda and Rwanda, countries with no diamonds, multiplied their exports of them, 79 purchasing $20 million in uncut diamonds per month. 80. Uganda's chosen trader was Philippe Suroic, while Rwanda brought Lebanese traders. 81. The Bakwanga Mining, or MIBA, diamond mine company in Kasai, once the short-lived mining state, was treated as a cash cow and declined steadily during the war and consequent expansion of the smuggling economy. From 6.8 million carats in 1998, output declined to 5 million in 1999 and 3.5 million in 2000. MIBA suffered from new extortions, irregular power, seizures of their diamonds, and seizures of food and fuel intended for their workers. 82 Belgian writer Colette Brijkman mapped the smuggling networks. Gold from Katanga, Kasai, and Manyema, diamonds from Kisangani, and minerals from the Kivus, areas controlled by Rwanda, went to Rwanda. Diamonds from Bafwazand, gold from Izuru and Bunny, and minerals from Ituri, areas controlled by Uganda, went to Uganda. 83 In the Kivus, the business worked as follows. Armed groups control the mines. Transporters pay armed groups extortion fees to take the minerals to one of hundreds of trading houses in Bukavu and Goma. The trading houses are supposed to pay for government licenses but don't. The trading houses send minerals to Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi, which exports them as their own country's exports. In 2007, Uganda produced $6 million in gold and exported $74 million, Rwanda produced $8 million in tin and exported $30 million. 84 Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi export the minerals via the Gulf states, especially Dubai. The armed groups made about $180 million on the minerals trade in 2008. 364. In the Rwanda-controlled Kivus, asset stripping was the order of the day. Many of these minerals were not being dug from the ground to be sold in Rwanda, they were stolen from the warehouses of the state-owned company. It was simple armed robbery. Between November 1998 and April 1999, the Rwandan army and its RCD allies removed between 2,000 and 3,000 tons of tin ore and up to 1,500 tons of coltan from the warehouses of Sominki, worth between $10 and $20 million. The Congolese commander of the RCD troops, Jean-Pierre Ondekane, brazenly entered the central bank of CES in Kisangani and seized between $1 million and $8 million in Congolese francs, which he then dispatched to Kigali. 85 individual soldiers looted civilian property, and Rwanda set up systematic, vertically integrated systems to control all stages of mineral production. Rwanda sent hundreds of prisoners, mostly Hutu who had been accused of taking part in the genocide, from jails in western Rwanda to work in coltan, gold, and tin mining pits. 86 In 2000, a one-time price rise of coltan from $10 to $380 per kilogram injected millions into the local economy, and Rwanda exported hundreds of millions dollars of coltan it didn't have. 87 Rwanda made profits of $250 million per year during the occupation on a budget of $380 million. Kagame called it self-sustaining, enabling him to boost his military budget from an off-chale $55 million in 2001 to a real $135 million. 88 The war dragged on. In October 2000, Laurent Kabila planned a big offensive move in Podur. Anselme Masaju, one of the three surviving members of the four initial leaders of the AFDL, along with Laurent Kabila and Deogracius Budjura, André Kisase and Gandu, had already been eliminated by Kagame in the 1996 war for protesting the pillage of his country, was sent by Laurent Kabila with his child soldiers to take Podur back from the Rwandans. Masaju was the father of the child soldiers, Kadogo, always present on the front line, eating beans and corn with his children. 89 He had already been arrested by Laurent Kabila in November 1997, who was suspicious of the close friendship between Masaju and the Rwandan commander in the east, James Kabarebe. Then, the Kadogo had threatened to mutiny, and Kabila, very sensitive to disunity in his weak military and the possibility of a coup, had relented, letting Masaju go. When Kabarebe left the Congo and came back as an invader at the head of a Rwandan army, Laurent Kabila decided that Masaju was the right man to send to FGHT his former friend. 365. On paper, the Congolese army had committed 50,000 troops to the battle, but desertion rates were around 60%. 90 And Masaju's Kadogo, who had mostly been used in mop-up operations in the 1996 war, were put on the front lines against Kabareb's crack RPF veterans, who surrounded them and mowed them down. The Kadogo broke and fled into Zambia. The Zimbabwean forces bolstering the Kadogo had air superiority, but were ever more concerned about the potential threat of Ugandan MiGs, especially if these were to be overhauled and upgraded in Israel. 91 When the Kadogo in the capital, Kinshasa, heard about their compatriots being sacrificed in the east, they mutinied again and were in turn tortured and executed en masse by Laurent Kabila's army. A witch hunt for Kadogo from the Kivus was launched in Kinshasa. Security services stripped detainees bare and searched for ritual scarif cation on their chests and backs, claiming that Masaju was anointing his adepts with traditional medicine to make them invincible to bullets. 92 The survivors crossed the border into exile in Congo-Brazzaville. 93 Masaju was not so lucky. He was arrested at the front line and executed on November 27, 2000. 94 The Poitou offensive failed to push the Rwandan forces back. By the beginning of 2001, the front lines hadn't moved. Kagame's time was running out though. Bill Clinton's time in office had come to an end, and the Bush regime had other priorities. When Kagame visited the USA in late January 2001, the new U.S. Secretary of State, Colin Powell, made it unmistakably clear that throwing the Lusaka Agreement out the window would not be tolerated, and that the Rwandans should find a peaceful solution to the war. Something similar happened to the Ugandans and the MLC. They were perfectly aware of the fact that if they attempted a dash for the capital, for example with an advance by river, this would not only expose them to the Zimbabwean Air Force, but was also likely to prompt another full-scale Angolan intervention. After fending themselves under pressure from the new U.S. administration, they therefore abandoned all the related ideas. 95 On January 16, 2001, Laurent Kabila was assassinated too, probably by Rwanda and with at least the approval of the U.S. 96 Some conspiracy theory narratives. The U.S. provided GPS data on the whereabouts of Savimbi in exchange for Angola's role in eliminating Laurent. 366. Kabila a year earlier. 97 The motivation? Angola had helped overthrow Mobutu in 1996 because Mobutu had allowed the Congo, then Zaire, to be a base for Angolan rebels, UNITA, led by Jonas Savimbi. UNITA's activities were funded by the illicit diamond trade from mines it controlled in Angola, to the tune of $200 million a year. One rumor had it that Kabila, in a desperate bid for cash, had begun to allow UNITA to deal through Lebanese gem traders in Kinshasa. 98 But more likely it was Rwanda. Kabarebe had tried to walk into Laurent Kabila's office and shoot him once, and assassination was a key part of the RPF's arsenal. As with the assassination of Habyarimana, Kagame seems to have given little thought to who would succeed his enemy upon the success of the assassination. Habyarimana's assassination in 1994 had led to genocide, but it had also brought Kagame to power in Rwanda. Laurent Kabila's successor, by contrast, beginning from a position of weakness, was able to reduce the Congo's diplomatic isolation and weaken Kagame's alliances. Laurent was succeeded by Joseph Kabila, who managed a partial diplomatic isolation of Rwanda while also keeping up support for the Mai Mai against Rwanda's proxies. Laurent, with his long memory of the UN in the Congo since the 1960s, had alienated the institution. Joseph asked for more UN deployment. Laurent had talked like a third-world Marxist while making deals with the shoddiest capitalists. Joseph entertained Western ambassadors, who came with lists of people they would like to see sacked and made decisions that needed to be made to advance the peace process. 99 Laurent was famous for his endless talk. Joseph spoke so little that it unnerved the formidable older men Kagame and Museveni from under whose thumbs he was emerging. 100 But like Laurent, Joseph continued to enjoy the support of Angola and Zimbabwe, who were no more interested now in seeing the Congos fall to Kagame's designs than they were before. Joseph's efforts were rewarded when the UN expert report on the illegal exploitation of Congolese resources appeared in 2001, the first of a series that showed in forensic detail the business Kagame and Museveni had made of plundering the country. Even Kagame's allies, the US and UK, made some behind-the-scenes entreaties. 101 In the medium term, Joseph also knew that the Rwandan and Ugandan proxies had no legitimacy. Like Habyarimana had hoped to do in 1994 before his assassination, Joseph used an electoral strategy to defeat the Rwandan and Ugandan occupiers politically. 367. Militarily, Joseph could not improve the effectiveness of his conventional forces. His allies held the line, preventing Kagame from moving too far west from the occupied Kivus, while he pursued the diplomatic and political options. Within the Kivus, though, the Congolese could only FGHT as an insurgency against the Rwandan occupiers. The Mai Mai militias tied Rwanda's army down, while Rwanda enacted a genocidal counterinsurgency in the areas it controlled, massacring entire villages, using mass rape and other atrocities as tactics of terror. The horrors inflicted by these Rwandan forces on the Congolese have created new categories of atrocity, such as rape with extreme violence. 102 The Congolese government submitted a complaint against Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in 1999, under Laurent Kabila's government, about intentional transmission of HIV. The complaint included massacres at Kavumu Airport outside Bukavu, the seizure of the Inga hydroelectric dam outside Kinshasa, massacres at Kasika and Mwenga, Luberize, Bujra, Luvingi, and Makabola, and systematic looting of resources. 103 The invaders managed to string out the process of dealing with the DRC complaint, Turner writes. The commission deferred in 2001, waiting for Burundi to respond, then waited again in 2002, after Laurent Kabila had been assassinated, because the OAU hadn't responded. A novel international method for deferring action for years, if only other murder suspects could avoid trial by not responding. In 2003, the Commission found in favor of the DRC, but not on the factual claims about intentional HIV transmission or ethnic cleansing. 104 Joseph's diplomatic pressure began to tell. The change of government in the U.S. from Kagame's unconditional boosters, the Clintons, to the Bushes, who had other priorities, also changed the game. Washington abstained from a vote to renew the IMF's loans to Rwanda, while London privately made clear to Kampala that it would not extend further loans if it did not withdraw its troops. In June 2002, President Kagame committed to withdrawing all Rwandan troops within 3 months. Museveni followed suit in November. Journalists lined up at border posts to see a total of 30,000 foreign troops march across, as crowds of Congolese celebrated. 105 South Africa's President Thabo Mbeki oversaw the negotiations in Sun City. The peacemaking method was unusual. The former belligerents were attracted by a generous sharing of spoils, impunity and corruption. 368 were, to a certain extent, the glue holding the fragile peace together. As opposed to other transitions in Sierra Leone and Liberia, where warlords were not allowed to stand for public office, the transition in the Congo stacked the new government with the very people who had plunged the country into internecine conflict. 106 What role did Western economic policy play in this war? The World Bank began supervising the DRC government's mining policy in 2001, restructuring the state mining company, creating a more investor-friendly mining code in 2002, and creating a new mining registry. A side effect of this restructuring was the dismissal of 10,000 employees. 107 In 2000, a year before this helpful restructuring, inflation had reached 550% and government salaries were going unpaid. 108 Because the state mining companies were being privatized and restructured, the government relied on taxing diamonds and oil, which spiked diamond smuggling. 109 As the Africanists were blaming Congolese culture and psychological historical dysfunction for the conflict, the World Bank was restructuring the country's main industry in the middle of the most destructive war going on in the world at the time. A private businessman named Dan Gertler from Israel, a leading player in Congo minerals for a decade, purchased a $3 billion mining property and another large piece of the state mining company with an unannounced price. But the World Bank agreement had stated that the prices of privatized assets should be made public. 110 In August 2000, Gertler also paid $20 million per year to Laurent Kabila in return for the right to export 88% of DRC's diamonds, which crippled the sector and alienated the powerful Lebanese diamond trading community in Kinshasa. 111 The diamond market was worth $600 million, but Congo's exports were about $175 million. 112 Congolese corruption was again blamed, but it was Western business that picked up Congolese assets at low prices. Copper was the major industry of the DRC under Mobutu, not gold, or diamonds or the other minerals. During the war, the Swedish tycoon Alfred Lundin tried to get Tenkfungurum mine, the Congo's largest copper mine with about $26 billion, fronting $50 million as a down payment and negotiating a deal to pay $250 million to the state and invest $1.5 billion, and then operate tax-free and retain a 55% share in the mine. 113 London then turned his share over to the U.S., who negotiated even better terms. Turner, the American copper mining company. 369. Phelps Dodge won the biggest prize in the scramble for Congolese minerals, the huge copper-cobalt deposits at Tenkfungurum, in the Katanga copper belt. With the apparent help of the U.S. Embassy, the company was able to navigate through the mess about wartime contracts and secure majority ownership of Tenkfungurum. 114 One detail of this negotiation was that in 2005, DRC negotiators agreed to reduce the Tenkfungurum fee from $250 million to $50 million and reduce their country's ownership share from 45 to 17.5%. The reduction in DRC's share represented the surrender of revenues from 5 million tons of copper, worth at least $30 billion, over the life of the mine. 115 Laurent Kabila made deals with Zimbabwe and Angola business through COMEX and its Zimbabwe counterpart, Osleg, and businessmen like Billy Rothenbuch. Rothenbuch undermined the long-term viability of the Kakanda mine, extracted $20 million from the Kababunkola processing facility over 18 months, processed $6 million of cobalt, 150 a month at Likasi, but drove GACA mines into further decline. He laid off 11,000 state workers and was replaced in 2000. 116 Zimbabwe businessman John Burdenkamp made a $1 billion deal in 2000 with Laurent Kabila, on a down payment of $400,000, promising 68% of profits to the Congo and Zimbabwe governments. South African businessman Nico Schiffer got a diamond trading deal from Kabila. 117 As documented by the UN Mapping Report and other organizations, foreign occupiers used atrocities to terrorize civilians, to try to change the demography of the areas they controlled, and to clear territories for their exploitation. The use of mass rape as a weapon of war was one such strategy. A report by Congolese women's organizations from South Kivu interviewed 492 women. Offending rapes of married women were 59% of the sample, widows 18.5%, single women 17.7%, and divorced women 4.7%. 60% of the rapes were of Congolese ethnicities Bimbe, 1/3, and Shi, 1/4, who live near the Rwandan border and have been especially resistant to the invaders or seen as such. The rapists were invaders Interahamwe, FDD, RCD, and RPA. 118 The women credited foreign forces, the Interahamwe and RPA of Rwanda and the FDD of Burundi, with some of the cruelest and most degrading abuse. The 1998 war, characterized by such atrocities, also had the highest death counts of any war at the time. 4 million people between 1998 and 2002, one scholar estimated. 119 according to the mortality studies. 370. Violence caused 2% of excess mortality, child mortality was 60%. Most of these deaths were in the eastern, Rwandan-occupied part of the country. 120. The International Red Cross estimated 5 million deaths from 1998 to 2008, 121 about 500,000 per year. Half of the deaths, 2.5 million, were of children under FVE, dying of fever, malaria, neonatal death, measles, and diarrhea. The Africanists have picked these casualty figures apart, attempting to bargain them down or attribute them to problems that preceded the war. Turner 122 argued that 3 of the hardest hit areas in the mortality survey, Kunda, Ankara, and Ngandajika, represent areas with almost no social services whatsoever, compared to North and South Kivu, which had received significant international assistance and had lower mortality rates than these 3 areas despite being the epicenters of CONFICT. Patrick Ball argued that the problem was that the peacetime mortality in the DRC was underestimated. 123. We're not ever going to figure out Congo, Ball concluded. Turner cites a study from Simon Fraser noting that large numbers of Congolese would have died without the CONFICT, simply because basic living conditions were so tough. Their correction brought the CONFICT-related death count down to 3 million, or 300,000 per year on average. Another study mentioned by Turner, by 2 Belgian demographers, estimated 200,000 deaths from 1998 to 2004. 124. These types of debate would be taboo in Rwanda. Try to imagine Western scholars arguing that victims of the Rwandan genocide would have died anyway due to hunger or disease. Imagine a Western scholar saying we're not ever going to figure out Rwanda. For the Congo, however, Western audiences are unfamiliar with who is dying and how. The fact that the occupiers, the main killers in the eastern Congo, were the same people, Kagame's RPF, that committed massacres in Rwanda and, before that, in Uganda, is known to people in the region but not outside. The Sun City Agreement of 2003 declared peace over a country in ruins. Uncounted millions had died raped, murdered, tortured, starved, killed by the elements without shelter. Tens of thousands of children had joined militias. Warlords controlled the villages, which were riven with local ethnic wars. The formal economy was destroyed, the informal one criminalized. 125. A decade that began with Rwandans, Burundians, and Congolese dreaming of multi-party democracy ended in 371. War, genocide, and dictatorship. People buried their dreams along with their dead. While this all happened, Western countries sponsored Kagame and Museveni, sold them weapons, trained their forces covered for their crimes diplomatically, negotiated safe passage for Kabareb's genocidal army when it was surrounded, and restructured the mining economy of the occupied Congo, snapping up assets and promises of future profits. The Western sponsors of the war had no program to rebuild the country. Instead, they designed a system to rule over the rubble and keep extracting wealth from the ground below it. The system had a name, post-CONFICT management. The same way that the wars became self-financing, the empire's system for governing Central Africa has become self-sustaining. Rwanda is a dictatorship and an exporter of military might. The DR Congo is a collapsed state, strung along on a shoestring of aid and mostly bled revenue, trying to get back on its feet. The region is a source of income and adventure for donors, NGO workers, humanitarians, diplomats, UN soldiers, journalists, and scholars. There are Africanists who believe state collapse need not be such a terrible thing. But every instance of state collapse has been disastrous for people. The Congo is no exception. Still, there are bits of money to be made. After the establishment of the transitional government, petrol stations popped up like mushrooms in Beni and Butembo, directed by the same businessmen who had been close to the rebellion. Traders paid the Congolese army. The THIRD petrol officially took the form of military supplies, which meant businessmen benefited twice. They not only were exempt from taxes but also received off-chain military protection for their trucks from the border post of Kasindi right to their petrol stations in Beni and Butembo. 2. The new system proved to be much less stable than the previous one. Similarly to changes occurring in the minerals trade at the time, heightened competition within the military to ensure a cut in such tax-free petrol led to regular clashes between army units. 3. Mining companies also needed to pay for protection to local strongmen. Military elements also controlled main entry points to. Chapter 17. Conclusion: the Empire's system for Central Africa. Mining sites, where they forced miners and traders to pay tribute, just like the rebels during the war. The main loser of such hybrid protection schemes remained of course the state's central tax agency, which could only stand and watch as its rights to redistribute resources were systematically absorbed by a variety of marauding and non-state agents. 4. Low pay for state employees leads to corruption. The poor socio-economic situation of the majority of THIRD troops during the immediate post-war years. Because they received little or no pay at all, it became quite tempting for them to predate on the produce and labor of local villagers rather than FGHT the enemy. He cites the example of the joint THIRD-MONUC operation in Rwanda in 2005, which alienated peasants to the degree that they preferred to remain loyal to Ugandan militias operating in the area rather than accept the THIRD's authority. The operation also frustrated UN peacekeepers at the time because they felt completely abandoned on the battlefield. 5. In North Kivu, the Federation of Enterprises of the Congo or FEC maintained a strategy of tension, one that aims to divide, manipulate, and control public opinion using fear, propaganda, disinformation, and actions of indiscriminate violence with the objective to establish authoritarian government. 6. Specifically, FEC businessmen consciously manipulated the army battalions garrisoned in major towns to create a climate of fear and suspicion against the ruling city council. At regular intervals, soldiers were given orders to increase their nightly looting operations and kill with impunity. Targeted assassinations increased considerably, with over 100 in 2 months of 2012. Dead bodies were placed on the city's main roads as if someone had been given directions to place them there as a message. 7. In the 1950s, the US sent the Belgian Congo its FRST nuclear reactor under the Atoms for Peace program. The country was a safe Western colony, and it had the uranium resource. What could go wrong? In 1997, after Mobutu's fall, 2 fuel rods went missing from the place. Years later, Italian police recovered one of them from the Sicilian Mafia. The other one is still out there somewhere. The Shinkolobwe uranium mine in Katanga was officially closed after a 2004 collapse. But it is being mined by artisanal miners who pay a fee to Congolese soldiers to let them enter. 8. Since the 1960s, Kivu's location had made it a key smuggling hub, a safe haven for illegal trade activities with Uganda, which in 1961-1962 cost the Congolese government some 5 billion francs, or $226.70. 377 million, while the government received only 10 million francs, or less than $453, 206, 2010 equals 100, in customs duties. 9. Meanwhile, the politicians in charge created a tax-exempt trade enterprise that made them 800 million francs, $35 million in 2010 dollars. 10. Between February 2004 and November 2005, the government concluded deals for 75% of the Congo's copper reserves. 11. The contracts, for example to Dan Gertler and the Belgian tycoon George Forrest, were very unfavorable to the Congo government, though the two businessmen had helped finance Joseph Kabila's 2006 electoral campaign. 12. A South African company, Klaxon Power, started construction of a new dam at Ivua in North Kivu, a few kilometers from Butembo, to provide more steady electricity to communities. the consortium of local businessmen invested $300,000 USD. Soon after installation, the system failed on a regular basis and businessmen were asked to pay for repairs. Towards 2005, the local businessmen in Butembo had already coughed up nearly 1 million USD, but the system continued breaking down at regular intervals. In the course of that year, Klaxon Power disappeared from Butembo, only to reappear again in East Kasai to introduce a similar project there. 13 In the Ugandan-controlled zone of Ituri, the war went on among its 4.5 million people for a decade after the peace. With the Mungwalu and Kilomoto gold fields, Ituri was a prize for Uganda and its proxy, the MLC. Coffee, coltan, timber, and oil are all available in the most fertile and resource-rich area in the Great Lakes region. 14 Allying with militias of Hema ethnicity, the Ugandans collected millions of dollars in revenues. 15 Ituri was one of the FRST territories in eastern Congo to come under Leopold's rule in the wake of the Bait-Tilo mutiny in the 1890s. 16 The colonial administration introduced ethnically based sectors in 1920, institutionalizing indirect rule and imposing a Hema chief on the Lendu. 17 When the Lendu killed the Hema chief, the district commissioner brought the territory under military occupation to suppress the revolt and control the Kilomoto gold mine. 18 The area was occupied again in 1929. The Belgians privatized land and introduced a land registry, which resulted in state alienation of thousands of hectares of land from the local Lendu communities. 19 The colonials based policy on a racist theory of Hema superiority, opening schools to Hema children and allowing them to dominate clerical jobs in administration, mining, and plantation, with the Lendu as farmers and laborers. 20. 378. At independence, Ituri voted for Lumumba's MNC, and Ituri did not split. Indeed, ethnic politics did not become an issue until 1966, long after the MNC/L was destroyed. As in Nord Kivu, Mobutu's 1973 land law and nationalization law were implemented in an ethnically biased way, here privileging the Hema at the expense of the Lendu. 21 In 1974, a Lendu Liberation Party, PLW, organized but soon turned to terrorism, ambushing and killing Hema civilians and poisoning children. A surrender by the Hema in the wake of this terrorism led to a truce until the liberalization of 1990, when Hema and Lendu again organized on ethnic lines, ETE and Lori. The liberalization led to ethnic mobilization because there was no political party with nationalist and unitarist ideology such as the MNC/L of the early 1960s. Ethnic lexicon rather than a national ideological language became the political call of the elites. 22 In 1993, Mobutu sent the 412th Battalion which used heavy artillery against Lendu rebels, killing hundreds. 23 Local efforts at peace in the late 1990s were crushed by the Ugandan occupation in 1998. 24 The Ugandan officers favored the Hema. There were no pitched battles in Ituri, just armed groups attacking unarmed civilians of the opposite ethnic groups. From 1999 to 2005, the militias killed 80 to 100,000 people. 25 Atrocities were part of the strategy. The violence took the form of terrorism and became a ritual as both the Hema and Lendu groups publicly paraded in the streets displaying the heads of their victims. Body mutilation, cannibalism, and exhibition of body parts as trophies were regularly practiced. 26 There is more to say about this strategy, which is common to CONFists in Sierra Leone and Liberia, Colombia, Rwanda, Uganda, and other parts of the DRC, and more recently Iraq and Syria. Public atrocities are a weapon of psychological warfare. Despite the roles of Uganda and Rwanda in favoring the Hema in the war, the UNSG requested in September 2002 that security responsibilities should continue to be discharged by the Ugandan army in an impartial manner until such time as it could be replaced by a capable police force. 27 The Union brought 800 soldiers to Bunia in 2003, but MONUC concentrated its efforts to protect its own installations and members. The failure of the UN to protect civilians, exacerbated by its inability and unwillingness to act decisively even within these apparent constraints, had severe consequences for stability in Ituri. 28 On May 30, 2003, Resolution 1484 authorized Operation Artemis, with 1,800 French troops to Bunia to replace the Ugandans. The mission lasted 379. From May 30 to September 1, 2003. 29 Then Resolution 1493 on July 28, 2003, authorized MONUC II, with 10,800 troops. But MONUC II was not proactive in dealing with the innovation of militia groups in Ituri and remained weaker than anticipated, had many deficiencies, did not have the ability to monitor either the militia's movements or their communications. 30 The first person to ever be convicted by the International Criminal Court, Thomas Lubanga, had run several armed groups in Ituri. He was arrested in 2005. After his election in 2006, Joseph made a special effort to close out the Ituri CONFICT. By 2010, Ituri was apparently more politically stable than Nord Kivu. 31 Rwanda continues to plunder the DRC and punctuate its plunder with occasional magnanimous gestures. In 2011 to 2012, Rwanda turned over to DRC several tons of minerals scattered within Rwanda. Then it arrested 4 high-ranking military officers on charges of indiscipline for having engaged in business dealings with civilians in DRC. One of the 4 officers reportedly had previously headed the Congo OFCE at the Rwandan presidency, which coordinated the pillage of minerals. 32 After the peace agreement of 2003, the pattern of permanent war in the East was told as a story of out-of-control former genocidaires, the FDLR, hiding in the interior, ambitious Mai commanders refusing to stand down, Kagame periodically forced to raid into Congo to attack these forces for the sake of Rwandan security, and of former Rwandan proxies going rogue and rising up in rebellion against Joseph's government in Kinshasa. Against these problems, the foreign forces of the 17,000-man, $1 billion per year United Nations mission, MONUSCO, were posed as the solution. In fact, all of these forces, MONUSCO included, were part of the war and smuggling economy, with covert interconnections and interdependencies. In 2009, the UN partnered with Joseph's and Kagame's armies in the Kimia II and Umoja Wetu operations against the FDLR, which lost hundreds and had thousands captured, but which retreated deeper into the interior in the face of the offensives. The FLDR gradually came out of the jungle and surrendered, hundreds at a time, each time demanding a dialogue with Kagame's government which rejects them, for genocidal ideology, which they claim to reject. Meanwhile, Kagame's rogue proxies made several plays for power in the East. By pure coincidence, their goals overlapped perfectly with Kagame's strategic interests in the region. General Laurent Nkunda Butwer, Nkunda, was the FRST such spoiler. Claiming to be 380. Rebelling out of concern for his Congolese Tutsi community, he called his organization the CNDP. His troops occupied Bukavu in 2004, 33 raping, murdering, and attacking with a particular viciousness organizations in rehabilitating child soldiers. But the world had changed. Pressure from the United States and France on both Rwanda and RCD forced Nkunda to retreat to Masisi in Nord Kivu, where he began recruiting soldiers to start his war against the central government. 34 In 2006, Nkunda attacked again, trying to take Goma. MONUC forces repulsed the attack. 35 Nkunda kept fighting in North Kivu. In 2007, following the pattern of Rwandan forces of ethnically cleansing villages through big massacres, resisted by Mai militias. 36 He was finally arrested in 2009. 37 And is living by the pool under house arrest in Rwanda. The CNDP was rebranded as the M23 with a new commander, Bosco the Terminator Ntaganda, with the same troops, the same sponsors, and the same strategies. Born in Rwanda, Ntaganda was a veteran of the 1990–1994 Rwandan War. He invaded Zaire with the AFDL in 1996 and stayed on, joining the Union of Congolese Patriots in Ituri, and Nkunda CNDP, National Congress for the Defense of the People, before he joined M23. In 2012, Ntaganda's M23 took Goma and planned to take Bukavu, but Ntaganda was ousted in a coup by his fellow officer Sultani Makenga, and a joint Congolese force routed M23 in 2013. Makenga surrendered to Uganda, who have reportedly put him and his troops to work. Ntaganda popped up in the U.S. Embassy in Kigali to surrender himself to the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, which sought his arrest, only, for his crimes in Ituri. 38 The Terminator was convicted on 13 counts of war crimes and crimes against humanity in 2019. In Butembo, a local body was struck for governance called the Comite des Sages, inspired by the pre-war courts they used to settle internal disputes. This committee came to incorporate an interesting mix of authorities involved in the daily governance of the city in wartime. The committee regularly organized security meetings, for example, in which several state and non-state authorities, business leaders, and political representatives as well as the international peacekeeping mission of the UN intervened in consultation with other local political organizations in all sorts of local security decisions. 39 In Butembo, traders paid the rebels to stop harassing them and allow them to trade. This arrangement appeared entirely logical in a situation where the Congolese state 381 was being completely destructured, and violence increasingly appeared as a legitimate way to force access to economic resources. 40 At the national level, the international community oversaw a fair constitutional referendum in 2005 and a fair election in 2006. 41 Which Joseph won handily, thanks to war-weary voters in the eastern provinces. Finally, the donors increased aid levels to support some rebuilding. Joseph's government found some clever ways to profit from demobilization money, infating the army by incorporating ex-rebels, then having the troops go through donor-funded programs DDR, disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration. 42 Under Joseph, the DR Congo began contracting with the Chinese government minerals for infrastructure in 2007. 43 These deals are controversial in the West and in the Congo, but they have been better for the DRC's economy than equivalent deals with Western corporations. Still, they are based on the extractive model and won't help the country build an industrial base, nor to formalize most of its economy. Instead of authorizing decent off-jail salaries for civil servants, Joseph Kabila allows many to scrape by on salaries of less than $100 a month, only to send them envelopes of several $1,000s at his discretion to keep them happy. 44 Having seen the possibilities of the International Criminal Court with the arrest of Thomas Lubanga, Joseph benefited from the arrest of his principal rival in the 2006 election, Jean-Pierre Bemba, Mobutu's former protégé who had won 40% of the vote. Bemba was arrested visiting family in Brussels in 2008 and charged with crimes that his militia, the MLC, committed not in the Congo, where unraveling Bemba's activities might implicate other, more protected parties, but in the Central African Republic where they had worked as mercenaries. Bemba was convicted on all charges in 2016. In the meantime, Joseph had won a second term in 2011, in elections that were not quite so squeaky clean. Most tallies and international observers had given the election to the old stalwart of the multi-party movement, and sometime minister under Mobutu, Etienne Tshisekedi, who declared himself the winner. Joseph put him under house arrest and resumed ruling. As the end of his second, and constitutionally last, term approached in 2016, Joseph delayed, claiming a new census was needed. A new generation of young people protested in the streets, and Joseph's army. 382. Shot, jailed, and disappeared many of them. The Filimbi and Telema movements didn't relent, and Joseph eventually had to accept new elections. These, too, tainted by fraud and handed over power to opposition candidate Felix Tshisekedi in 2019. Felix held a state funeral for his father, Etienne, who had died 2 years before. Kagame attended. An Ebola outbreak in 2019 killed hundreds of people in the exact areas that had been most devastated by war, North Kivu and Ituri. In 2010, Victoire Ingabire arrived in Rwanda from abroad to announce her candidacy in the Rwandan election. She visited a genocide memorial site and asked why Hutu victims of the genocide were not remembered. The government had her charged with genocide denial and jailed, not released until 2018. Kagame went on to win the election with 93% of the vote. He had the constitution changed in 2015, in a act of generosity, not wanting to deprive the Rwandan people of his leadership. In 2017, Diane Rwigara, the daughter of an assassinated RPFF Nancy announced that she was going to run for president against Kagame. She was promptly arrested and disappeared into the Rwandan prison system. Kagame went on to win the election with 99% of the vote. Rwigara was found by the system and released at the end of 2018. The democratic opposition can be jailed. The exiled opposition can be assassinated. But Kagame still worries about grenade attacks and terrorism from his former comrades in arms. The new constitution says Kagame can be president until 2034. By then, he may be the dinosaur. Museveni is already being referred to in such terms, now and again. At that point, America will have to redesign the system, FND a different client. Perhaps Kagame's crimes will be discovered by the Africanists and a spate of books about them will come out. They will be rendered understandable in light of the need to contain the genocidal Hutu and lying Congolese, but cast as excessive. America will be praised for changing course and supporting a new generation of leaders. There are other possibilities too. The independence movements of the 1960s and the democratic movements of the 1990s were not easily predictable. That the empire was able to respond and reassert itself was not a foregone conclusion. Central Africa's people are young, most have grown up since the wars and genocides of the 1990s and will be looking to FND their own way. Young people protested and forced Joseph to accept an election. Young people have been turning off of Kagame's self-serving decades of demonization of his enemies as genocidaires. They can expect no help from the donors, corporations, smugglers, and 383 mercenaries who are in Africa for their own reasons, and they will have to forge their own understandings of the past and present in spite of the weight of Africanist literature bearing down on their minds. If they can do it, the future will be theirs.